Chapter 281. Time Messenger. Solun knew that Mr. Jing would soon arrive at Cursed Valley, so naturally, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. But while he still remembered that bizarre situation that puzzled him, he directly asked Mr. Jing about it. "Senior sister, I've encountered a problem that has me very confused." Solun shared everything he encountered and what was recorded in his notes. After listening, a response came from the communicator. "You mean to say, you saw some special existence, but you forget about it?" Solun, MHM. "Mr. Jing, from your description, it sounds a bit like the ability to control time. There is a god-level talent related to time, S005 Time Messenger, which is the statue you saw in the basement of Storm Manor with the symbol. I've thought of some secrets that my father mentioned before. It's not very good to go into detail. That existence is either beyond your comprehension, or it doesn't want you to remember it. Usually, this situation involves some very high-level causality." Solun felt somewhat lost in the fog and uneasy for not understanding clearly. He pressed on, "So what exactly is it?" Mr. Jing seemed to know something but didn't elaborate, responding, "You don't need to ask in detail. If you ask, you'll ignore it just the same. If it doesn't want you to be aware of the existence, then there is no need to dig deeper. When the time comes, you might remember on your own. But likely, it isn't a bad thing." "I see." Upon hearing this, Solun finally felt at ease. His senior sister was counted among one of the most learned people in their group. If she said so, then the problem shouldn't be significant. Even if there was a problem, pondering further would be futile. After all, by all accounts, if Solun had spent more than a day in that time anomaly, his lifespan should have declined by over a decade, or so he guessed. But it didn't seem like it had. Although there was no lifespan value on the data panel, he analyzed some data on metabolism and judged that his body probably hadn't undergone such significant changes. Solun guessed it probably had something to do with that existence Mr. Jing had mentioned. But without a threat, the actual truth didn't seem so urgent to know anymore. The battle in the Hall of Valor became fiercer and fiercer. In this enclosed underground, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. Both Solun and his companion dared not get close. Even the watchful ravens, there to observe the battle, were killed several times by the aftershocks of the fight. Barrett, as the commander of the Royal Legion, indeed had astounding strength. Although Solun had met him before, it had always been on the run, and that guy had never displayed even a tenth of his true power. Now was the true time to see the Empire's ferocious beast unleash his full strength. Solun observed various top-notch techniques of a fighter on Barrett. As expected of the commander of the Royal Legion, his punches and kicks were so fundamentally solid that Solun had never seen anyone who could compare. At this moment, Barrett was clearly fighting with all his might. His double-stage talent ape, along with a series of alchemy enhancements, were all focused on increasing strength. His power had grown to such an exaggerated level that it was astounding to any lower-ranking professional. There was no need for armor, his muscles, tough as steel, were the best defense. A milky white aura swirled around his body and fists. When he struck, the space itself twisted, exuding an absolutely domineering and unrivaled aura. But while the techniques were one aspect, what Solun couldn't comprehend was that mountain-splitting, earth-shattering momentum. It was a vague and indistinct sensation. "Is that the energy senior sister mentioned we need to cultivate?" Solun pondered thoughtfully. In this world, there weren't too few professionals of the 5th rank, but those who could advance to the 6th rank were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This was because there was a very high threshold for this rank. Solun, blessed with the talent of the Reaper, could kill several 5th rank professionals, and after stripping their comprehension of the laws, he almost had no threshold to advance all the way to the 5th rank. But to advance to the 6th rank, no matter how powerful the dark spiritual power was, or how perfect the laws were, it was impossible without one condition. And that was energy. To this day, Solun remembered Mr. Jing's words, "Without cultivating one's spirit, it's like a person without bones. Despite all the skills, one's achievements would ultimately be limited." The reason why 6th rank professionals were outrageously strong was directly related to this threshold. Seeing the resolute energy emanating from Barrett, Solun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he faintly felt as if he had grasped something. The pace of the battle was fast. Wave after wave of violent surges exploded in the air. Barrett's moves were broad and powerful, capable of smashing boulders weighing several tons with a single punch. Although Solun could not quite understand those moves infused with 6th rank laws, comparatively, the others were even more incomprehensible to him. The one covered in red lines, Yegel, had methods too bizarre, able to restore his limbs instantly with the help of those red lines even after they had been blown to pieces. The magic used by that guy wasn't from the alchemy system but the divine system. Solun was completely baffled by what he saw. Yuta, who was sensing with his eyes closed next to him, suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "That guy has borrowed the power of an evil deity, drawing the vital energy from the surroundings to replenish himself, thus achieving an immortal body." An immortal body? Solun frowned upon hearing this. Looking at it this way, if the battle dragged on, Barrett would eventually be defeated. Clearly, Barrett, who was engaged in the intense battle, had realized this too. He knew he had to fight quickly and decisively. Even an immortal body had its breaking point. If that point were shattered, it couldn't recover. Experience tales at my virtual library empire. Barrett, an old soldier seasoned on the battlefield, would certainly understand this. It was at this moment that the stalemate suddenly changed. Reflected in Solun's eyes was the battle scene in the Hall of Valor, from which he discerned something and murmured, "Are they going for broke?" Finally, Barrett completed his energy accumulation. "Flesh alchemy, open!" He let out a fierce shout, ringing like a bell and echoing through the corridor. Following that roar, his momentum surged wildly, and a steaming white vapor rose from the surface of his body. Barrett did not pause, his hands quickly forming magician's seals, and his aura suddenly turned cold and stern. With his hands well formed in the sorcerer's seals, he lifted them up and let out another fierce shout, "Power Mystique, 10 Direction Fierce Beast Ban." With the emergence of this secret technique, a formidable ferocity instantly enveloped the entire area. In the space of the Hall of Valor, 10 white vapor beasts suddenly coalesced. The 10 apes placed their hands together, forming a hammer to unite their strike, encircling Yegel on the spot. Though the action didn't look fast, the oppressive force of the power law seemed to solidify the space around them, rendering all things in all directions unable to move. Even the Black Crow, watching the battle from a great distance outside the force field, felt so pressured it almost collapsed. Solun witnessed this scene and saw the underlying technique, thinking to himself, a secret technique for a short burst of fury? Among professions based on pure strength, a body's durability might be more suited for spells like hormonal rampage. His own physical strength could only withstand 3 stages of hormonal release before it became life-threatening. He estimated that this giant's body could at least sustain 6 stages. Such an increase in combat power could be even more exaggerated than what was currently displayed. Barrett's momentum reached its peak, and finally, Yegel's complexion changed. How could one underestimate this desperate strike? This kind of pressure at the level of laws, where one power suppresses 10, offered virtually no alternative means of coping. One could only withstand it head-on. But the exaggeration of this fellow's power law was such that, after gathering strength for so long, even true 7th-order professionals would struggle to break free, let alone someone like him who only had 7th-order fighting strength with the help of external forces. Yegel saw that he could not move, his facial features even became distorted under the immense force. But he didn't panic much, and a fierce light glowed in his eyes. He seemed to give up resisting, speaking fervently, chanting the honored name of some evil deity, "O great Lord of Disaster, your devout follower requires your bestowed power." While the incantation was still being chanted, the fists of the ferocious ape already thunderously fell. Boom! The 10-headed ferocious ape fiercely struck the ground, creating a vibration that shook the entire space, similar to an earthquake. The exaggerated power squeezed space, making a thunderous explosion. Barrett's eyes were bloodshot, the skin of his muscular body turned from black to pink due to the high heat, emitting wisps of smoke. The giant ape he transformed into hammered down with alternating fists, the space under the fists visibly twisted. At the same time, the 10 fierce apes condensed by fighting spirit also hammered down fiercely into space. I strike mountains with divine power. The rhythm of the ferocious apes hammering was the same, one after another, one after another. The commotion was akin to mountains collapsing and the ground splitting. Boom! 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 The vast underground space trembled intensely with each strike. A large number of falling rocks quickly turned to dust upon entering the airfield surrounded by the 10 apes but, surprisingly, disintegrated into powder instantly. Only then did the watching Solun realize that the seemingly invisible pressure wielded such terrifying tearing force. Although Barrett had yet to condense his own domain, this power field fascinated the watching Solun. Meanwhile, in the center of that power field, Yegel's elemental barrier had collapsed under the hammering, and his windbreaker had turned to dust. His skin was also torn to shreds, revealing, like a human anatomical chart, his black and red muscle fibers. However, what was eerie was that these muscle fibers seemed to come to life, turning into squirming red worms. With each strike from the giant ape, Yegel's body would explode into large clouds of blood mist, limbs burst into bloody meat, splattering everywhere. But in an instant, they would be restored as before by the red thread-like worms. The air was filled with a malodorous scent of blood that made one feel wicked. But for the moment, he didn't die explosively. But casting such a powerful spell naturally came at a price. Since the opponent hadn't dropped dead yet, Barrett on the other side was obviously under tremendous pressure. With every hammer strike, crimson blood spilled from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and his momentum weakened a bit. During this stalemate, it seemed Jaeger couldn't withstand the continuous hammering. The red insects covering his body started seeking a new host, invading underground and spreading to the tree roots in the crevices of the rock walls. If the consumption persisted, it was difficult to predict who would last to the end. The most likely outcome was a Pyrrhic victory for both sides. Solon hoped for such an outcome, it would be for the best. But, watching Jaeger, who was still reciting spells despite being under attack, Solon knew that things might take an unexpected turn. Sure enough, what was initially an evenly matched situation suddenly took a drastic turn. Alchemists relied on their own true strength, whatever skill they possessed was that much, and they could at most rely on alchemical cursed items. But those heretics had the backing of certain special entities, making their combat power difficult to measure accurately. Especially those followers who could receive responses from deities. Sure enough, as Jaeger spat out his final incantation, a hideous smile emerged on his face awash with gushing blood. Ha 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 ha. His mad laughter echoed around, and Solon, hiding in the tunnel, heard it loud and clear. And as that laughter subsided, an indescribable and terrifying will suddenly descended upon the place. Before, Jaeger was like a boat tossing in a tsunami with a risk of capsizing at any moment, but in an instant, with the mysterious will's empowerment, his aura abruptly changed, and he began to mock. Tisk tisk. Barrett, is that all you've got? The voice sounded as if it came from the mouth of a demon from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. At the same time, the black crow cawed sharply. Solon knew it was a warning of imminent death. He closed his right eye, leaving only the left open. Solon was well aware that some beings should not be faced directly. Others might not know what this mysterious will was, perhaps only feeling an instinctual fear. But Solon had previously experienced such a scene. Damn it, that colossal deep-sea creature is a deity-level entity. Solon's complexion turned very unsightly. He had encountered it once before in the Dawn City ruins. But back then, the fallen angel was caught in Sir Isaac's millennium-old scheme, and with Mr. Jing's various preparations, it didn't cause much of a stir. Now, facing this wild deity, Solon felt a massive headache. Although it was just the descent of will, without its full strength being present, Solon knew that it was beyond his ability to interfere. Seeing the situation, Solon's first instinct was to grab Yuta beside him and retreat as the smart move. But before he could act, Yuta sensed the presence of the mysterious will and spoke first, very solemnly, "Not good. That being seems to be absorbing power from the seal, I must stop him." Before Solon could react, Yuta turned to him, her eyes filled with a gentle and complex emotion of farewell. "Mr. Solon, you must leave this place. I have to stop him." In the end, she had only two options. As she spoke, not waiting for Solon to answer, the red totem on her face suddenly shone brightly, and the rainbow light from the magic cauldron beside her was dazzlingly intense. With another glance, her entire being had transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the tunnel. Watching Yuta's departing figure, Solon's gaze was filled with solemnity. He knew he could not dissuade her, so he didn't speak. It was the mission of a Dalo druid, with the priority above their own life. Yuta's faith was resolute, she would go no matter what. Solon deeply respected her choice. But he was genuinely worried. Although Solon was unclear about Yuta's combat ability now that she had a holy artifact by her side, he was very aware of one thing: even with external power, if the inherent combat strength isn't strong enough, the cost of using two high-tier powers could be immense. He had seen in the Dawn relic how a fallen angel, possessing Duchess Raphael, used power far beyond her capabilities, paying with her life. If it's just a will descending, perhaps the problem isn't too serious. "Solon, though cautious, was not afraid of death. After all, he had already experienced death twice, and to him, death was not so frightening. In an instant, he thought back to the battle in the Dawn City ruins where a divine being had truly descended, possessing a second-rank individual, yet the combat power displayed wasn't too exaggerated. Now only a will has arrived, augmenting a 6th-rank person. Perhaps, the strength of a 7th rank? If her abilities had the upper hand, there might be a chance to exploit. In an instant, Solun had analyzed many useful pieces of information. Thinking it over, he picked up the communicator and reported the situation to Mr. Jing. Senior sister's situation isn't looking good, seems like a divine will has descended. After finishing, he received Mr. Jing's calm reply from the other end, I see. Solun hung up the communicator, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, dove into the tunnel leading to the Temple of Valhalla. By the time Solun arrived, Yuta was already locked in fierce combat with Yegel, who was covered in tentacles. Barrett, unbeknownst to Win, had already lost an arm. Back in his human form, he was bloodied all over, having crashed heavily into the distance and embedded in the rock wall, his life and death unknown. Just as Solun arrived, he happened to see in the far tunnel a few soldiers holding the death banner of Nelgal, sneaking in and taking the opportunity to rescue Barrett. Yegel, now engrossed in his intense battle with Yuta, seemed to have no interest in the life or death of a few insects. As long as they didn't stop him from breaking the seals, everything else seemed insignificant. Moreover, he was entangled by the sudden appearance of Yuta and couldn't disengage. Around Yuta swirled a 7-colored elemental aura, while the holy artifact, the magic pot, floated beside her, providing her with an endless source of magic power. With a raise of her hand, the winds and clouds surged, and the dazzling spells shone brilliantly. On the other side, Yegel was surrounded by a dark red aura of death, drawing in more and more of the red threads from the surrounding life force. These threadworms converged into various forms of tentacles, leaving behind red and black auras that corrupted all vitality as they passed through. The Grand Hall of Valor was a battleground where red and black energies of calamity clashed with the multicolored forces of nature. Both individuals were employing spells that didn't belong to the alchemy system, and both were using powers not their own. Solun found it all very confusing, yet he could definitely sense the exaggerated fluctuations of the elements. If this goes on, Yuta is in grave danger. Solun watched with furrowed brows. Observing the situation, even if Yuta seemed to be holding on for now, the longer the fight dragged on, the more her body would be overdrawn. Solun felt he should do something. Whether it worked or not, he still had to try. However, after observing for just a moment, he also realized that there was not a complete lack of opportunity. The good news was that the tentacle monster Yegel had become was aiming to break a seal. It used countless red tendrils to siphon off life force, but at the same time, it anchored itself there. With the black scythe, there might just be a chance to strike. Solun had been controlling his thoughts and had never truly entertained the idea of killing the creature. He knew even the mere thought of taking action would intuitively alert such a formidable enemy. The shared vision of the Black Crow would also confuse the enemy's sense of hostility. So, there was only a fleeting chance for an attack. Now, at the very instant Solun's intent to kill arose, he didn't hesitate at all. Controlling the zombies beside him, he calculated the distance perfectly and slashed at the tentacle monster in the southern side of the Hall of Valor from afar. Simultaneously, Yegel immediately sensed it. His gaze shot towards the corridor where Solun was hiding like a bolt of lightning. Unfortunately, the numerous tentacles that had spread out to absorb life force made his body too large and his movements to teleport away extremely clumsy. Furthermore, Solun's decisiveness also gave him the chance to land the blow. With a swoosh, the space rift accurately hit the torso of the tentacle monster. Solun's heart tightened. I hit it. The space rift had cleanly split the humanoid core of Yegel in two. Such an injury would have undoubtedly been fatal for an ordinary person. But after that very strike, countless tendrils suddenly connected the two severed halves of the body back together. A mocking smile appeared on Yegel's face. Raising his hand, he summoned a flaming spear that flew towards Solun from a great distance. The spear moved incredibly fast. Almost in the same instant it was thrown, it pierced through the body of Solun a kilometer away. With a bang, Solun's shadow was revealed to be nothing but a stump of wood. This was clearly the effect of using a puppet substitute. On a closer look, Solun had reappeared inside the Hall of Valor, readying another attack. Yegel did not hesitate and hurled another flaming spear. Solun was impaled once again. However, the figure disintegrated. This time, it was an illusion projected by Robert's monocle. Then, 7 or 8 Solloons appeared in various corners of the hall. Seeing Solloon's emergence, Yuda's pretty face also showed a trace of urgency. She naturally couldn't just watch as Yejel killed Solloon, so when he was distracted, she also stabbed forward with several wooden spears. The wooden spears and the tentacles engaged in fierce battle again. Deep in the corridor, Solloon, wearing a monocle, saw the scene through the vision of the crow and analyzed, immune to physical damage, hey. Luckily, with Yuda dragging the enemy, he was also able to make some attempts. From these attempts, he confirmed that the black sickle couldn't kill the immortal Yejel. That bizarre regenerative ability, unless one could simultaneously deliver dozens of strikes to cut the fellow into small enough pieces that couldn't reconnect, otherwise it was impossible to kill. But clearly, Solloon couldn't do it. However, the probing just now wasn't entirely futile. The puppet wasn't discovered in advance, which means that Guy can't sense the existence of the threads. The puppet can control a large space. Solloon's mind was like a rapidly operating calculator, analyzing swiftly. Most of his combat power was in the puppet. But the puppet wasn't completely flawless. The source of the threads was on him, so as long as one could sense the threads, they could lock onto his real body. Conversely, as long as they couldn't lock onto his real presence, the chances of surviving were very high. Moreover, that Guy can't distinguish the illusions created by the monocle. Be careful, and it might be possible to find an opportunity. Solloon's thoughts in his mind diverged in an instant, analyzing various countermeasures. Of course, the biggest advantage was that after testing it himself, he confirmed that the heretic's real body must be very far away, with the projected will able to exert at most Tier 7 standards. With Yuda restraining it, it at least can't devote too much attention to deal with him. Only the last resort is left to try. Solloon thought of something, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The gap in rank was too great. Discovering the black sickle couldn't kill that guy, he thought of the last resort. That was firepower coverage. Time waits for no one. Without any hesitation, Solloon took out the mechanical battle armor from the spatial storage. The mechanical battle armor was controlled by a living corpse, but it didn't have its own will. Then there were the threads that Yejel couldn't detect. Theoretically, being careful, it might catch the enemy by surprise. Inside Valhalla, the confrontation continued on. Even with the holy artifact continuously supplying magic power, Yuda was gradually falling behind. Encountering power far exceeding her own for the first time, she wasn't using it skillfully, and the burden was becoming greater. She persevered solely with a will that feared not death. Solloon controlled the mecha and stealthily made his way over. The black sickle wasn't completely useless, at least that slash when it cut through disrupted the integrity of that guy's protective field. The recovery interval gave a slight gap, which was the opportunity Solloon was looking for. Right after the mecha quietly reached the designated position, he repeated his old trick, slashing out with the black sickle, while the mecha's 6-cylinder fire god cannon instantly produced a long flame serpent. That was the special glow of alchemy bullets leaving the barrel. Previously he had been reluctant to use such an extravagant method, with the expense of ammunition costing several tens of millions of liso per minute, it just wasn't worth it against regular enemies. But now, it couldn't be more appropriate. Right as the spatial rift cut to the accumulator monster in the instant, the integrity of the field was split open, and alchemy bullets surged in like a tide. The bullets blasted apart many red threads, looking like countless smashed watermelons on the ground. The scene was incredibly bloody. But it was a pity that the blood thread creature's regenerative ability was too strong. That mysterious will also had methods Solloon couldn't comprehend. After a moment, Yejel's body restored to its original state, and the field expanded again. That domain capable of corrupting everything shielded in front of the body, even bullets that hit it were completely corroded away just meters from the surface. Seeing this, Solloon sighed slightly, still no good. He had done all he could. Before he had time to feel more regret, he suddenly felt an alert in his heart and bolted backward explosively. I've been discovered. Solloon didn't hesitate at all and dashed toward the corridor behind him. In the moment of escape, countless dense red thin lines suddenly sprouted from the rock walls around him. Only then did he realize that Yejel had imperceptibly spread the blood thread creature into the depths of the corridor. Unable to sense Solloon's position in other ways, he had resorted to this most crude method. In an instant, the blood thread creature in the corridor converged into tentacles and grabbed at Solloon. The tentacles were extremely tough, and severing them required a lot of energy. Chop one down, and countless more will spring up. Solun's expression was grave, not daring to tangle with those threads. He teleported repeatedly, narrowly missing being caught by those red tentacles multiple times. But because he had observed the escape route beforehand, he narrowly evaded the tentacles' reach without danger. After escaping for about 1 or 2 kilometers, the red tentacles were no longer so dense. This zone was beyond Yegel's attack range. Solun also stopped. For the moment, he was temporarily unharmed. But looking at the dense tentacle-covered walls in front of him, it meant that he had been completely cut off. He wanted to go in but couldn't. Yuta inside could only face the enemy alone. Although he had done all that he could, Solun's complexion wasn't too good. It will be at least a few hours before senior sister can get here, she might not last that long. Should I use explosives to cause a targeted collapse? No, that fellow is immortal, explosives have limited effect. His brows were deeply furrowed as he considered whether other methods might be of some help, but again, he had no solution. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and a person wearing a gold-patterned cloak appeared before him. That method of appearing was quite special, and also very familiar. It was like a flash of mirror light, and then the person was there. Senior sister. Solun thought he might be hallucinating, so he blinked. But no matter what, he was indeed in the real world. Looking at the proud and aloof face revealed under the lifted cloak, who else could it be if not Mr. Jing? Chapter 282. Outer Gods. Senior sister, how did you get here? Solun thought he must be seeing things. Because the last time they communicated, Mr. Jing was still far from Cursed Valley. Even without any delays, it was estimated that it would take several hours to arrive. But now, she suddenly appeared before his eyes. Mr. Jing lifted her cloak, revealing that cold and beautiful face. She looked at Solun, the corners of her mouth curving slightly as she said indifferently, "You seem to be in good shape. It looks like I haven't come too late." It was only in front of this junior brother that she ever wore such a relaxed expression on her face. "You really came?" Solun felt a sense of unreality as he listened. But he could not hide the joy in his eyes. No matter how Mr. Jing got here, the fact was she had arrived. With Golden Leg here, this seemingly desperate situation instantly gained the capability for a breakthrough reversal. Mr. Jing glanced at the dense red threadworms in the corridor, her brow furrowing slightly as she seemed to detect something unusual about these worms. She didn't delay, saying to Solun, "I'll explain later. I'm going out first to deal with that outer god's follower." Hearing this, Solun naturally didn't have to say much then and there. He also thought that if his senior sister had come ahead of time, she must have anticipated something. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Mr. Jing's hands were quickly forming the sorcerer's seals, her expression becoming fierce. Solun watched the sequence in which she was constructing the seals and found it strange. This wasn't the start of any elemental spell, nor was it any sorcerer's seal system Solun had ever seen. It felt more like a unique spell she had created herself. Before Solun could guess, Mr. Jing had already gathered the sorcerer's seals, softly chanting, "Domain, mirror of all aspects." It turned out to be a 7th-tier domain. A look of realization crossed Solun's face. This was also the first time he had witnessed an authentic domain of laws. This was quite different from the Black Umbrella's Nightfall domain, and the corrosive domain of the tentacle monster before. As soon as she cast the spell, a faint luminescence lingered around Mr. Jing's body, which seemed to be surrounded by shards of a shattered mirror. Even though the domain wasn't aimed at Solun, standing within the domain's scope, he instantaneously felt as if he couldn't sense anything around him. It was as if this space had come under Mr. Jing's control. And just like that, Mr. Jing's voice had vanished into the corridor. Solun, gazing at the spot where the mirror light had flashed past, muttered, "Senior sister has become so strong. She really did come." Solun felt an incredulity that lingered for a long time. But with the arrival of strong reinforcements, the heavy stone in his heart suddenly fell. Such a high-level battle was surely like a scene from hell, and he had no desire to get physically involved. Solun decided to wait in the corridor and then sent a black crow flying in to watch the battle. However, the battle was too intense. The fallout from high-tier laws colliding was a catastrophic disaster for lower-tier creatures. The black crow was shattered by the aftermath of the battle several times. Each time it reformed, it caught in grievance, voicing its discontent. Fortunately, Solun had previously collected a rich amount of death energy in the coffin, and after pouring a few mouthfuls into the crow, it felt ready to go again. Even with the Black Crow, Solun never saw how the battle in the Hall of Valor unfolded from start to finish. Yegel, or rather the heretic, fought desperately. The destructive force generated by their clash surged wave after wave. After about a quarter of an hour, the commotion of the collapsing corridors below steadily subsided. It's over. Solun's furrowed brows finally relaxed. Although he guessed that his senior sister's strength must be formidable, she had said herself that she hadn't fully recovered her power. And, Solun also didn't know if this enemy, who appeared to have the will of a deity, had any other tricks up their sleeve. Now seeing that the battle was over and those red threadworms on the rock walls had shriveled and blackened, seeming to have died, the outcome was quite clear. But speaking of which, what tier is senior sister at now? Solun's curiosity mounted. Hearing from the communicator that Mr. Jing said the battle was over, he didn't ponder over it further and, with several spatial displacements, quickly traversed the collapsing corridors. This haste was partly out of concern for the safety of Yuta and Mr. Jing. Another reason was that he needed to clean up the battlefield. After all, the corpses were still warm. He might make it there in time if he hurried. Solun quickly arrived at the Hall of Valor. The previously intact space was now shattered into pieces. Mr. Jing stood above a ceiling artifact-level ancient light mirror at the mouth of a pitch-black hole, performing some sort of spell. Seeing Solun arrive, she nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Jing appeared to be engaged in something very important, so Solun didn't disturb his senior sister. In a moment, he also saw Yuta, who was sitting nearby, recuperating. He too breathed a sigh of relief. A magical pot enveloped her, and streams of rainbow energy were repairing her wounds, which didn't appear too severe. Though her aura was very weak, fortunately, she was unharmed. Solun's brows completely unfurled as he walked over, tousled Yuta's hair, and asked, "Yuta, are you okay?" Yuta also revealed a relieved expression, replying with a somewhat pale smile, "Yes. I'm fine." She paused, glancing at the figure in the gold-patterned cloak at a distance, blinked her eyes asking implicitly. Solun smiled and said, "That's my senior sister, the one I've told you about, also the daughter of Sir Isaac." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Yuta's eyes lit up, and she finally relaxed completely. Even though Solun had forewarned her about everything, including Mr. Jing's existence. The arrival time of the person in the gold-patterned cloak was much earlier than scheduled. And it was too coincidental, arriving just when the great battle broke the seal. She couldn't help but be extra cautious. Although this mysterious person had indeed helped her kill the enemy, her current actions were puzzling. But now, listening to Solun's confirmation, Yuta finally let go of her concerns. Since it was a descendant of Sir Isaac, then they were friends of the Dalo tribe. Yuta was in worse shape than she appeared. Only after seeing Solun did she completely let down her guard. But it was also because that taut spirit relaxed, she suddenly fainted. Solun hurriedly checked her injuries, which weren't too bad. The power of nature had a special healing effect, more effective than any potion. There was no need for Solun to worry, as the magical pot was healing Yuta's injuries. With Mr. Jing fussing over the seal and Yuta healing, Solun didn't need to intervene. He walked to the center of the battlefield and saw the segmented carcass of the tentacled monster. Upon noticing the grey mist, a phantom of death appeared behind Solun and devoured it. "You have stripped the soul of Yegel Selet, gaining some Tier 5 Fire Elemental Law and a fragment of Tier 6 Calamity Law. You have gained extensive experience in using Mystique, Wuxi, comprehending the Infinite Samurai, Emperor of Flames, with plus 555 casting experience. You have stripped a substantial amount of espionage expertise. You have acquired some intelligence from the Liuyi Military Intelligence Service. Spiritual power plus 14.7. Solun originally thought that Yegel's soul shard would provide many answers to his questions. Unexpectedly, he didn't strip any information about the heretic behind the man. Even the high-level secrets of the Liuyi Military Intelligence Service were not there. Only some not very important intelligence was stripped. It was after assimilating the information about the military intelligence that Solun understood that high officials there had mental restrictions and training. If they encountered soul-searching or dream invasion techniques, the restriction would instinctively erase the sensitive information, preventing probing and information leakage. As for the heretic information, Solun felt it might be some highly sophisticated method that directly erased that part of the memory. And the law fragments were stripped rather haphazardly. The Tier 5 fire elemental law seemed to be something Yegel had originally comprehended. This matched the intelligence Solun knew before. The guy was supposed to be a Tier 5. The fragment of Tier 6 calamity law resembled something foreign, with very little presence. But for Solun, it was a treasure. After assimilating it, he felt a sudden spark of insight in his understanding, as if in the pitch-dark night, upon looking up, he saw a few stars. Though not enough to illuminate the path ahead, they marked the position and altitude of certain specific existences. An incredibly rare discovery. It was also Solun's first contact with such high-level laws. Elsewhere, he had no ability to kill a Tier 6 professional and strip their fragments. As for the experience in using wuxi, Solun had previously watched the man use it with shock, so he prioritized it over other skills and stripped it effortlessly. The people from the intelligence service had practiced this secret technique from a young age. In essence, Solun had stripped decades of experience in one go. Infinite Samurai, Emperor of Flames was an advanced form of this secret technique. With this stripping, his proficiency skyrocketed to the point of integrated mastery. Solun now just needed enough dark energy to immediately cast this secret technique, which would multiply his survival and combat abilities several times over. After digesting those memories, Solun's gains were not insignificant. Immediately after, his gaze fell on the bits of flesh on the ground. More precisely, the countless rotting, blackened worms. Parasites. Solun frowned tightly. He had stripped a control insect magician before and knew of many bizarre insects. But he had never seen this kind before. There was no information about these worms in Yegel's memory, obviously directly related to that heretic. Through soul perception, he sensed faint traces of souls in the pool of blood and flesh. But they were rapidly diminishing. It was a sign of the worms dying off quickly. However, there was one exception. Not completely dead. Solun muttered to himself. He maneuvered a thread, and at the place where life force was the most concentrated, he found a heart. As soon as he picked it up, those blood vessel-like nematodes burst out, like leeches craving blood. They stood erect, probing towards Solun, continually extending and inspecting. Perhaps because the heart was the last bastion for these parasites, they had not died off. Solun watched with a deep frown, initially thinking of burning them with a fire to resolve it completely. But now the situation wasn't so simple, so he took out a container and placed the heart inside. It was the same runic glass bottle once used for the heart of a fallen angel. He figured that if it could hold the heart of a real deity, it could naturally contain that of a Tier 5 or 6 professional. Having looked for a long time without finding anything of interest, Solun didn't waste any more time. He thought he'd ask Mr. Jing about it later. Since it was a battlefield cleanup, one naturally had to be thorough. Solun set the jar aside and then found a storage ring amid the remains of the bodies. The storage space was quite large, likely belonging to Yegel. There were many items inside, a mixture of sorts, with not a few fine goods. Worthy of a royal intelligence operative. Suddenly, Solun saw 2 large silver bricks in the storage ring and felt a small surprise. Hey, is this the activated silver? The amount didn't look much at a glance, but after all, it was already refined. If one were to really calculate, it was probably 100 times the quantity that could be refined from the 2 giants Solun had previously hunted. But before he could be happy for long, Solun suddenly remembered something: my deadly poison incense burner. He hadn't forgotten that his deadly poison incense burner was taken away by Lying and the others. Moreover, the Sacred Judgment Legion had left with nearly 100 people, meaning they took all the spoils of war with them. This is going to be troublesome. Solun suddenly felt the storage ring in his hand wasn't as appealing anymore. He didn't know if he could catch up if he went out now, and even if he did catch up, Solun was powerless. Mr. Jing was his senior sister, not his enforcer. Moreover, the Legion commander Barrett had staked his life and fortune to prevent Yegel from breaking the seal. Even if they were enemies, it was just a matter of stance and faction. Thinking of this, Solun's thoughts began to scatter. He suddenly felt that the people who left were likely to share Lying's grim fate. The Lying royal family is clearly in trouble now, and Barrett even stopped the heretic from breaking the seal. On returning, he'll probably be unable to escape death. Solun immediately felt very vexed. The item seemed to be slipping through his fingers. The other things were still manageable, but the activated silver was an irreplaceable main material for alchemy golems. Just as he was feeling aggrieved, a soft voice came from beside him. What are you thinking about? He glanced over and, of course, it was the amiable Mr. Jing. Since there was no one else, Mr. Jing took off his cloak. Although she seemed approachable, Solun could tell her aura was becoming more elusive. Looking at that strikingly beautiful and familiar face, Solun curiously asked, "Senior sister, have you recovered your cultivation?" Mr. Jing shook her head and calmly responded, "Not yet." Solun looked at her, and it was clear from her ease in the recent fight that she hadn't exerted much effort. Believing she wasn't a stranger, he curiously asked, "Senior sister, have you reached the 7th rank now?" Mr. Jing smiled without answering, giving him a glance. She naturally guessed her junior brother was curious about her rank and said, "After hibernating for 1,000 years, I should fully recover and smoothly advance to the 8th rank." She paused, not meaning to hide anything from Solun, and added, "With some more great opportunities, it is possible for me to reach the 9th rank in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Solun's expression immediately became animated. "That's amazing. A true golden leg. Whether she can advance to the 9th rank or not, an 8th rank professional is already a top-tier powerhouse." Mr. Jing simply smiled noncommittally. Solun didn't dwell on the topic. He glanced sideways and noticed that the black hole behind him had disappeared. Seeing his confusion, Mr. Jing replied, "I laid an illusion technique on the seal, it won't be easily noticed now. Even if someone touches it, I can be here in no time." Upon hearing this, all was good. Solun didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he was more curious about something else and blurted out his question, "Senior sister, didn't you say it would take several more hours for you to get here?" "Why?" This had been a question he hadn't had the chance to ask earlier. Because he knew his senior sister was a very rigorous person. If she said a time, it would definitely be that time. Yet, this time she had arrived early. And, coincidentally, she arrived at the most critical moment of the battle, solving the urgent crisis. This made him very curious. Mr. Jing looked at him, her expression serene, and explained, "Divination and prophecy aren't unchanged eatable. Earlier, when I heard you say those people were eager to develop the Cursed Valley, I guessed that some of them might have foreseen my arrival would bring some changes. So, I used a little trick." Solun, upon hearing this, seemed to understand something. But it definitely wasn't as simple as deceiving him. It was about deceiving the enemies as well. This allowed her to seize the opportunity and arrive in time. Otherwise, there might have been serious trouble. Mr. Jing didn't hold anything back and explained patiently, "The essence of most divinations is following natural laws to compute possible outcomes, not definite ones. It means that certain divination rules can sometimes be misled through clever tricks. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have a thorough understanding of those rules. My father happens to master the laws of fate, and I happen to know a bit more because of it." "Oh," Solun said, feeling like he sort of got it, and yet didn't. "So, did she use some methods to deceive certain divination rules of this world?" Not being quite ready to understand those methods, he didn't ponder deeply. In the end, one thought remained in his heart, "Senior sister, awesome." Then, Mr. Jing added meaningfully, "It's like the situation you asked me about earlier. When existences are forgotten by all, they are non-existent in the cause and effect of the world. That is also a very clever way to deceive the rules of the world." "Oh." Solun, upon hearing this, instinctively felt it was profound. But after a moment of reflection, his thoughts briefly went blank. "Hey, what did I ask?" Mr. Jing caught the fleeting look of bewilderment in his eyes and smiled, showing her teeth. Clearly, she wasn't interested in lingering on the topic, and after sizing up Solun and noting his not insignificant progress, she didn't skimp on her praise, saying, "Your 3rd rank realm has stabilized, hey. And you've cultivated your chi well. Hee." Hearing his senior sister's praise, Solun did not play coy and smiled without any false modesty. But upon mentioning energy, he instantly thought of the insight he had when he observed Barrett before. Unable to grasp it firmly, he straightforwardly asked, "Senior sister, what exactly is energy? I heard it's a prerequisite for advancing to the 6th order." "That's not absolute. Some professionals who have consumed a large amount of resources can also advance to the 6th order. However, energy is the inevitable path to becoming a strong person, and it's essential for condensing a domain at the 7th order. Otherwise, you'll find that, apart from understanding the laws, the domains you condense will vary greatly in power." It seemed that this question was not easy to answer, so Mr. Jing paused for a moment, pondering. She then said, if one must provide a specific description of energy, you could say, to become a powerful being, one must possess an imposing presence. Imposing presence. Solun contemplated for a moment and felt it was very similar to what he had seen in Barrett before. Since he was praised for cultivating his energy well, he shamelessly asked, "Senior sister, do I have that imposing presence?" "You're still far from it," Mr. Jing replied after giving her junior brother a look, then teased him, adding, "Sometimes you're too cautious, overly careful in considering things, which makes your energy cultivation slower. Although there's nothing wrong with that, you lack the determination to follow through without hesitation and some level of dominance." Solun was not bothered by this lesson and instead let out a chuckle. Since he had already asked, he took the opportunity to ask further, "Senior sister, then how can one quickly condense their energy?" Mr. Jing said, "Each person's condensed energy is different, and the path they eventually take is also unique, so no one can say for sure. However," she raised her eyebrows lightly, and her tone shifted abruptly, "for instance, last time at Black Reef, when you came back to save me, that was very good. Some decisions you make without caring for gains or losses, those that come from the depths of your heart, will allow you to rapidly condense your own energy." Oh! Listening, Solun finally felt like he understood a bit. In layman's terms, this explanation meant, be indifferent to life and death, and don't hesitate to take action when challenged. The senior sister and junior brother, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, caught up with old times. Soon, Solun steered the conversation toward the current situation. He hadn't had time to go into detail over the communicator before, but now that they were face to face, he laid out everything he knew. In the end, he also asked, "So, senior sister, what exactly is that heretic entity?" Mentioning this, Mr. Jing's expression turned slightly solemn. After pondering for a moment, she said, "It should be a foreign god." Foreign god? Solun showed confusion, as this was a very unfamiliar term. Mr. Jing explained, "Any deity that is not from the alchemy system, we generally refer to them as foreign gods." She paused, glanced at the heart in the jar while musing for a moment, then added, "Currently, there are flaws in the laws of our plane, and under normal conditions, it's impossible for deities to be born. Therefore, it must be a remnant from the ancient era. If nothing unexpected has happened, this foreign god is probably one of the demon gods of the heavens that destroyed the Dawn civilization. And although we're unclear about what exactly transpired in the Great War that caused the civilization's discontinuity, we can be certain that all invading foreign gods perished." Upon hearing this, Solun questioned, "Then why is this one still alive?" Mr. Jing didn't seem surprised and explained, "This kind of existence has appeared in history before. It's very difficult for a god to completely perish. Moreover, even after a god falls, the remnant wills, laws, or shattered divine fragments of these ancient foreign gods can contaminate other beings. Therefore, they usually create some false gods who think they are deities. During the Atlia Empire era, the authorities eliminated many similar heretics." Now understanding, Solun felt less pressure, "So, this tentacled monster isn't necessarily a true deity." Mr. Jing dismissively said, "Even if it is, the threat isn't significant at the moment. Once a god is wounded and lacks faith, recovery is not easy, and it's not very powerful right now. At least the fact that the main body hasn't personally come indicates many problems." After a brief pause, she continued, "During the war that destroyed the Dala clan 500 years ago, that foreign god must have also suffered heavy damage. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lain low for hundreds of years. Moreover, there might be other reasons it dares not show itself. Just contaminating a few believers isn't a big problem." Other reasons? Solun faintly felt that this statement seemed to resonate with some of his own familiar thoughts. But he tried to remember, and couldn't recall anything at all. Mr. Jing didn't say much more. Instead, something occurred to him, his gaze becoming slightly solemn. "From the intelligence we have so far, I think I have an idea of what it intends to do." Solun looked at the fragments of flesh on the ground and had a guess as well, saying, "Does it want to use imperial power to restore its strength?" Yegel's identity was quite particular, this wasn't hard to guess. Mr. Jing nodded and continued, "That outer god seeks to find a method to reconstitute its divinity in this god burial ground, but it has failed. It won't succeed in the future either. Therefore, it is left with only one choice, and that is to spread faith. An ancient saying goes, re-establish the faith, and a god remains a god. Although I do not know how it managed to extend its reach into the lying royal family, it seems the issue won't be small. Solun listened with only half an understanding. Concepts like faith felt very abstract to him. Mr. Jing continued to explain, actually, faith is not necessarily frightening. Ancient texts record that our plane once had many followers of different deities. Just like the Dalo tribe worships the nature god, who embodies peace, poetry, and nature in its divine essence and does not do anything like annihilating lower beings. But we must fear the evil gods. Such beings can bring ruin to life, invade planes to transform them into divine kingdoms, and enslave living beings. If that's the case, for us alchemists without a god to believe in, this could be a civilization-destroying calamity. At this point, Mr. Jing's gaze fell once again on the heart stored in the glass jar, and suddenly a chill arose in his tone. Now it seems, this outer god is very likely an evil god. If that's true, then under no circumstances can we allow it to succeed. Solun was influenced by these words and felt an inexplicable sense of excitement in his heart. He knew that his senior sister had ambitious aspirations, always contemplating many problems from the perspective of the survival of human civilization. On her, there was an undeniable radiance of character. Mr. Jing thought of something and sighed lightly. Now, with the two great empires in chaos for hundreds of years, human alchemical civilization has almost stagnated for centuries. This can't go on. Thus, I want to rebuild Dawn City as a free exchange place for alchemists, to enhance and propagate alchemical civilization. But there are also many problems now. The noble autocracy means those in power hoard over 90% of society's resources. Social stratification is rigid, and many actions are restricted. To establish such a free and neutral place, we can't avoid dealing with those nobles' power plays. Even if New Dawn City can be established, it is bound to face resistance from both great empires and the noble classes. This is inevitable. Those who cling to power will never allow a free territory to thrive. Besides, from what we see now, Ling's situation is very complicated, and significant changes may occur. Therefore, I need stronger military power, not just me alone. I may have to establish an organization strong enough to help me achieve this goal. Solun listened and also felt that Mr. Jing would face significant resistance in the days to come. The greater your ability, the higher the stakes you consider. But hearing his senior sister's words, although it was just a budding idea, was she getting ready to start a revolutionary army? Going against the two great empires would essentially mean revolution. But, talking is just talking. Solun felt that Mr. Jing's plan currently had nothing to do with him. He didn't feel any sense of urgency either. But as if by telepathy, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Mr. Jing turned to look at him and said seriously, "You two should work hard to become stronger." Solun pointed at his own nose. "Me?" He had an inkling, and his eyelids twitched violently. "Yes." Mr. Jing smiled gently, "You are the disciple of my mother, and you have obtained my father's notes. The goal of rebuilding Dawn City, naturally, requires your help as well. Find your next adventure on my virtual library empire." Solun rolled his eyes and said despondently, "Senior sister, you think too highly of me." It wasn't that he was selling himself short, it was just the reality. With the talent of the Death Reaper, as long as he didn't die, he was confident he could advance to the 5th rank. But beyond that, it was hard to say. Rebuilding Dawn City, such a grand ideal, would likely end up in a head-to-head confrontation with the two great empires. Without being at the 8th or 9th rank, one wouldn't even be qualified to dream about it. Mr. Jing, however, did not say much more and smiled meaningfully. Chapter 283. True Solution of All Phenomena. Solun had also guessed that the previous great battle had not been as easy for his senior as it appeared. After all, she had been forced to leave her retreat prematurely, her strength had not fully recovered, and she had travelled a long distance only to engage in a fierce battle, during which she seemed to have sustained some minor injuries. After chatting for a while, Mr. Jing began meditating in a seated position. Yuta was still unconscious and recovering from her injuries, leaving no one else to talk to. Solun was not idle either, he started to get busy with his own affairs. The mechanical armor was severely damaged and urgently needed repairs. The 2 pieces of living silver he had recently obtained were not enough to make an alchemical golem, but that did not prevent him from studying and familiarizing himself with the various properties of this legendary puppetry material. He also needed to digest and understand the skills and laws he had acquired previously, and he had discovered some issues with his mental tentacles in real combat. Solun soon immersed himself in his busyness. The crypt was very dim, illuminated only by a not-so-bright blue magic lamp, which lit up a small area and cast the shadows of 3 figures. From the collapsing tunnels around them, one could occasionally hear small, scattered sounds, like the noises of deformed creatures following the scent. But with his golden leg senior by his side, Solun was not worried at all. This meditation lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, Yuta woke up. Solun had been keeping an eye on Yuta's condition, her breathing was steady, and her injuries were healing. Suddenly, he sharply heard a change in Yuta's breathing and opened his eyes from his meditation. Yuta looked like someone recovering from a severe illness, her expression blank for a moment as if she had just remembered what had happened. She turned her head and saw Solun, her eyes filled with the joy of having survived a disaster. A glance at the mysterious cloaked woman nearby also added a hint of caution to her pretty face. Solun approached and asked, "Yuta, how are your injuries?" As he spoke, he also did not shy away from checking her injuries himself. Yuta responded, "They're mostly healed now." At that moment, Mr. Jing also opened his eyes. Realizing he had not formally introduced them, Solun said to Mr. Jing, "Sister, this is Yuta, a druid from the White Wolf tribe of the Dala clan." Then turning to Yuta, he said, "This is my senior, Lady Ophelia Fay Isaac, you can also call her Mr. Jing." Yuta nodded politely, her expression slightly reserved, and took the initiative to greet her, "Mr. Jing, hello." After all, she was facing a presence whose seniority was immeasurably high. Sir Isaac was a witness to the ancient pact signed with the ancestors of the Dala clan, his own daughter. Truly a figure of ancestral stature. Even without that connection, this mysterious Lady Ophelia was Solun's senior. Yuta felt as if she were facing elders like the clan leader and Wolf Granny, which gave her a kind of invisible pressure. Mr. Jing nodded. Naturally reserved, her tone was just like that of a caring elder, as she said indifferently, "Being able to awaken the sacred totem of the Dala clan is also a recognition by the god of nature of a great druid. You need not be so formal." She naturally noticed the relationship between Solun and Yuta, and as she spoke, a smile appeared on her lips. Hearing this, Yuta obediently nodded and said, "Yes." Observing the tone of their conversation, Solun's expression became somewhat strange. The two seemed normal enough, but suddenly, it felt like an adult speaking to a junior. He commented internally that although his senior had lived for over 1,000 years, she looked, in every aspect, appearance, temperament, and physique, nothing different from a young woman. Her character was also gentle and kind, and there shouldn't really be any generational gap. It did not seem right for Yuta to be treating her like one would treat the Wolf Granny. Solun recalled regular interactions with Mr. Jing. His senior, aside from being somewhat cold, did not seem to care about seniority much and was quite amiable. He couldn't understand why, and didn't know how to broach the topic. Anyway, the atmosphere had become somewhat strange. Their exchange was brief. Noticing that a previous black hole had disappeared, Yuta couldn't hide her concern and directly asked, "Mr. Jing, how is the seal here? The god once decreed a divine edict for our Dala clan to guard this place." Mr. Jing responded, "The seal is secure. I have set up a barrier to make it less detectable. That deep-sea giant should not return anytime soon." Relieved by this answer, Yuta sincerely said, "Thank you for resolving the crisis of our people and for saving me." Though she expressed gratitude, the worry in her eyes did not completely dissipate. The relic in the Cursed Valley had troubled their Dala clan for 500 years, and now that it had been discovered by people like Lying, trouble would surely follow. Mr. Jing, seeing the still troubled look on Yuta's face, guessed her thoughts and declared emphatically, "My father once represented human civilization in signing the pact with the Dala clan. Although times have changed and some humans have forsaken the agreement, my Isaac family has never forgotten. From now on, the pact between humans and the Dala clan will be upheld by us." Hearing this, Solun included himself in the affirmation and nodded. Far from viewing the pact as a burden, he felt honored to protect certain matters on behalf of civilization. Upon hearing this, Yuta's eyes shimmered. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and bowed deeply, "The Dala clan will forever remember this pact." Yuta's injuries had mostly healed. This visit to the Cursed Valley not only thwarted the heretic's attempt to break the seal, but by a fortunate coincidence, she also recovered one of the 4 sacred artifacts. The magic cauldron of Dada. It was a complete success. Moreover, she was the first druid in 500 years to reawaken to the call of the god of nature. This was tremendous news for the Dala clan. She needed to return quickly to the holy ground to share this exciting news with the clan leader and her people. Moreover, a descendant of Sir Isaac had also personally arrived. The Dulu clan's friend deserved a grand welcome. It seemed that everything was getting better. The environment rich in the aura of death within the ruins was not suitable for Mr. Jing to recover his strength, so Solun and his two companions decided to set off immediately, heading to the Emerald Holy Land of the Dulu clan. Mr. Jing also needed to meet with the elders of the Dulu clan. The Cursed Valley was fraught with dangers, but unlike the cautious approach Solun and his companion had taken earlier, their return was swift. Now that the trio had a top-tier powerhouse among them, they didn't have to worry about any monsters. What was originally a journey of half a month's duration, took just a few days as they were already approaching the Emerald Holy Land. In these few days of constant companionship, although Yuta and Mr. Jing had become somewhat familiar with each other, the atmosphere was still a bit strange. Solun couldn't pinpoint what was odd. But when he was alone with Mr. Jing, although they didn't speak much, they could occasionally joke around. The same was even more so with Yuta, where laughter abounded, pleas were intense, and they could even engage in playful intimacy in the primeval forest. However, when the three of them were together, the atmosphere would become eerily solemn, serious, and small talk was scarce. Even when they did speak, it involved very serious matters, such as the troubles of the Dulu clan or current problems. Solun guessed it might be because of Mr. Jing's seniority. That day, the trio found a cave in the primeval jungle to stay for the night, planning to overnight. The campfire was burning strong, roasted meat on the rack was fragrant, and some orange-red fruits were served on fresh leaves. Yuta, like a host serving a guest, was passionately dividing the food. Mr. Jing, being of a vampiric lineage, had little need for normal food and only ate a few bites out of courtesy. Solun, on the other hand, had a great appetite. Yuta's grilling skills were impeccable, and the long journey required energy replenishment, so he feasted heartily. Soon, night had fallen, and the sky was twinkling with brilliant stars. The night in the silent forest was extraordinarily beautiful. In the forest, the night breeze shook the leaves, creating a rustling sound like the continuous roar of ocean waves. According to the past few days' routine, after dinner, the three of them would rest separately. Because of the presence of others, Yuta couldn't make overly intimate gestures and usually lay down quietly next to Solun to sleep. Mr. Jing would sit in meditation until dawn. Having spent several days together, Solun realized that Mr. Jing must have been injured during the previous battles, so he had not disturbed her throughout the trip. But today, Mr. Jing seemed to have adjusted her condition. After dinner, she didn't immediately enter meditation, but instead initiated some casual conversation. She seemed quite excited about the Emerald Holy Land, saying, "My father once told me, the sacred Lake Gaius Lake of the Dulu clan possesses a beauty of this world. Under the sunlight, myriad glows descend from heaven, piercing through to the other world. I wonder if after 1,000 years, the water of the sacred lake still holds the same scenery." Upon hearing this, Yuta's expression slightly dimmed, responding, "The steps to the sacred lake have been unvisited for hundreds of years. The elders in our clan say that only those called by the deities are worthy to ascend. I've only heard about the scenes of the sacred lake from the elders, I've never seen it." Mr. Jing's eyes slightly curved. "Oh, is that so?" They had been fine not talking, but once they started, Mr. Jing's ancestral tier status immediately stood out. What she knew and could talk about were all things known 1,000 years ago. And once Yuta responded, her words naturally revolved around ancestral legends. Mentioning those topics, Miss Druid always carried a strange reverence and slight nervousness. Mr. Jing was a very serious person, especially with those she was not familiar with, hardly ever making jokes, so she always seemed rather aloof. But Solun knew that his senior sister was actually quite easy to get along with. So, the task of warming up the atmosphere was still up to him. Hearing the two potentially leading the conversation to a standstill, he immediately took over. "Yuta, how much longer until we reach the Holy Land?" In answering Solun's question, Yuta visibly relaxed more. "By tomorrow evening, we should arrive." When the clan leader and the elders learn of Mr. Jing's arrival, they will definitely be very happy. The closer they got to the Holy Land, the more intense her anticipation grew. The prophecies passed down in her clan had now all been fulfilled. The warrior honoring the ancient covenant will appear once again, rescue the clansmen, and bring back the sacred object. It seemed now that the warriors were Mr. Solun and Mr. Jing. In Yuta's eyes, it was as if she could already see the joyful cheers of her clansmen, her eyebrows curving like crescent moons with happiness. Mr. Jing smiled but didn't speak. It seemed as if she felt there wasn't much else to say. Yuta wanted to say something, but due to restraint, she didn't. They needed to find some topics. Seizing the rare opportunity when Mr. Jing was free, Solun decided to bring up some of his doubts. He said, "Senior sister, have you ever heard of the Cyclops race?" Cyclops? Mr. Jing seemed also unfamiliar with the term, but it also seemed vaguely familiar as she tried to recall, asking, "Where did you see this race?" Solun said, "I saw it in the cursed space of the ruins in the Cursed Valley. In the City of Giants, there was a mural, and I guess it could be the origin of the all-knowing eye talent." He detailed the content of the mural he had seen and shared some of his own speculations. After listening, Mr. Jing appeared somewhat enlightened. "Now that you mention it, I do remember some things." Pausing, it seemed she recalled something, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly, she continued, "My father traveled to many places when he was young. When I was a child, he used to tell me bedtime stories about his adventures in the western deserts and perilous seas. My father once mentioned that on some islands in those dangerous sea areas, he encountered a type of giant capable of battling dragons. I have a deep impression of it because in the story, that kind of giant had only one very large eye on its forehead." "Really?" Solun also looked surprised and pleased. He had never heard of the Cyclops race before, and by all accounts, they were considered an extinct species. He asked this question to see if his world-wise senior fellow apprentice knew any legends, ancient books, or relics about the Cyclops. Who would have thought that the Cyclops race still existed 1,000 years ago? Perhaps they still exist now. Mr. Jing nodded, naturally guessing why Solun had asked this question. She continued, "Many human talents originally come from ancient deities. According to what you said, your all-knowing eye might indeed be directly related to the Cyclops race. If that's the case, your talent's second awakening might even take the shortcut of reverting to ancestral bloodline." Solun had merely asked out of curiosity, to see if he could learn more about the origin of the all-knowing eye. Listening to Mr. Jing's explanation, it also pertained to a second awakening? The second awakening of the Reaper of Death could be pondered through the enlightenment from the brink of life and death. But for this all-knowing eye, there was completely no clue. Now, hearing this, it seemed possible to make some efforts in the bloodline aspect. However, before Solun could ask in detail how this reverting to ancestral bloodline worked, Mr. Jing poured a bucket of cold water over his thoughts, dispelling them. She shifted the conversation and said, "However, these are, after all, mythological tales whose authenticity is uncertain. Besides, I'm not sure whether the Cyclops my father had seen is the same kind you spoke of. Most crucially, that island lies in the extremely dangerous sea region of the West Sea where dragons exist." Solun heard this and gave a bitter smile. Indeed, a race involved with mythological stories wasn't that simple. The topic uncovered, Mr. Jing's extensive knowledge was revealed. She suddenly thought of something, and casually said, "Speaking of your all-knowing eye, I remembered a very powerful talent that might be somewhat related to your ability." Solun asked, "Oh?" Mr. Jing said, "S009 Universal Deconstruction, also a pupil skill released through the eyes. This talent is very strong. As long as the gifted one can understand the composition of matters, they can break down everything into its primal structure. Speaking of which, it fits very well with your all-knowing eye talent. That talent requires self-understanding, and your talent understands everything. Moreover, the source of that talent, legend has it, also comes from an ancient deity." At this point, she paused for a moment before continuing, "The myth you mentioned about gaining knowledge through eye extraction makes me feel these two talents may have the same origin. However, level S talents are very rare. I have only heard of the universal deconstruction, and have never seen any gifted ones before." At this, Solun's expression slightly changed. But he didn't take it too much to heart. Myths are indeed elusive, and adding legends and speculations makes it even less reliable. He took it as his senior sister telling a rare story. As the conversation went on, Solun suddenly remembered something. He took out a stone rune sealed in a box and asked, "By the way, sister, Yuta, can you look at this and see if it has any use? I got this in the cursed space before." As soon as Yuta saw it, sensing something, she said, "This appears to be a highly advanced solidified form of rune language. I can feel that the laws engraved within it are very complex." Solun spread his hands and said, This is a replica of the primal rune. But aside from the name, I also have no idea what it does. Clearly, the alchemist understood runes better. Mr. Jing looked at the object and immediately realized what it was. She sealed the box carefully, looked at it for a while, and exclaimed, "This is a great treasure." Even though it's a replica, the rune language structure it contains is among the most top-notch I've seen in over 1,000 years. If Mr. Jing said it was a great treasure, it naturally was so. A glint of joy appeared in Sol Lun's eyes, and he curiously asked, "Then, sister, how do I use this?" Mr. Jing evidently knew and casually responded, "Keep it close and slowly comprehend it. Once you thoroughly understand it, you might become the top master in the field of runes of this era. However, it demands very high requirements in terms of insight and proficiency in runes. You might need decades to completely grasp the high-level rune languages contained in it." Decades. Sol Lun's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. The use of this stone rune was indeed thrilling, but the method of using it was problematic. He had looked at it many times for days and apart from the information, he had comprehended nothing. This situation indicated that he probably hadn't even reached the threshold of comprehension. He might not understand it in his lifetime. It felt like a very impractical thing. Seeing Sol Lun's expression, Mr. Jing smiled slightly, "If you want to quickly understand this thing, there actually is a clever shortcut." Sol Lun immediately responded, "There's a shortcut." His knowledge level was much lower than his senior sister's. He knew a lot about low-tier stuff, but he was completely in the dark about the domain of these top-tier items. Instead of directly answering, Mr. Jing said, "Alchemists are strong because they know how to utilize tools." Having guessed something, Sol Lun's eyes flickered, and he instantly said, "Sister, are you suggesting that I refine this object into a promotion material?" Mr. Jing smiled coyly, which was as good as a confirmation. The conversation immediately opened a new train of thought, and Sol Lun's mind raced. The essence of promotion material is to help alchemists forcefully understand things they originally cannot comprehend. Then to slowly digest it. This is the strength of the human alchemic vocational system. It is also the basis on which alchemists stand. It's like Sol Lun's second-level comprehension of the space law. Strictly speaking, he only used the promotion material to forcefully open a gate to peer into the space law. He understood just the superficial aspects, which definitely doesn't count as fully understanding it. How far he can go in the future still depends on the level of his later comprehension. But this first step of opening the gate is the most crucial. It is the first step from nothing to something. Now that he had this replica of the primal rune in his hands, once he used the method of promotion to forcefully understand it, his proficiency in runes would definitely improve qualitatively. That's precisely what Sol Lun needed at the moment. Rune studies in the early stages looked merely like drawing patterns, but in fact, this subject is one of the most profound branches in alchemy. The early stage focuses on working on the patterns that require improvement in drawing skills. But after reaching the intermediate and advanced levels, it involved those mysterious realms, requiring an understanding of rules and a perception of natural laws. Sol Lun, currently in the field of runes, felt somewhat powerless. It wasn't that his foundational skills were insufficient, but rather his understanding couldn't keep up anymore. The Reaper's talent had solidified his foundation in a short time, which was very useful in the lower levels. But for complex runes post 4th or 5th levels, or more complicated variant Lun runes, he felt extremely impotent. Those advanced runes that needed to integrate laws and intentions, even if he tried to copy them exactly, he couldn't produce them. It's like everyone can paint, and when copying a tiger, some people's work looks just like skin, but others make it seem alive. This is the divide between a rune master and a grandmaster. Sol Lun was now trapped in this bottleneck in the field of runes. Advancing his skill further would be extremely slow. If he really followed the usual process, relying on proficiency to improve, he estimated that it would take a lifetime to possibly reach the rune grandmaster level, depending also on insight. Yet, rune skill was a capability that strongly amplified his combat power. Sol Lun himself was a puppeteer, with a significant part of his strength lying in puppets. And in making puppets, the greatest technical challenge lay in rune skills. Especially with alchemical golems, the higher the level of the runes, the more powerful the final product. Currently, it seemed his skills were not enough to support him in creating too powerful a puppet in a short time. He felt that using an advancement to open the gates of runes was totally worth it. Sol Lun, listening to Mr. Jing mention this method, naturally knew how to operate it. His senior sister didn't need to beat around the bush or be overly polite. He directly asked, "Senior sister, if I want to refine this rune into a job material, what should I do?" "Ingredients aren't meant to be eaten directly, they need to be cooked first, easier to digest. Professional advancement items are the same, forcefully digesting them would only waste such fine raw materials." Mr. Jing, with a smile brimming with implications, guessed his thoughts and responded, "I might disappoint you, even though I know some basics, I don't have the specific blueprints for refinement." "Ah!" Hearing this response, a muscle in Solun's eye twitched. Even senior sister didn't know? Like a recipe for ingredients, the optimal combination is surely the result of countless failures and time. Now with the materials in hand, it was impossible for Solun to slowly figure out how to refine them into job materials just by his own efforts. The effort required might not be less than directly comprehending the rune. Solun, seeing that trace of jest in his senior sister's expression and demeanor, knew there might be a turning point. He directly asked, "Senior sister, do you know where we can find the blueprints for refinement?" Mr. Jing did not keep him in suspense, saying directly, "Within the ranks of alchemists, there's a small classification called Rune Magician. This branch specializes in runes. And they also have systematic methods of professional material refinement. The only problem is that traditional alchemy has been stagnant for nearly 1,000 years, and I'm not sure how much of the tradition is left." Rune Magician. Solun pondered for a moment, his mind vaguely recalling some impressions. Among the memories of the Reaper, at least one person had heard of this branch. This was good news. Mr. Jing thought of something else and added, "While I'm not quite sure where the practitioners of the Rune Magician lineage are today. Remember, there are other people in our organization, you can ask around more in the future. Everyone is very capable, and by now most should be accustomed to the world on the surface. More and more information will be available." Oh! Solun then realized he was not alone. He was still a member of the Mirror Organization. Assassin Lei, Red Demon Kai, number 19, Mr. Hay, Card, Decay Flower. And of course, the most familiar one, Qiantiao. Each one was a highly capable companion. When he joined the Mirror Organization, he had been told that it was a loosely structured group, but everyone would help each other out. Talking about this, Solun muttered, "I wonder how Qiantiao is doing these days." Her. Mr. Jing's face revealed a bit of helplessness. "I contacted her a few days ago, she's thoroughly enjoying being a pirate. I heard she's already made a bit of a name for herself in the North Sea." Solun couldn't help but laugh and sighed, "She really became a pirate, hey? Gang boss turned pirate captain does sound somewhat fitting." As they chatted more, the three of them gathered around the fire, and laughter filled the air. Solun picked some lighter topics. Yuda occasionally chimed in. She was very interested in Solun's past, listening intently. It was only now that she learned Mr. Solun had also once been a slave to others. "Mr. Solun, how did you meet Mr. Jing?" "I remember the first time I met senior sister was in a private room at a gambling house. Senior sister was wearing a very stylish black dress. I remember it was about selecting a guide within the Cross Society. Qiantiao recommended you. The first impression was quite good." Chapter 284. The Narwhal Slave Hunters. The next morning, only a wisp of blue smoke remained in the campfire. Solun and his two companions tidied up the traces of life in the cave and continued on their way. Before long, three figures were quickly making their way through the dense primitive forest toward the Emerald Holy Land to the south. The snow and fallen leaves bore a trail of very light footprints which the cold wind swept over, and as the snowflakes fell, they soon covered up the traces of their journey. However, without any warning, Solun suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Yuda quickly stopped and helped up Solun, whose eyes were shining with a red glow, and asked with concern, "Mr. Solun, what's wrong with you?" Mr. Jing observed his condition, her elegant brows slightly furrowing, and said, "It must be the outburst of those negative spiritual powers." As she spoke, she reached out her hand, pinched a single sorcerer's seal, and with a delicate finger touched Solun's forehead, uttering a light command, "Mirror seal suppress." In an instant, a faint blue hexagram array sank into his forehead. The clarity returned to Solun's eyes. "Sorry for the trouble," he said. Now that his sanity had regained control of his body, Solun looked at Mr. Jing and Yuda with a somewhat bitter smile at the corners of his eyes. "I don't know what happened, suddenly, I just heard the whispers of death." The eclipse totem on his body had already completely collapsed when the time anomaly field was broken that day. Later, when he reaped the soul of the intelligence official and also used the shadow of the Reaper and the Black Umbrella, it naturally backfired. Just now, his attempt to forcefully suppress those irritable negative emotions had caused his body to fall uncontrollably. However, this backfiring was within expectations. The reason he wasn't too concerned was that Mr. Jing was by his side, so naturally there was no danger. He had just thought he could hold on until returning to the Emerald Holy Land, but it erupted unexpectedly. After Mr. Jing checked Sol Lun's condition, her brows knit together slightly in concern. "I can't handle your current situation. I can only suppress it forcefully. If you can't find a permanent solution, you should try not to use the Reaper's second phase abilities in the future," she said. "Understood." Sol Lun nodded. He thought that upon his return, he could ask the Deer Tribe Chief and Wolf Granny to inscribe a new totem for him, which should sustain him for a while. Yuta, who had been silent this whole time, finally spoke. In front of her elder, she often appeared very reserved. After waiting for Mr. Jing to finish speaking, she timidly interjected, "Mr. Solun, I have prayed to the divine for this issue before," and he responded. "Hey!" Upon hearing this, Solun was taken aback. It was as if his brain had received a signal that needed processing. Only after a moment did he come to realize what he had heard and asked in astonishment, You prayed to the nature god about this." He knew that Yuta cared about him, but to pray to a deity. What was that about? Communicating with a god, such an invaluable opportunity, and she used it to ask about this? And more importantly, that deity actually responded. "Yes." Yuta, still in the presence of an elder, blushed slightly as she explained, "It wasn't a deliberate prayer. The divine can sense the true convictions and thoughts in a druid's heart. I have been concerned about Mr. Solun's mental affliction. So, when I was called upon, the divine also knew of my thoughts." And then he responded. Solun listened, somewhat dumbfounded. "That works?" Mr. Jing, off to the side, seemed to think of something and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of her eyes. Yuta naturally noticed that look and, stealing a glance at Mr. Jing, continued, "The laws of nature inherently contain all the beautiful emotions in the world, and the divine does not mind the prayers of his devout followers. Besides, Mr. Solun, you saved our Dalo tribe, which means you saved the divine's followers. You're a friend of our Dalo tribe. The oracle told me that if I go to Sacred Lake and pray, I will be able to use the divine's power to inscribe a sacred totem that could probably completely solve Mr. Solun's problem." An oracle. Solun listened, his expression complex. He finally realized that there might be a turning point in his mental affliction. Originally the Dalo tribe didn't have a 7th-tier druid who could solve the problem. But now Yuta had appeared, a druid who had been summoned anew by the divine, and she became a variable. Solun also felt somewhat taken aback. He had actually received an oracle directly from the nature god? Yet, Solun also had some concerns. He wasn't a follower of the nature god, and he wondered if the bestowal of divine power wouldn't immediately convert him to the ways of nature on the spot. If that were the case, then he would be somewhat hesitant. It was good to completely resolve the mental affliction, but he felt that the atheistic scientist system of an alchemist suited him better. He had no intention of converting to any other faith. Mr. Jing, seemingly guessing his thoughts, smiled and said, "The nature god operates on a higher plane, he is a superior deity. To receive an oracle is a great opportunity." Only from his teacher sister did Solun then learn that the faith of high-ranking deities spread across countless planes, and that the Dalo tribe in this alchemy plane was like a mere speck of sand in the desert. Answering a follower was merely a trivial matter of a divine thought for a god. It was probably like when people eat and casually throw a grain of rice to the ants on the ground. Far less complex and important than what Solun had thought. So that's how it is. A relief washed over Solun's heart. The surge of negative spiritual power was suppressed, and the three of them didn't stay put. As they traveled, they talked. From Mr. Jing, Solun learned many top-tier secrets usually known only by professionals, broadening his horizons tremendously. Ancient myths, legendary battles of the gods graveyard, mythological tribes from before the Dawn era, countless extinct civilizations, the lost city in the deep sea, giant monsters in the unknown seas. Some were known from Mr. Jing's ancient books, others were heard from her demigod father, Sir Isaac. The history of this world was like a multi-layered cake, dense and utterly fascinating. Amidst the dust of time lay countless treasures and rare oddities, with a random excavation of a relic possibly unraveling a splendid ancient civilization. Solun and Yuta were utterly captivated. The Unicorn Whale Trading Company was one of Ling's 3 major slave trading firms, with several large slave-catching teams under its banner. One of these teams was active year-round in capturing demi-human slaves in the silent deep woods. This constituted a mature slave trade chain. Recently, the Ling military had been offering highly priced slave orders, which in turn spurred slave traders to dispatch a large number of slave-catching teams into the forest. With the increasing incursion of slavers and adventurers, the Emerald Holy Land was inevitably discovered. While Solun's group was still on their way, the Unicorn Whale's main slave-catching force had already appeared at the edge of the Holy Land. They had just raided the Grizzly tribe, capturing hundreds of Dalis. However, they did not transport these slaves out. Instead, they chained them with anti-magic shackles and slave collars, using them as bait on a cliff at the edge of the Holy Land. The Unicorn Whale had significant backing. Its financial supporters were among the top elite of Ling. The leader was named Gold Tooth Yuk, a 5th-tier professional. Once a retired officer from the Ling Empire military, his strength was formidable. Yuk had a mouthful of gold teeth, and at this moment, he was instructing his subordinates to set up traps, take a few slaves to the cliff edge. If those demi-humans don't come out, kill a few every hour and toss their heads down. Yes, Captain. A few slave catchers acknowledged the order and took several slaves towards the cliff edge. But upon hearing this plan, the deputy leader Doppler felt it was a pity and said, "Captain, the quality of the demi-humans caught in this core area is much higher than those from the outskirts, and they can fetch a good price. What if we can't lure the demi-humans out? It would be a waste to kill them like this, wouldn't it?" Hearing this, Yuk's face revealed a scheming smile as he countered, "How much can a slave sell for?" After a pause, he said meaningfully, "Doppler, you're not seeing the real valuables. This demi-human tribe has continued for countless years and once had top-tier powerhouses. Tell me, wouldn't there be treasures in their lair? I'm certain that the Holy Land must be filled with numerous treasures. Gemstones, demon crystals, leathers, curse materials, there will definitely be no shortage. Once we get our hands on a few high-grade materials, won't they be worth more than a few hundred slaves?" As the clarity of the plan settled in, his lackeys were delighted. "Haha, the captain is wise." Yuk, squinting at the misty basin not too far away, said, "What a pity, the restrictions in this place are ingenious, and we won't be able to break through it in a hurry. We only have a chance to find a way to breach them if we lure them out." At this point, someone else spoke up, "Captain, it's said that there's a 5th-tier presence in this demi-human Holy Land. Aren't we risking a mutually destructive battle by doing this?" Yuk let out a cold laugh. He was confident that this would not happen, and said confidently, "I'm afraid they won't come out. We've been capturing slaves for so many years, if those old things had the determination to fight to the death, could they have waited until now? They're probably hoping to keep their tribe going and are cowering inside, struggling on their last breath. Besides, we're at their doorstep, and they still dare not come out, which means that the people inside the Holy Land certainly don't have the power to crush our Unicorn Whale squad. Without a 7th or 8th-tier professional, they can't really compete if it comes to a fight. With our equipment, should we fear these primitive savages? If they don't come, so be it, if they do, we'll take care of them all in one go." The lackeys finally realized the true intent. On the cliff at the edge of the Holy Land, the beheaded Dalo bodies were thrown one after another. The patrolling young druids relayed the news back to the village. Meanwhile, in front of the divine tree hut in the Emerald Holy Land, the deer tribe chief and the wolf grannies were leading their people in earnest prayer. For hundreds of years, their prayers had never been answered. But they remained devout. Without the great druid, they had lost the ability to communicate with the spirit of nature. To the east, near the cliff edge, the sound of cannon fire erupted sporadically as the slave catchers tested the Holy Land's restrictions with their artillery. Boom, boom, boom. Each blast trembled in the hearts of the tribe's people. After prayers, the elders discussed how to deal with the unavoidable crisis. Outside the treehouse, the Dalo people were agitated. Especially the young druids, each burning with the desire to immediately confront the enemy and fight to the death. "Clan leader, let's go out and fight those damned slave catchers to the end." "Right. Even if we don't venture out, those greedy humans will eventually break in." Compared to the impulsiveness of the young ones, the dozen or so elders sitting around the circular table in the treehouse seemed much more rational. But their eyes were also clouded with worry and bitterness. The crisis of annihilation was so oppressive that each and every one of them found it hard to breathe. The deer tribe chief and wolf granny remained silent. An elder spoke up, "Now that the sanctuary has been discovered, more and more slave hunters will flood in. If real high-level professionals come, even with the sanctuary's restrictions, I'm afraid it won't be long before we can no longer hold out." Upon hearing this, another elder chimed in, "Yes, clan leader, we think we should consider an escape route. Let us old folks stay and defend the sanctuary, and arrange for the young ones to relocate. There's no place for us in the silent forest anymore. Head to the east of Mount Rug. Although it is dangerous there, it at least offers a glimmer of hope for the continuation of our tribe." With that said, the people in the treehouse lapsed into a prolonged silence. They realized that the future of the Dalo tribe no longer offered any alternatives. The daytime in the silent forest wasn't very long. By noon, the sun had already moved significantly westward. Solun and his two companions were deep in the silent forest, half a day's journey away from reaching the Emerald Holy Land. The anticipation on Yuda's face grew stronger, excited about the surprise she would bring to everyone upon her return. But that anticipation came to an abrupt halt. Before they arrived, they suddenly heard the sound of gunfire from a great distance away. It was normal to encounter adventurers in the silent forest, hunting magical beasts or searching for treasures, as well as slave hunter groups. Sporadic fighting was common. But this time, the direction from which the noises of battle came was different. Yuda's wolf ears twitched slightly as she listened and identified the direction, her crystal eyes suddenly filling with worry. She said, uncertain, "Those gunshots seem to be coming from the direction of the sanctuary." Upon hearing this, Solun also said, "Indeed, it's coming from the southwest." Seeing Yuda's serious expression, she didn't delay. With the transformation of her hands into wolf claws, she climbed up a nearby gigantic tree. Solun, wanting to understand the situation, unleashed his spider spear and followed her up. Once they reached the canopy, their view suddenly widened. The weather was good that day, visibility was high. Solun narrowed his left eye slightly, and the superior range of vision from his all-knowing eye allowed him to see clearly the direction where the flashes of gunfire were indeed coming from the edge of the Emerald Holy Land. Almost at the same time, Yuda also discerned something, her expression changing. "Something's wrong at the sanctuary." They descended from the tree, and Solun informed Mr. Jing of the situation. The trio didn't pause, instead, they hurried toward the Emerald Holy Land as fast as they could. Yuda transformed into a white wolf and sprinted on all fours, incredibly fast in the jungle. There was no need to speak of Mr. Jing. When his shadow flickered, he had teleported several hundred meters away. In comparison, Solun wasn't adept at long-distance sprints, he could only ride on Yuda's back. In no time, the three of them had already arrived at the location of the gunfire. Stopping on a huge tree from afar, they paused to observe. They saw the dense forest in the distance bustling with activity. A massive slave hunter group of over 3,000 was chopping down trees to set up a camp. The roaring of steam logging machines was incessant, as huge trees, wide enough that several people could not encircle them with their arms, were felled one by one. These people seemed to have been there for days, having cleared a large open area, and the camp was already taking shape. It looked like they were preparing for a prolonged battle. Solun recognized that flag and thought of some conditions. He then said, "That's the Unicorn Whale, one of the three major slave trade guilds of the Lying Empire. A group this size of 3,000 people, the leading captain usually has the strength of around 5th rank." They also saw the members of the bear tribe locked in wooden cages. Just as they were observing, they witnessed a fully armed slave hunter party escorting several people toward the edge of a cliff. The clotted bloodstains on the cliff made it clear what these people intended to do without having to look. Yuda's expression turned disturbing. She angrily said, "Those people want to lure out the tribesmen from the sanctuary." Solun's brow furrowed tightly, murmuring, "Greed is truly the vile root of human nature." The slave trade was always drenched in blood, and looking at the scene before him, his expression also darkened. "I'm going down there." As they saw several tribesmen about to perish at the hands of the slave hunters, before Solun and Yuda could react, Mr. Jing leapt from the tree. With a casual tug, his gold-patterned cloak enveloped his body, and an overwhelming aura spilled out like a flood toward the slave hunter camp. The Isaac family had an alliance with the Dalo tribe, and naturally, Mr. Jing would not stand by idly and watch these Dalo tribesmen be harmed. Normally, when faced with such a situation, Solun definitely wouldn't have the power to charge in. Even now, with Yuda's improved strength, caution was still needed. After all, the combat power of a large-scale slave hunter group couldn't be judged merely by the ranks of a few top professionals. A well-trained 100-man team could kill professionals a full rank higher. A group like this, well-equipped and possibly with a 5th-rank captain, would have even greater battle strength. Not to mention a 6th-ranker, a normal 7th-rank professional wouldn't necessarily gain any advantage. And as for alchemists, their combat power didn't just depend on rank, there might also be various odd and peculiarly effective cursed objects. But that was the usual scenario. Yuta, watching Mr. Jing boldly charging into the camp, also wanted to follow and help. Solun, of course, wouldn't hide either. The two exchanged glances, seeing each other's intentions in their eyes, they both leaped down. Solun guessed that Mr. Jing's intervention wasn't just to stop the slaughter, simple as that. With her arrival, the entire northern slave trade was likely to turn upside down. Today was bound to make a big stir to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Solun hadn't planned for her face to appear on a wanted poster. He also casually pulled on a gold-patterned cloak over himself. Who are you? Not good, someone's breaking into the camp. Everyone, be on alert. With Mr. Jing leading the way, Solun and Yuta closely followed behind. The slavers from the slave hunters group, holding their guns high, pointed them uniformly at the incoming trio. The snipers on the towering watchtowers also took aim at them. If hostile gazes could kill, the 3 of them would have been turned into porcupines by now. Mr. Jing didn't immediately take action but stood there and said indifferently, "Call your leader over." The lackeys, overpowered by her presence, looked at each other in uncertainty, not daring to move rashly. Soon after, a gaunt middle-aged man with gold teeth, leading a group of fully armed people, hurried out of the main tent. Solun sensed for a moment that the soul fire of this gold-toothed man was strong, revealing that he was indeed a 5th-tier professional. The few beside him also carried the strong presence of 4th-tier professionals. Moreover, the group exuded a sharp military air, clearly indicative of their exceptional strength. A 5th-tier professional was already considered a formidable expert capable of intimidating a region and certainly carried their own pride. The man with gold teeth squinted his eyes as he sized up the 3 before him, his eyes shooting out a cold glare. In any situation, forcibly breaking into someone else's camp was tantamount to declaring war. Because of the gold-patterned cloak's cover, he couldn't figure out the depths of Solun and Mr. Jing, but his gaze quickly shifted towards Yuta, whose face was seething with murderous intent, and naturally recognized her as a member of the Dalo tribe. In an instant, he made a guess. The man with gold teeth coldly inquired, "Who might you be?" Mr. Jing said, "The Dalo tribe is under my protection. From today on, any slavers in the silent forest will be killed without mercy." The tone was calm, but it carried an indisputable sense of authority. What? The members of the slave hunters group all showed shocked expressions upon hearing this. They originally thought these 3 reckless people wanted to save a few subhumans. They didn't expect them to have an even greater appetite, seeking to cut off the entire northern slave trade. Haha, isn't that daydreaming? The eyes of the man with gold teeth grew even colder as he scoffed in response, "Are you joking with me?" Not having clarified the origins of the other party, he also appeared quite cautious. Yet, the slave trade was a legitimate business permitted by the lying royal household. You say no capturing, and it's no more? Although this trade isn't well regarded, behind every large-scale slave hunter is there not a top imperial authority? The tangled web of interests even has direct ties to the princes of the royal family. Who dares to cut off the financial resources of these big shots? Even the empress wouldn't dare to make this claim. While speaking, he scrutinized the gold-patterned cloaks on Mr. Jing and Solun, feeling that they seemed quite familiar. A deputy from the side also mentioned something, and Gold Tooth then had a realization. The king of the North Sea had a wanted notice out for several individuals in gold-patterned cloaks. Could it be the 2 right before his eyes? However, based on the information he had, there was but a single 6th tier along with a few who were not even 5th tier professionals. Haha! Pirates, after all. In the eyes of this former lying officer, they were just a ragtag bunch. The greatly feared sea pirates often amounted to little most of the time. Having served in the military before, he had killed his fair share of them. This cloaked person is probably 6th tier? No wonder they had the confidence to barge into the camp. But they, the Narwhal group, feared no one. Chapter 285. The Domineering Trio. The atmosphere in the slave traders' camp turned deadly at Mr. Jing's words. What she intended to do was not just to save lives, but to resolve the Dalo tribe's plight once and for all and put an end to the slave trade within the silent forest. However, this would not be easy. The slave trade in the northern lands had continued for hundreds of years. To the slave traders, the silent forest was also known as the silver forest. Capturing slaves was like mining for silver, with a low input cost and massive profits. Such a lucratively profitable endeavor could not possibly be terminated upon mere command. A mine so profitable would certainly not be abandoned because of someone's words. Solun was well aware that attempting to reason with these people would be futile. Nor would the backers from the commerce guilds behind them ever agree to it. The laws of Ruiying supported the slave trade, a deep-rooted environmental problem that had persisted for centuries. But even the sudden prohibition of the law wouldn't resolve the issue. As long as there were exorbitant profits to be had, countless people would continue to flood into the silent forest, and the Dalo tribe's predicament would remain unchanged. Therefore, the only feasible solution was to make the cost of capturing slaves for these trading groups skyrocket. The method was to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. The slave catchers were the biggest cost of the slave trade. Not just now but for a long time in the future. It might take the killing of innumerable monkeys to fully curb the wave of slave capturing in the silent forest. So, when Solun saw Mr. Jing make a move, he knew there would be a fierce battle today. This was an act of killing to stop more killings, where neither side could claim absolute right or wrong, but to root out certain entrenched ills of outdated systems, powerful measures were needed. Upon hearing Mr. Jing's purpose, the people from Unicorn Whale Capture turned grim, their formation quietly solidifying into a battle array. Solun glanced at them. Previously in Cursed Valley, he had seen members of the Sacred Judgment Legion employ military formations. Charge, defense, encirclement. The military formation could maximize the advantage of numbers. Just by seeing this clearly well-trained arrangement, Solun knew that this slave-capturing group had a military background. However, they were, after all, slave capturers. Whether it was their equipment, the ranks of their members, or the intensity of their training, all were far inferior. The pressure that these 3,000 people placed on Solun was not even as great as that of several hundred strong groups from the Sacred Judgment Legion before. The group leader with gold teeth, observing Solun and the two others, showed no fear. He couldn't fathom the purpose of the two people in cloaks. To risk their lives to rescue these non-humans, was it worth offending them? Nevertheless, the man with the gold tooth also displayed enough caution, saying once more, such an act might not be proper, might it? We Unicorn Whale Group belong to the business of the Honorable Marquis Sordo, a member of the Parliament. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Revealing the identity of the backer was not meant to intimidate Solun and the others into retreat, but to avoid any misunderstanding. Although there was information about these cloak wearers being wanted by pirates, their origins had never been disclosed. To these people, being hunted by pirates often meant being part of some great power in Ruiying. After all, a level 6 professional was already considered a top expert, and usually only top resources could cultivate one. And the relationships amongst Ruiying's top nobility were intricate and interconnected, and it was not beyond the bounds of possibility that they were acquaintances of the backer. Better to avoid killing the wrong person and bringing about unnecessary trouble. Mr. Jing, upon hearing this, did not prattle on, simply saying lightly, I would not like to repeat a second time. The slave trade was a problem rooted in the decrepit nobility system, a lingering malady. She was very clear that this was not something that could be solved in just a few words, strong medicine was required. Solun, listening to this, also slightly turned his head. Despite his sister's usually gentle and elegant demeanor, when it came to battle, she was anything but soft-hearted. Her indifferent aura also revealed an unrivaled domineering presence, one person's force suffocating the very breath of thousands. The man with the gold teeth, realizing that flaunting his backer did not deter the other party, knew there would be no turning points in this situation. They naturally might just walk away, even if the opposition were 6th-level professionals. After all, as retired military officers, any hesitation on the battlefield could be a fatal mistake. A fierce look flashed through Yuk's eyes, equally decisive, and he shouted loudly, "Attack!" It was this command that triggered the thousands of gunmen who had been ready, simultaneously pulling their triggers. For a moment, the sound of gunfire exploded in the eardrums. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. In the vast forest, fire blazed everywhere. While firearms did limited damage to high-ranking professionals, they were not entirely ineffective. The constant dripping wears away the stone, and the quantity could lead to a qualitative change. Bullets hitting the elemental barrier continuously would rapidly drain the spiritual power of a high-ranking professional. Once depleted, they too could be killed. Solun, watching the bullet rain pouring down, pupils slightly narrowing. In his sight, space appeared to freeze. Countless bullets, alchemic rounds glowing with runes, flew through the air, stirring up numerous trails in the currents. Actually, at the moment when the word attack was spoken, he had already sharply caught the action of the people pulling the triggers. Were he alone, the smart thing would certainly be to dodge and leave the center of this focused fire. But now was different, having a top-tier powerhouse by his side. Solun was not the least bit panicked. In the moment when the gunfire lit up from numerous muzzles, Mr. Jing quickly formed sorcerer's seals with both hands, uttered a detached command, "Domain, mirror of all aspects." Solun was witnessing his senior sister casting her domain for the second time. However, unlike the last time, this time he witnessed the ferociously lethal aspect of the domain. The moment the domain unfolded, a bright white light, akin to moonlight, suddenly spread from under Mr. Jing's feet. Instantly, the vast camp appeared as if covered with reflections of mirrors. Those shattered fragments of mirrors looked like twinkling stars in the night sky. The scenes before everyone's eyes were like looking through a kaleidoscope. Within the domain, every person could see countless reflections of themselves in each shard. Solun once again felt that sense of isolation, as if the elemental forces all around had been stripped away, and couldn't help but think, the domain's control over the laws is really strong. If one were truly to fight under this domain, there would be no elements to draw upon, the power of magical spell casting would be reduced to the minimum. Mr. Jing released the domain and extended his hand forward, palm facing outwards. Then, the miraculous scene unfolded before their eyes. Countless bullets and cannonballs, like a downpour from alchemy projectiles, rained down upon them. But merely a meter away from Solun and the other two, it was as if an invisible spatial barrier stood in place. As soon as the bullets touched it, they disappeared without a trace. The members of the Unicorn Whalers' slaving troop watched this unbelievable spectacle. The shock in their eyes had not even transmitted to their brains when their expressions suddenly turned to horror. Mr. Jing pushed his hand forward, murmuring, "Mystic art, material reflection." In the next instant, countless bullets that had been absorbed by the mirror barrier were reflected back out. Ding ding ding! The rain of bullets collided with another rain of bullets, creating a flash of fire that filled the sky. And countless more bullets and shells were shot back toward various parts of the camp. Not all members of the slaving troop could withstand bullets with their flesh. The lower-ranked professionals hit by the bullets elicited a continuous series of screams throughout the camp. Mr. Jing, with his own power, had firmly suppressed the enemy's advantage in firepower. "Stop firing wildly! Be careful, that's a 7th-tier professional. Form up, charge!" In just that brief encounter, the members of the Unicorn Whalers group were taken by surprise. Even though they recognized that Mr. Jing was a 7th-tier professional, they had no intention of stopping. They were well aware, having killed so many non-humans, if their opponent was indeed here to protect the non-human tribes, this situation was bound to be a fight to the death. Gold Tooth Yuk very well knew that 7th-tier professionals were strong, but that didn't mean they couldn't be overwhelmed by numbers. With his extensive combat experience, he roared and immediately changed tactics: machinery, form ranks, assemble for a surrounding assault. Steam machinery didn't need to tap into elements, so they weren't afraid of any domain control. And this semi-official slaving troop lacked nothing in terms of good equipment. In their ranks, they had a large amount of military machines retired from the Ruiying army. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the three people he was facing were no ordinary individuals. After a brief moment of chaos, the slave catchers in the encampment stopped thinking about firing their guns. They assembled into units of 100 and closed in on Solun and the two others. The steam boilers roared incessantly, and the iron beasts that had been logging before now formed a killing shield wall. Heavy mechanical warriors at the front, various professionals at the back. This was a standard encirclement formation, and even high-ranking professionals would find it difficult to break through and get mired in the quagmire of the steel battle formation. The enemy's momentum was overwhelming. However, Solun looked at those mechanically monstrous beasts bearing their claws and teeth, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. His expertise in mechanics was not low, and he could tell at a glance that the technology of these steam machines was not very sophisticated. The technological level of ruling was far behind that of the Mafa Empire. The mechanical equipment on those guys was not some kind of full-coverage mechanical armor. At best, it was a kind of external mechanical skeleton, useful for supporting large caliber guns and cannons and some not so nimble mechanical arms, but far less threatening than Mafa's mechanical armor when used in combat. In battles amongst equals, these mechanical skeletons might be able to display considerable combat power. Unfortunately, they were of no use against Solun and his two companions. Mr. Jing took action, and naturally, Solun and Yuta weren't just going to stand by and watch. Yuta had long despised the hateful slave catchers with the blood of her tribe's people on their hands. The red totems on her face suddenly lit up, and chanting the revered name of the god of nature, it seemed as though the entire forest responded in kind. Wood elements, wind elements, earth elements. Various elements came together like a rainbow, continuously streaming into the magic cauldron floating beside her. Great god of nature above, please bestow upon me the roar of the wind spirit, summon, the wild wind technique. Great god of nature above, please bestow upon me the roar of the earth spirit, summon, the earth splitting technique. Great god of nature above, please. Yuta finished chanting, and spells formed in an instant. The grade of the spells was not too high, but the amount of elemental convergence was staggeringly large. The Dada's magic cauldron was a bug-like holy artifact, providing Yuta with an almost endless recovery of magic power and drawing the power of elements from around her. A third-rank spell was forcibly enhanced by the magic cauldron to the might of the fourth or fifth rank. When the windstorm technique was cast, ghostly howls and wolfish wails suddenly whipped through the forest. The gale that blew sent those in the war tumbling and turning. When the earth-splitting technique was unleashed, huge ravines instantly tore the encampment into thousands of pieces, forcing the units of 100 to break apart, their weaknesses exposed in an instant. Of course, there was also the signature ability that only a legendary druid could use. Summoning treants. After Yuta chanted a mysterious spell in the Dalo language, the giant trees surrounding the encampment suddenly seemed to come to life, with ancient human faces emerging from their trunks. They began attacking the people from the slave-catching team. In the forest, there was no shortage of trees. The wood elements surged, and vegetation grew like bamboo after a spring rain. In a flash, the vast encampment was filled with dancing treants and vines everywhere. They entwined like a swarm of pythons, constricting, strangling, binding. The slave-catching group, numerous as they were, was no match for the treants, who knew neither pain nor fear of death. For a moment, limbs were severed, screams and cries for help could be heard everywhere. Yuta's move once again shocked the members of the slaver group. It was fundamentally different from the subhumans they had seen before. Subhumans were known to be weak in combat, it was common knowledge. Those primitives who didn't understand the use of tools, and rarely even had iron, had almost no capital to resist against the well-equipped slaver group. Even the druids among the subhumans only possessed the combat power of elite professionals of the same rank. This was the most important reason why large slaver groups were invariably successful. But now, what did they see? A subhuman who seemed to be of the third rank was actually using such exaggerated natural magic? There were experts within the slaver group who immediately realized something, and someone shouted, "She has a super-grade magical device, kill her." Although those treants were troublesome, killing the caster would immediately resolve the crisis. Even if they couldn't kill her, hindering her spell casting could provide more opportunities for attacks to the others. But would Solung give them that opportunity? Apart from the few leaders of the fourth and fifth rank, he really did not take these thousands of people seriously. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could leave with composure. Currently, the elite group of 500 led by a fifth ranker and Mr. Jing were in a tough fight and couldn't spare any effort. The rest of them weren't much of a threat to Solun. Numbers? For a puppet master, that wasn't considered a big threat. Solun, looking at several clusters of soul fire approaching, naturally detected the assassins in stealth. He ignored them completely, his hands swiftly forming sorcerer's seals, his gaze stern, puppet mastery puppet theater. In the next instant, a giant cross appeared in the sky, enveloping Solun and Yuta within it. At the same time, he raised his hand to take out a few spatial scrolls, fiercely tearing them open and shouting, "Release!" Bang, bang, bang. The scrolls exploded in the air, and suddenly, hundreds of odd-shaped puppets appeared. They wore exaggerated, eerie grins on their faces, staring at the several hundred-strong battalions, emitting a ga-ga-ga of sinister laughter. With the appearance of the puppet legion, and the treants that had come to life, the numerical disadvantage of Solun's side was immediately compensated for in an instant. As the puppets appeared in overwhelming numbers, clearly, for the third time, everyone in the slaver group showed incredulous astonishment on their faces. They only then realized all three individuals in front of them were monsters. Before taking action, the slavers thought they had absolute superiority. Now at a glance, it felt like they had poked a hornet's nest. Touch it, and hundreds would come out. That guy is the puppet master who severely wounded the Sun's desolate hunting group previously. Damn it, the rumor is actually true. Selt and his group fell at the hands of a mysterious puppet master, this guy. That instant, upon seeing the puppet army in front of them, those people finally realized who they had encountered. They had heard rumors that a puppet master could control hundreds of puppets, yet they didn't believe it. Now, they immediately believed it. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Runes and puppets flooded the battlefield, even Mr. Jing glanced over with a slight tilt of his head. In the midst of battle, she found the time to glance over, revealing a hint of admiration in her eyes. After not seeing each other for so long, the moment they met, her junior brother had given her a great surprise. But Solun's methods at present involved more than just puppets. The opponents knew the tricky part of dealing with a puppet master, but if they killed the controller, everything would be easy to solve. Thus, even as Solun summoned the puppets, dozens more stealthy assassins closed in, among them even a fourth-rank professional. They not only wanted to kill Yuta but also targeted Solun. Solun still acted as if he had not noticed, his sorcerer's seals pinching again, murmuring in his heart, "Activate release." The moment the third-rank gear spiritual tentacles was released, his spiritual power traveled along the threads and spread into the field. Waiting for those dozens of stealthy assassins to enter the range of the puppet theater's control, Solun immediately readied himself. A puppet master already had superb spiritual power, and usually, even if they felt the fluctuation of spiritual power, no one would think it amiss. However, with various sensing professionals in this group of 3,000, the moment Solun's gear activation opened, someone suddenly shouted, "Bad news, don't get close to him. There are many spiritual power threads around him." Hearing the shout, the fourth-rank assassin reacted very quickly, using some technique, he teleported 100 meters away. Unfortunately, before the other assassins could respond, they suddenly discovered they had lost control over their own bodies and revealed themselves from stealth. Those controlled wanted to struggle and escape with their will. But would Solun give them that chance? The moment he gained control over them, Solun stood in place, his right hand imitating a knife across his own neck, making a throat-slitting gesture. The next second, a horrifying scene occurred. The more than 20 controlled assassins all drew their daggers in unison and then, uncontrollably, made a swift cut to their own throats. Rib. The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out instantly. Although subtle, it sent a chill down the necks of everyone present. In a flash, it was as if the intense battle in the camp had been paused, and all eyes were fixed on the 20 or so corpses lying in pools of their own blood. Huge gashes adorned the necks of the corpses, from which blood spewed like fountains. In that instant, more than 20 people were slain. Such tactics left everyone at the scene in awe and horror. The only fourth-tier assassin who had escaped stared with wide eyes, his face filled with disbelief. He glanced at the corpses and then instinctively turned to look at the cloaked figure with the fierce spider lance behind him. In that brief moment of eye contact, he didn't clearly see the face under the cloak, but he caught a glimpse of the gleam that flashed like a monocle. It was this extra glance. That was the last chance the assassin had to escape. Robert's monocle could create realistic illusions, provided that the caster had personally experienced them before. This feature was somewhat mediocre for most illusionists. After all, if you haven't died, the best your illusion can do is torment your opponent. If you can endure it, most likely, so can they. Moreover, casting it consumed a significant amount of spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, except for some perverts who had suffered greatly, the effect of the illusions produced by this monocle wasn't considered great. At least, it was hard to kill someone with it. But for Solun, the compatibility was exceedingly high. Because he possessed the talent of the Reaper. He had stripped away the understanding of death from too many people, be it from gunshots, stabbings, poisonings, burnings, freezings. He alone had experienced countless kinds of profound and terrifying feelings. Therefore, the illusions he created were absolutely more deeply real than others. In that brief moment of eye contact, Solun gave that fellow an illusion of being consumed by flames. The pain of burning was sustained, causing one to continuously feel an indescribable level of agony. After one glance, the assassin's face immediately contorted in severe pain, and from his throat came a hysterical scream of anguish. Ah! No one knew that, in the eyes of the assassin at that moment, his own skin appeared charred and cracked black, and even breathing sent out flames searing his very organs. This was a type of despair-inducing pain. The continuous illusion of pain caused his spiritual power to endure sustained torment, and his body instinctively secreted an overabundance of chaotic hormones. Even if he could endure it without dying on the spot, this continual torture rendered his body completely incapable of fighting. The continuous screams caused the hearts of the slave hunters in the camp to shudder. As the slave hunters turned their gaze back to the cloaked Solun, fear began to appear in the eyes of more and more people. Even more so than when facing the 7th tier Mr. Jing. On the battlefield, one does not fear meeting a strong enemy. No matter how strong, there are ways to deal with them. What's really terrifying is an enemy you don't understand at all. Fear of the unknown naturally makes one cowardly. Solun's manipulation of the mind to kill, coupled with his one-glance killing technique, caused all the enemies in the camp to bristle. The camp of the unicorn whale slave hunters was right beside the Emerald Holy Land. When Solun, Mr. Jing, and Yuta brazenly stormed the camp, the Dala people from within the Holy Land naturally heard the commotion. They initially thought it was those despicable hunters testing the Holy Land's defenses and paid it no mind. But as the sound of gunfire from the sacred grounds reached their ears, they immediately realized something was different. Inside the treehouse, the Deer Tribe chief, Wolf Granny, and a group of elders were still discussing the current crisis. But all of a sudden, they found a very intense force of nature surging throughout the treehouse. The elders were all astonished. The divine tree seems to be responding to some kind of call. No, someone is mobilizing the natural forces within the Holy Land. How could that be, even if you, clan leader, were to? This exaggerated force of nature was definitely not within the capacity of any Dalo to maneuver. Even those present could not achieve such a feat. The elders did not understand what was happening, and one after another stepped out of the treehouse. Upon looking, they were all stunned on the spot. Not only the natural force of the divine tree but also the earthy yellow of the land's earth elements, the pale blue of the river's water elements, the clear winds. Various elements from within the Holy Land were converging in a spectacular spectrum towards the southeast cliffs. The Deer Tribe chief, upon witnessing this heart-stirring scene, felt his cloudy eyes suddenly shaking with excitement. His entire body uncontrollably trembled as he murmured to himself, "This is the power of the holy artifact. My heavens, after 500 years, has it finally returned?" Wolf Granny, seeing this extraordinary phenomenon, also realized something, and her eyes became moist with tears. "I recall the elders once said, only when the holy artifact Dada's magic cauldron appears, does the Holy Land radiate such colorful lights. My word, could it be that our tribe's holy artifact has returned?" Hearing this, all the elders were dumbfounded. As they looked towards the southeast cliffs, hope sparkled in their eyes. Could it be, the great God of nature has answered their prayers, and a miracle has descended? Chapter 286. The Gates of Heaven. The battle within the Unicorn Whale mercenary group's camp suddenly intensified. However, from the moment those folks misjudged the strength of Solun and his two companions, a tragic end was already sealed. Solun also guessed why those people dared to make their move with full confidence. It was probably because they had seen the gold-patterned cloak and recognized them as targets wanted by the King of the North Sea. In those people's information, Mr. Jing was still at the 6th rank. If that was the case, their 3,000-man group did indeed have the confidence to face them head-on. What they didn't consider was that intelligence from a few months ago was somewhat outdated now. Solun was no longer the naive rookie who had just emerged from beneath Old Lington. Yuta wasn't an ordinary druid either. And Mr. Jing was certainly not at the 6th rank. Even more so, she wasn't just any 7th rank. As soon as Mr. Jing's mirror domain was activated, her near 8th rank strength completely overpowered those few elite 100-man teams. Just as those people still harbored hope that they had a fighting chance, she struck with the force of thunder, killing the 5th-ranked Golden Tooth leader. The slavers were all people who came for the commission, they didn't have much loyalty to speak of. They were not like professional soldiers who would fight to the death for orders. Seeing their leader slain, the other ordinary slavers immediately scattered. The battle that had reached its climax came to an abrupt end. But Mr. Jing had no intention of exterminating them all. Watching the slavers flee into the forest, she withdrew her domain and stood amidst the carnage of the campsite, silent for a long time, as if contemplating something. Solun couldn't understand her state of mind. But since Mr. Jing didn't move, he also refrained from pursuing those fleeing slavers. His puppet theater was indeed strong, but now, limited by dark spiritual power, its control range was not too vast, and its pursuit capabilities were not very strong. He was also clear about his senior sister's intentions. Killing was never the goal, it was to end the slaving business in the silent deep woods. Those who escaped alive would spread the news, and it would also make other slaving groups wary. Yuta, bolstered by the magic cauldron, had the ability to pursue, but seeing neither Solun nor Mr. Jing make a move, she remained quietly in her place. After the battle, the campsite was filled with smoke. The people of the Unicorn Whale group had fled, leaving behind hundreds of corpses, along with a large amount of cumbersome machines and supplies. The supply for a large team of thousands was not a small amount. With no outsiders present, Solun had no qualms about starting the pleasant task of collecting the spoils. He didn't dare use the Reaper's phantom, but instead directly stripped the haze from the corpses. Then, controlling the threads, he began gathering the equipment from the bodies, along with cursed materials and alchemical implants. Most were of black iron and common materials, not worth too much. But the volume was considerable. Solun had previously noticed that many of the Unicorn Whale group's mechanical preparation had the marks of the Lurin military. Although this retired old equipment was technologically behind the current service equipment by a generation, they were still valuable commodities not easily bought with money in the black market. This batch of spoils, once sold, would likely fetch a good sum. With puppets and countless threads to sort through the spoils, Solun himself didn't have to toil too hard, and could still observe Mr. Jing. Watching his senior sister remove her cloak, he finally spoke, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Mr. Jing shook her head and did not elaborate, "I was just suddenly reminded of some things." She gathered her complex thoughts, glanced at Solun, and the coldness between her brows dissipated, her eyes softened. After pondering a moment, she spoke with approval, "Your puppetry technique has greatly improved. Now, you truly have a bit of a puppeteer's air." Upon hearing this, Solun chuckled noncommittally. He was generally regarded as a master in the field of puppet alchemy by now. But in the eyes of his senior sister, he was only at the level of having a bit of the air. However, this was a very high compliment already. After all, she had once seen the pinnacle of this plane. The two chatted casually for a moment when suddenly, from the nearby jungle, there came the sound of rustling movements. Mr. Jing was the first to notice something and said indifferently, "Someone's coming." Solun, listening closely, then noticed the rustling sounds as if many people were approaching. He thought it was the slavers returning and couldn't understand why they would come back to seek death, when Yuta, who was helping him collect spoils, heard the anomaly and softly exclaimed. In the sky, a long eagle's cry resounded, and from the woods, there came the sound of special horn signals. Yuta's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "That's the battle horn of our Dalo tribe." Upon hearing this, the wariness in Solun's eyes also dissipated. With a moment's thought, realization dawned on him. The previous battle had been loud, especially Yuta using the magic cauldron to draw on the elements from all directions, creating a spectacle of rainbow hues across the sky, visible from tens of kilometers away. The Dalo tribesmen from the sacred lands must have seen it and were attracted here. He glanced at Mr. Jing, who was standing not far away with a detached expression, and decided not to dwell on it any longer as he continued to clear the battlefield. No matter the situation, with him present, chaos could not ensue. Solun's guess was not wrong. While they were still fighting, Wolf Granny and a few elders had led 100-man squad out of the Holy Land and silently approached the cliff. The sight of the Holy Land's colorful radiance compelled them to take the risk and investigate. If it really was their Dalo clan's sacred object Dada's magic cauldron that had appeared, any risk was worth it. The battle had just ended, and the faint scent of blood still lingered in the air of the forest. The Dalo clan, with their partially animalistic organs, had keen senses of smell and could clearly detect the bloody scent from miles away. They discerned that many had died, so they proceeded with extra caution. Yet, before they could approach the area of the battle, the intense fighting abruptly ceased. This made them even more cautious. They also feared it was a trap, as those despicable human slavers would resort to any method to capture slaves. The main force remained hidden at the edge of the cliff, and a few young druids volunteered to scout ahead, quietly moving closer to the area. The youths carefully leaped between the giant trees, avoiding areas on the ground that might have trap alerts. From a distance, they saw the camp littered with bodies, and the three remaining people who were standing. Yuta had wolf ears, and they naturally recognized one as a Dala clan's person. Moreover, she looked familiar. The few youths gathered for a discussion. That Arku, look, doesn't she resemble Sister Yuta? It does look like my sister, but why does she look different? I think so too. Arku, do you have any other sisters? The leader was a young man of the White Wolf clan, none other than Arku. He saw Yuta and was stunned for a moment, uncertain if the White Wolf clanswoman with the red totem on her face and a completely different demeanor was indeed his sister. She resembled her to about 80 or 90%, but that otherworldly aura made him doubt his own judgment. And that totem was strange. The Dala clan's totems were subject to strict rules, the more mysterious the totem, the higher the strength and status it represented. He had never seen anyone in the clan draw a totem like that red one. His sister, being a druid of the White Wolf group, did not draw that kind of totem. But as his gaze moved back to the man who was cleaning the battlefield, Arku immediately confirmed his identity, exclaiming excitedly, "That's Mr. Solun." Upon hearing this, the other youths also recognized him. Yuta had undergone a great change, and they dared not be certain. But Mr. Solun, who had saved their lives not too long ago, had not changed at all. Mr. Solun has returned. Indeed, it must be Mr. Solun who drove away those slavers. Then that must be Sister Yuta. My God, we must tell Wolf Granny and the others. With this discovery, a few youths went back to deliver the news while the rest excitedly ran over. Suddenly, several young men with bows and arrows and clad in animal skin clothes burst out from the woods. Solun recognized them all and smiled, taking the initiative to greet them. "Arku, it's you guys. It's really Mr. Solun." Arku excitedly walked up, just about to greet him, but upon seeing Yuta's stern expression, he hesitated. Yuta looked at the rash youths with disdain and coughed lightly, "Ahem. It would have been fine if it were just her and Solun, but with an ancestral elder present, being rash would reflect poorly on their Dala clan." The few youths didn't know what had happened, but Yuta's intimidating presence as their elder sister was strong, so they stood quietly to the side and did not dare to speak. Before long, Wolf Granny and several elders carefully led a group of people out of the woods. When these elders saw the red totem on Yuta's face and then noticed the colorful magic cauldron floating beside her, they were moved to tears of excitement. They had heard from the older generation in the clan about the significance of the red totem and had been described the appearance of the 4 sacred objects of the clan. This is a god-given holy totem. Oh my, our Dala clan has been favored by the great nature god once again. It is truly Dada's magic cauldron. The sacred object has been recovered. Great nature god above. Seeing the scene before them, Wolf Granny and the elders kneeled on the ground in unison. The hundreds of Dala clan's people behind them also knelt down, chanting the name of the great nature god in Dala language. Yuta saw everyone kneeling towards her and did not dare to accept such a grand gesture. She too knelt down and began to pray devoutly. Solun silently watched from the side. Faith is worthy of respect. He had stayed with the Dala tribe for a while and was clear about their religious customs. Mr. Jing was also silent. Before long, the prayers were finished. After the excitement came confusion. Everyone's eyes turned to Yuta, filled with a desire to know more. Yuta was aware that the clan's people must have many questions at this moment, but there were more pressing matters at hand. Everyone was already familiar with Solun, so no introduction was needed. She formally introduced Mr. Jing, who was not far off, saying, "Wolf Granny, and everyone else. This is Solun's senior apprentice sister, Lady Ophelia Fay Isaac. She is also the direct daughter of Sir Isaac from 1,000 years ago." She paused before adding, "The retrieval of our tribe's sacred artifact was thanks to the assistance of Lady Ophelia and Mr. Solun. It was also her who drove away the slavers just now." This. Upon hearing this, Wolf Granny and the entire Dala tribe were shocked. Although they had been informed that Sir Isaac's direct daughter was still alive, the presence of a person from 1,000 years ago still left them visibly astonished. With her hands pressed together over her chest, Wolf Granny bowed deeply and with great respect, saying, "Mara, Druid of the Grey Wolf clan, extends the sincerest greetings to the Dala tribe's pledged ally and our dearest human friend." Following her lead, the elders and the people behind her also bowed deeply in unison. Mr. Jing, having lived for over 1,000 years, was certainly worthy of this grand gesture. She looked at the gathered Dala tribe members with a kind smile, bowed slightly with her hands over her chest in return and said with conviction, "The Isaac family will always remember the pledge." The imminent danger of destruction hanging over the Emerald Holy Land was suddenly alleviated with Mr. Jing's arrival. Mr. Jing also intended to stay in the Holy Land for a while. This time, repelling the unicorn whale slaver group was just the beginning. She needed a considerable amount of time to deter other slavers and to guard against retaliation from the major slave traders. Your journey continues at my virtual library empire. Until the business of slave capture in the Silent Forest was entirely eradicated. However, without a top expert to defend them, the Dalo tribe's crisis would still not be resolved. But the good news was, the situation was about to change immediately. Yuta, being the first in 500 years to feel the call of the gods, would turn a new page in Dalo history. Adding to the great joy, she had brought back the sacred artifact Dada's magic cauldron. In the land where natural essence was most concentrated, the magic cauldron would unleash its strongest combat power. The Dalo tribe now at least had some means of self-protection. In the evening, the Emerald Holy Land held a grand welcome celebration. The Dalo people sang and danced, welcoming Mr. Jing as the prophesied pledged one. 2 days later, at dawn, the weather was clear. Radiant colors steamed in the Holy Land, persistent and unceasing. Chieftains and druids from dozens of nearby tribes in the Emerald Deep Forest had received the news and gathered in the Holy Land. The Holy Land had never been this lively in hundreds of years. In front of the massive grey elm divine tree, Yuta, dressed in ceremonial robes, stood alone before the divine tree, her face solemn as she chanted ancient prayer incantations. The pattern on her face was the God-given sacred pattern, a totem personally bestowed by the gods, which meant she had now become the highest-ranking Grand Druid of the tribe. Behind her, the people of the Dalo tribe dressed lavishly. Arku's group of young druids, with totems painted on their faces, beat stone drums and danced a primal war dance, welcoming this most important day. The Deer tribe chief and the other elders devoutly followed Yuta in chanting prayers passed down through generations. Solun and Mr. Jing stood not far away as the most honorable guests, observing this ancient ritual ceremony. Shortly after, the ceremonial rites in front of the divine tree were complete. The main group began to march with great pomp toward the depths of the forest. There is but one tall mountain in the Emerald Holy Land, and midway up its side is pure white snow. Lake Gaius lies above the mountainside. There stands an altar where, legend says, only those called by the gods may ascend. According to legends passed down from the ancestors of the Dalo tribe, druids who partake in a baptismal rite at the lake will gain power bestowed by the gods and inherit the grand druid lineage. Yuta, too, had received a divine decree, and this time she was leading her people to the sacred lake. For the first time in hundreds of years, the Dalo tribe embarked on the pilgrimage to the sacred lake. The mountain path was rugged, yet the scenery was delightful, a winding stream flowing down from the mountain gully. As they climbed higher, vegetation gradually became scarcer. The small, black stone-paved path, long unused over hundreds of years, was now covered with dark green moss. Every so often, totem-carved pillars stood beside the path. Solun and Mr. Jing, as esteemed guests, walked at the front of the procession. The pace of the entourage was slow, the Dalo people took each step with reverence, their prayers solemn. The short mountain path took nearly 3 hours to traverse. Before long, everyone stopped beneath an almost vertical rock face. Further up lay the sacred lake. Cold mountain winds blew down, and Solun felt a slight chill. He looked up but the rock face obstructed his view, hiding any hint of the lake. The main force halted below the mountain pass, with only Yuta and a host of elders ascending. Along with Solun and Mr. Jing, who were present as guests. The sheer rock wall was about 100 meters high, and as soon as they climbed up, the view suddenly widened. Solun's gaze was immediately captivated by the sight before him. This place was right below the snow line, where a verdant lake came into view. The lake was not large, but the steaming aura over the lake's surface made it look like a scene filled with fairy-like mist. It wasn't just the natural scenery that Solun found overwhelmingly beautiful, but more striking were the 2 gigantic black steels above the sacred lake. Solun had not imagined that within the sacred site of the Dalo tribe, akin to an original stone civilization, there would be such magnificent structures. Majestic, sacred, grand, mysterious. Looking at the carvings on the steel, a surge of complex and indescribable emotions welled up within him. Even more astonishing was the peculiar sight behind the steels. The 2 steels, rising 100 meters, stood like 2 unfeeling giants, forming the shape of a gate. Solun looked intently as the sunlight shone precisely through that gate. Instantly, a cascade of rainbow-colored light dazzled the eyes, ablaze with splendor. It was as if beyond that stone gate lay not the world before them, but the gorgeously colorful heavens of myth and legend. In that single glance, he witnessed what could be called the most beautiful sight in this world. Solun squinted slightly, his heart shaking for a long time, as he muttered, "The gods look down upon all creation, is this the view from on high?" Mr. Jing, standing beside him, also cast his gaze that way, his crystalline eyes unintentionally flashing a strange brilliance. This was the scene his father had once described to her, where sunlight descended, bringing with it myriad rays of light from heaven, piercing through the other world. Indeed, it was so. It was Yuta and the Dalo tribe's people's first visit to the sacred lake. They were also the first group of Dalo tribe's people to come in 500 years. Upon witnessing this scene, they were all exhilarated, folding their hands together and praying fervently. Their ancestors had repeatedly admonished them that this was the place closest to the divine, and only with enough devotion could they receive a response from the gods. After the prayers, everyone remained where they were. Yuta alone walked towards the white stone altar beside the lake. She stepped onto the altar and began a beautifully graceful ritual dance, chanting enigmatic prayers as well. Although the altar was hundreds of meters away from the mountain pass, the sound should not have been so clear. Yet the prayers from Yuta's lips grew clearer and clearer in everyone's ears. The sound echoed above the sacred lake as if it had penetrated the gate of heaven. Before long, the rainbow mist above the sacred lake grew heavier, and that indescribably mysterious aura intensified. Everything seemed to indicate that something was about to happen. The Dalo tribe's people looked on in eager anticipation, filled with hope. Finally, the devout ones received a response from the divine. A miracle occurred. A sudden beam of divine light fell from the heavens above, like the first ray of dawn gracing the world, piercing the darkness. The beam instantly illuminated the entire snow-capped mountain peak, spreading to the entire Emerald Holy Land and stirring the surging natural forces between heaven and earth. The world before them became luminous in an instant, everything sharpening into clarity. Solun did not use the all-knowing eye to investigate what the ray of light was, as it would have been an offensive act to a high deity. Although he did not witness the arrival of a deity, he could clearly sense the indescribable will within the light. The next moment, Solun witnessed another scene he would never forget. The light fell, landing upon all the Dalo tribe's people. The next instant, a dazzling rainbow brilliance rose from their bodies. The confusion in their eyes gradually cleared, becoming pure and cool, as if they were filled with wisdom. Their momentum grew higher and higher until it reached a critical point. And then, they all broke through concurrently. Solun was astonished by the scene before him. He could distinctly sense that the deer tribe chief and wolf granny beside him suddenly surged in power, both advancing from the 5th tier directly to the 6th. Other elders likewise ascended a full tier. Moreover, the rainbow mist that condensed around them remained for a long time, seemingly containing even more of nature's secrets. What Solun found even more puzzling was Yuta, not far away on the altar. At that moment, the red totemic glow on her body flourished, and her aura became even more ethereal. She danced, she twirled, she prayed. By divine grace, the awakened tribe's people of Dalu, who had received the response from the divine, truly revealed their exaggerated potential. Chapter 287. King of the North Sea. Solun observed the entire process of the Dalo tribe's ritual and witnessed the magical moment when they all advanced together. It was not just a promotion in rank, but also the continuation of a legacy. From that moment on, the Dalo tribe was once again blessed by the gods. This meant that the lineage of the Dalo tribe was continued. Empowered by divine grace and protected by a faithful god, the number of masters in the Dalo tribe would increase. It was foreseeable that in the near future, the Dalo tribe would gradually regain its former glory. Now with 6th order professionals, there would later be 7th order, 8th order, and even higher, great druids born. They truly had a foundation to stand on. Solun was genuinely happy for them from the bottom of his heart. Solun looked at the glowing portal pensively. Were deities higher forms of life, similar to higher dimensional beings? He had always thought so. But upon feeling the descent of the will of the nature god, he felt it wasn't that simple, it was something beyond the 5 senses. Although he could not yet understand what he saw, this experience gave him a hint of insight beyond the mundane world. Mr. Jing's face also maintained a thoughtful demeanor all along. Standing at her height, she clearly perceived much more. The anomaly at the sacred lake plunged the entire Emerald Holy Land into an atmosphere of jubilation. Long after, the dazzling, multicolored radiance gradually dissipated, and that mysterious will also vanished behind the heavenly gate. Yet, the people of the Dalo tribe continued to pray devoutly for a long while. After the ritual was completed, the crowd gathered near the altar. There lay a black stone tablet engraved with an oath. This was a stone monument commemorating the pact signed by Sir Isaac and the ancestors of the Dalo tribe 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, that demigod stood right where Solun and Mr. Jing were standing now, and made a vow with the Dalo tribe. Now, the crowd once again stood in front of the stone tablet, presenting fresh flowers, announcing that the friendship between humans and the Dalo tribe would endure. Shortly after, all the ritualistic aspects were completed. The Deer tribe chief and Wolf Granny led a group of elders away from the sacred lake. Mr. Jing also departed. Only Yuta and Solun remained. Solun had another matter to attend to here, which was to draw totems to suppress spiritual anomalies. With no one else around, Yuta excitedly called Solun to the altar. "Mr. Solun, come over here." With her words, the solemn atmosphere immediately dissipated. Solun too felt much more relaxed without the Dalo tribe elders around. But when he walked to the altar and saw Yuta reaching out to pull him up, he still asked, "Is this okay?" Previously, the Deer tribe chief and no one else could approach the altar, and he also felt that as a human, it might not be appropriate to ascend. It was said that only great druids summoned by the gods had the right to step on this altar. Yuta of course understood what he meant, and said with a smile, "The god will not mind. Besides, it's permitted by a divine oracle." After a pause, she winked and said, "But, you have to take off your shoes." When Solun heard this, looking at Yuta's bare feet, he reassuredly took off his shoes as well and stepped up. The white stone altar was carved with various mystical motifs. In the center was a sun totem with a human face, surrounded by flowers, birds, fish, trees, beasts, mountains, rivers, and everything under the sun. Stepping on it barefoot was slightly uncomfortable. Seeing Yuta's restless little feet, Solun knew that her dancing during the ritual must have been somewhat uncomfortable as well. Yuta pulled Solun to sit on the altar, her face no longer serious. She heaved a big sigh. "Phew! I was so worried that something would go wrong during the ritual. But thankfully, nothing did. Otherwise, I guess I would have been scolded by Wolf Granny again." Solun couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Even though she was now the highest-ranking great druid of the Dalo tribe, she still appeared quite afraid of Wolf Granny. Childhood memories indeed run deep. The altar was by the lake, and standing upon it one could clearly see the lake, which was as pristine as emerald. Before, from a distance, he hadn't been able to see clearly, but now, here at the lake's edge, Solun realized that the lake seemed bottomless. He found it somewhat unbelievable and casually asked, "Yuta, how deep is the sacred lake?" Yuta thought for a moment and replied, "The elders in the tribe say that the sacred lake is bottomless. It seems to connect to another dimension." "Another dimensional gateway?" Listening to this, Solun couldn't help but take another look, although he didn't figure anything out. He then asked, "Are we going to start drawing the totem now? What should I do?" Without the elders around, Yuta appeared very relaxed. She gave a slight smile and said offhandedly, "Just take off your shirt." Then she took out the materials she had prepared in advance, placing them on the altar while adding, "I will use divine power to draw eclipse. It might take a long time. It might also be a bit painful. Mr. Solun, you should be prepared." Solun nodded and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Seeing Solun sitting so formally, Yuta chuckled, "There's no need to be so serious. The deity can sense the devotion of its followers, so many formalities, he actually doesn't mind them." Her words trailed off, and a playfulness appeared on her face for a moment. Likely it was a slight resentment towards the tiresome training Wolf Granny had given her these past few days, as well as these complicated ritual procedures. As she spoke, she had already prepared the necessary materials and then began to pray. Before long, a crack once again appeared above the altar, and a beam of multicolored light shone down. But this time, unlike before, there was only one beam of light, like a spotlight, illuminating only the altar where Solun and Yuta were. The multicolored light shone down, making Yuta's presence seem even more ethereal. Solun also felt warm and comfortable. However, as Yuta traced the totem on his body with her sanctified brush, Solun immediately felt a slight burning pain as if touched by flames. Fortunately, it wasn't too intense. He calmed his mind and closed his eyes, entering into meditation. The drawing of the totem lasted the whole day. While Solun was still immersed in meditation, Yuta's voice suddenly broke the silence with a light exclamation of triumph, "Done!" Solun opened his eyes and immediately his gaze was drawn to the finished product. The totem on his chest was the same eclipse he had seen before, a black sun pattern. But it felt completely different now. Before, it merely looked like an ordinary tattoo, but now, he felt as if a blazing sun was sealed within the pattern. The black lines looked like roaring flames, truly magical. Solun carefully considered his feelings and expressed, "I feel like this totem is alive." Is this what the deer tribe chief meant by spirit of the totem? Yes. Just like my totem. Yuta nodded. She also seemed very pleased with her craftsmanship, gently tracing the contours of the totem with her finger, saying, "This is a sacred totem, now spirited. From now on, nurture it with your spiritual power, and it will grow along with you." Hearing this, joy flickered in Solun's eyes. With this totem, wouldn't he be unlimited in using the Reaper's shadow? Suddenly changing the subject, Yuta added, "However, being an overflow of mutant spiritual power, it also carries some risks. As the totem spirit grows stronger, reaching a certain limit, if you can't control it, it might overwhelm you. But actually, those negative emotions are also a part of you, just beyond your current control. If used correctly, just like the clan leader said, it can also be a great aid." Solun listened but didn't pay it much mind. This was already an ideal situation. With this totem, for a long time, he didn't have to worry about the distortion of his spiritual power. In that time, it would be enough for him to seek other methods to completely solve the issue. Like another lost artifact of the Dalil tribe, Farrell's Holy Grail, or as Mr. Jing mentioned, the Spring of Youth on a remote island overseas. Or other magical entities. There seem to be plenty of options to fully solve the issue of spiritual distortion, just difficult to find. This world is far more fascinating than it appears, filled with countless wonders. Worst case, if he really couldn't control it, he could always return to the Emerald Holy Land to retire. Enjoying the scenery, and Yuta's beautiful company, wouldn't be so bad. However, having witnessed the miracle of the Dalil tribe coming upon them, his outlook had shifted somewhat. If possible, Solun hoped to advance further in the field of alchemy. He wanted to stand at the pinnacle of this world and see the view. And perhaps, if it were possible, he wanted to visit other dimensions. To see the complete picture of this wonderful world. After the pilgrimage to the sacred lake, the entire Dalil tribe was engulfed in an atmosphere of joy. Those who had been prepared to move decided to stay. Tribes from the Silent Forest sent their young successors to be trained as the new generation of druids. Yuta, who had been promoted to Great Druid, was busy every day after coming down from the sacred lake. As the only one who could communicate with the gods, she needed to convey the divine decrees and teach the knowledge bestowed by the gods to her tribe's people. Only at night, when she could rest, did she have time to sneak off to see Solun, to talk and be affectionate. Mr. Jing was also busy. The slave hunting activities in the Silent Forest would not be completely extinguished just because the Unicorn Whale unit had suffered a setback. Later, during this half-month period, several tribes also received information about attacks by the slave hunting groups. Mr. Jing would personally go to these places and suppress the slave hunters with his imposing power. This also led to intelligence that several major slave merchants in Emperor Ling's capital still posted rewards, inviting one of the top 10 bounty hunters to come over to deal with her. However, Solun didn't need to worry. Mr. Jing wasn't in a hurry to leave, partly to protect the Dalil tribe and also because the Emerald Holy Land offered a better recovery environment. Her current strength was on the brink of breaking through to the 8th tier. Whatever bounty hunters came, it was useless. Besides, the Dalil tribe truly had divine protection now, they were no longer the weak group that others could beat and squeeze without being able to fight back. In the Emerald Holy Land, with divine protection and Yuta's magical skills, her combat power was beyond ordinary reasoning. Even Mr. Jing blatantly said that she was very strong. If those slave traders from Emperor Ling really assembled a large force to come over, they were likely to be taught a lesson and made to rethink their lives. In this period, Solun also stayed in the village attending classes taught by Yuta, understanding the divine arts and cultural heritage of the Dalil tribe. Although the way of nature and alchemy were two different fields, their fundamental principles overlapped on some levels. After a period of lectures, Solun gained immensely. These insights significantly benefited his own cultivation. However, Solun didn't plan to stay in the Emerald Holy Land for a long time. His rank was too low, and many things were beyond his understanding. Advancement was his most urgent need. He needed to find the heritage of the rune magician and then use that replica original rune to create materials for his advancement to the 4th tier. Advancement below the 6th tier posed almost no hurdles for Solun, and with Isaac's alchemical heart replenishing his dark spiritual power, his state was brimming. He was ready to advance any time with the right materials. Besides, he also wanted to try his luck in Pirate City to see if he could find origins of the spatial gear that belonged to the King of the North Sea. Finding space-related materials or suitable alchemical gear would greatly fortify his combat abilities. That day, Solun met Mr. Jing, who had just returned from outside. He was waiting for his senior sister so he could bid her farewell in person before preparing to leave the Emerald Holy Land. The two walked through the Sacred Lands forest, accompanied by the chirping of birds nearby. "You're planning to go to Pirate City?" It's good to take a look. This world consists of more than just the Liang and Mafa empires. The North Sea is vast, hundreds, thousands of times larger than Liang territory. There are also many human territories and other intelligent species. Alchemists, after all, need to broaden their horizons and observe the myriad things of the world. When you leave the Silent Forest, you might contact Jiantiao. She has been active near the Blizzard City region recently, and I hear it's quite lively there. Her temperament is fiery too, so you two might reflect each other well. Mr. Jing wasn't surprised by Solun's decision to leave, on the contrary, he strongly supported him traveling around to gain more worldly experience. Talking as they walked, they reached the edge of the forest. Suddenly remembering something, Mr. Jing turned to Solun, revisiting an old topic. "I've given some thought to that revolutionary army proposal you mentioned, and I think it might actually be necessary. Without strong military support, an absolute neutral ground is just an idealist's dream. So you also need to strive to become stronger. You are my mother's direct disciple, and rebuilding Dawn City in the future will need our collective effort." Hearing these earnest words, Solun couldn't help but show a bittersweet expression. Mr. Jing continued, "That's why I've also been considering plans for the future recently. I've made some changes to the plans. I sent Emmerich to Emperor Liang's capital, and the Reyes family followed him there. With the wealth accumulated in Old Lington and some of my ancestral background, they should be able to establish a major trading company soon. Rebuilding Dawn City in the future will also need a great deal of financial support." Listening to this, Solun roughly understood Mr. Jing's intentions. The Reyes family, able to become top financiers in the harsh environment of Old Lington, definitely had strong capabilities. Such top business talent would quickly find stability in the surface world. Moreover, Mr. He was there. Thinking of the old man who had helped him many times, Solun always pictured those wise and profound eyes. Mr. He was the most impressive sage Solun had met, and very strong in his own right. Even among the organization led by his senior sister, he was the foremost figure. There's one more thing. It was at this point that a rare mischievous gleam flashed in Mr. Jing's eyes. After a pause, she added, "Emmerich asked me to tell you, your succubus maid also followed him to Emperor Liang's capital. Emmerich even praised her as a genius in intelligence gathering. So, what I want to say is, your person is now my person too." Solun listened with a slightly strange expression on his face. He actually had no long-term plans of his own. It was Sabrina herself who wanted to play a role and create an intelligence network for Solun, similar to an umbrella organization. He had planted the willows without intending to, and now it coincidentally matched Mr. Jing's plans perfectly. Now that Mr. He and his companions were joining them, he no longer needed to worry about her safety. Solun felt it was just right. However, the tone of his senior sister seemed a bit teasing. "Okay, I will leave you here. Be careful." "Okay. You take care too, senior sister." Mr. Jing walked Solun to the edge of the sacred land, concluding their conversation just in time. At the end of the forest path, several Dalo tribesmen who had been waiting for a while were present. Since Solun was leaving, the Deer tribe chief naturally arranged for an escort. Leading them was a young man from the White Wolf tribe, none other than Yuda's brother Arku. As he looked at Solun, his first words were, "Mr. Solun, my sister said she has class during the day, so she won't come to see you off." Upon hearing this, Solun turned and glanced toward the direction of the northern Sacred Lands village, his gaze slightly deep. As if responding to his feelings, the wolf claw necklace around his neck warmed slightly. At the same time, in the treehouse of the Sacred Land, Yuda was lecturing a group of young druids. She stood in front of the blackboard, suddenly sensing something, and her pen halted. Then she walked to the window, gazing at the southern sky's rosy light, corners of her mouth lifting into a gentle curve as she whispered softly, "Mr. Solun, take care, until we meet again." Solun nodded towards Arku, MHM. The party moved swiftly through the jungle. During Solun's time in the Silent Forest, a major event occurred in the North Sea that shook the world. That was the sudden recognition of the King of the North Sea's royal legitimacy by the Mafa Empire and the announcement of diplomatic relations between the two nations. This initially sounded utterly absurd. It was so because, on the North Sea Kingdom's sea map, most of the labelled land belonged to the territory of the Lying Empire. Supposedly, if there were to be an enfeoffment, it should be an affair of the Lying royal family. However, Lying would never acknowledge the legitimacy of a group comprising savages and pirates. Discover exclusive tales at my virtual library Empire. Yet, because of this secret decree, the situation in the North Sea suddenly became turbulent and chaotic. Although Lying did not acknowledge it, it did not hinder the pirates' celebrations. The noble class in Lying was solidified, with almost no chance for new top-tier nobility to emerge. But now, an exception had appeared. Oleg suddenly transformed from a pirate leader to a king-level top-tier noble. This showed numerous great pirates and conspirators a new route. Inspired by this, countless new pirate groups were established. Rookie pirates eagerly boarded ships, flooding into that vast blue sea. They boldly plundered passing merchant ships, attacking various Lying territories in the North Sea, all striving for dominance. With high-end military equipment secretly supported by the Mafa Empire, the fleet of the King of the North Sea even annihilated several navy forces sent by Lying officials to quell the uprising. For a time, there was no equal in prominence. The turmoil in the North Sea even caused pirates from the West Sea and South Sea to join in the revelry. The era proclaimed by pirates as the Great Pirate Era had arrived. Several days later, Solun returned to Blizzard City. This human city, Blizzard City, located on the edge of the Silent Forest, had been completely occupied by pirates. Upon entering the city, he immediately heard another startling piece of news. That the 9th Fleet of the King of the North Sea had been annihilated. Surprisingly, the force that annihilated the 9th Fleet was not the Lying official navy, but Duke Raphael's fleet. Oleg's claim to kingship had thrown the northern lands into chaos. Duke Raphael, a sea territory lord who had always kept a low profile, revealed his substantial hidden combat strength for the first time. Chapter 288. The gambling addict young woman revisited. King of the North Sea Oleg suddenly being crowned king, this news, upon first hearing it, took Solun by surprise. But after giving it some thought, he no longer found anything astonishing about it. Two great empires at war, forming distant alliances and striking nearby. Mafa's move would bring endless trouble to the rear of Lying. This tactic was like what Solun saw in his previous life from America, distributing some military equipment and economic support to regional military organizations. Without dispatching a single soldier, they could cause persistent turmoil in a region. This not only brought trouble to their rivals but also garnered a continuous stream of war dividends. Moreover, the situations at sea and on land were entirely different. Those pirates, though not qualified to clash with a great empire head-on. If they couldn't beat them, they would flee. One could foresee that this newly crowned King of the North Sea would become a persistent problem for the giant that is Lying for many years to come. Irremovable, incurable. Even the origin of this decree of kingship, Solun had guessed. He finally understood what condition Mafa's men had put forward at Gadrant Harbor to acquire the super-mechanical warrior blueprints. When remembering the blueprints, it was no longer surprising to hear about Duke Raphael's obliteration of the King of the North Sea's 9th Fleet. It was most likely retaliation for the previous pillaging incident at Old Lington. A duke pillaged by pirates naturally wanted to retaliate. Compared to pirates becoming kings, Solun was more concerned about the display of power by Duke Raphael. The fleets under the King of the North Sea were strong. Fleet captains were usually 6th or 7th tier big pirates, the real top fighters. For instance, the 4th Fleet that once raided Old Lington boasted 2 6th tiers and more than 10 5th tier squad leaders with over 10,000 pirates, which truly had the capacity to overrun some large territories. But sadly, they misjudged Duke Raphael's strength. When Solun thought about the steel battleship he once saw, which was an extreme exaggeration, it wasn't something any pirate fleet could sink a super battleship. Old Lington's malformed industrial society enabled Duke Raphael to possess many technologies far beyond the times. Technological levels were much higher than the average within the Lying Empire, and even in areas such as neuromechanical technology, they surpassed even Mafa Empire, known as the Mechanical Holy Land. Yet, with such a strong foundation, Solon gleaned from the extracted memories that Duke Raphael was a marginal figure in the top echelons of Lying's power center. Solon had his doubts about why. But only when he saw the young Master William from the Riga family appear on that steel giant did he understand that those who become great lords are all deep and cunning old foxes. This was a true crocodile lurking beneath the surface, and the League had gained an ambitious member. Its purpose was now crystal clear. However, Solon had no interest in the power struggles among the higher lords. Now that the North Sea was in chaos, he also wanted to see if he could fish in troubled waters. 2 months ago, when Solon came to Blizzard City, the city was orderly. As the only human city near Silent Forest, it attracted numerous merchants and adventurers. Because of this, commercial activity in the city thrived. Although there were quite a few pirates around, everyone tacitly accepted the city's no weapons rules because this was a base for pirates to dispose of their loot and resupply. But things were different now, with Oleg being crowned, pirates fell into revelry, and the original order was broken. All legitimate businesses in Blizzard City were looted, and no normal merchants dared come by. The once prosperous Blizzard City became desolate and dilapidated in an instant. Today's weather was not too good, the sky a leaden grey, and large snowflakes fell from the sky. In the city, most shops were empty, and from the broken doors, windows, and walls you could see the remnants of the recent fierce looting. There were no city guards anymore, and the accumulated snow, which had not been cleared, was several meters high. On the main street, there was only a small path trampled by pedestrians that was passable. Solon, dressed in a black trench coat, walked out of an informant's pub, holding a black umbrella, with a crow perched on his shoulder. Seems like I've been put on the wanted list. As Solon walked, he mulled over in his mind. He had just gone to the pub to gather some information and had learned about some of the latest news from the outside world. Solon also paid special attention to news about himself. As expected, he was wanted. Both pirates and lying slave traders had placed a bounty on the gold-patterned cloak man. Mr. Jing's bounty was the highest, reaching 10 billion liso, which was already the bounty level of a 6th-tier big pirate. He, Solon, ranked second, with a bounty of 188 million lixos. However, the good news was, the wanted poster only had descriptions of a gold-patterned cloak and his puppetry ability, without any other details. Other members of the Mirror organization were also keeping a low profile, with almost no news about them. Now, once I use my powers, I'll have to eradicate all witnesses. Thinking of something, Solon smacked his lips and didn't take it to heart. With such vague descriptions on the wanted poster, he felt it would be difficult for anyone to target him if he remained cautious. Walking through the snow, he followed his memory towards the entertainment district of the eastern city, planning to make a trip to the agreed-upon Sailor Tavern. He had contacted Jiantiao yesterday, considering the time, she should have already arrived in Blizzard City. Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. Solon was going to meet her first. One reason was to catch up on old times. The other was that Jiantiao said she had news about Rune Warlock. The number of pedestrians on the street was small, not like the times when wealthy merchants and noble women used to shop. Now, even if there were pedestrians, they were mostly in groups, they were likely either pirates or fully armed adventurers. Their expressions were hurried, and no one dared to linger on the streets. As he walked, Solon realized a few menacing gazes were fixed on him. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. Last night at the inn, he had killed 2 groups of thieves who snuck in at midnight. The most outrageous part was that neither his killings nor the deaths of those guys caused any excessive reaction from anyone. After the bodies were discovered, the owner, patiently holding a musket, skillfully threw them into the alley behind the inn, where they froze into ice pops in the snow. Blizzard City was now a place of utter disorder. Robbery, revenge killings, and rape were all too common. Before long, only a few sounds of cats scurrying were heard, and the snow in the alley concealed 3 still warm bodies. Without drawing any attention, Solon covered his face again with his scarf and stepped back out, wandering into the snowstorm. When Solon returned to Blizzard City, a fleet that had left Blizzard City nearly half a month ago was about to arrive at Gadrant Harbor. Among the fleet was an inconspicuous 3-masted ship. Yet no one knew that the interior of this ship was extraordinarily luxurious. In the captain's room, brilliant crystal lights illuminated the space, pure gold and silver instruments on the mahogany navigator's table glinted. Embroidered on the tablecloth's corners were noble crests of tulips and eagles belonging to the Lance family, a prominent ruler of 6 northern provinces, and this was their secret ship. A breathtakingly beautiful girl with purple hair was currently standing in front of the wall hung with North Sea naval charts, lazily examining the densely marked coordinates. In her arms, she also held an equally lethargic long-haired white cat. At the door of the captain's room stood an old butler with downcast eyes, reporting something. "Miss, our arrangements left in Blizzard City have mostly been destroyed by those pirates. Those pirates have great ambitions and seem to be intent on eradicating all powers in the North Sea that don't belong to them. Mafa has also transported a large amount of military equipment over with submarine ironclad ships. It seems they are preparing to build a mechanical fleet for those pirates. The threat to us in the future may be substantial." Hearing this, the purple-haired girl showed no surprise and continued to look at the sea chart. The old butler waited patiently. After pondering for a moment, as if she found interest in speaking, the girl finally spoke, her response indifferent. "Let those Viking pirates have a taste of power, then. They really think becoming a ruler is as easy as being a pirate? Capturing territory is easy, but what about afterward? Being a pirate without constraints is one thing, but once they start playing politics in the open, those pirates aren't even fit to carry shoes for the Parliament's old foxes." She paused, then added, "Pirates will always be pirates, nothing noteworthy beyond their brute force. They'll quiet down after stirring trouble for a while." The old butler then said, "Miss, does that mean we should pull our people back?" "No." The purple-haired girl shook her head, her beautiful purple eyes sparkling with insight. "With the North Sea being so lively, how can we not enjoy the spectacle? If we really withdrew, Mafa's plans would go too smoothly. With so much the family has invested in the North Sea over the years, we can't let others reap the fruits." The old butler asked, "Then we?" The purple-haired girl said with a meaningful tone, "It's not as complicated as you think. We don't need to confront those pirates head-on at all." She continued, "Most pirates can't even do mathematics. They don't even know how to set tax rates, let alone understand economics. Even if they loot wealth, they only know how to hoard and let it rot in their private vaults, oblivious to the uses of a bank. Since they lack such talents, we might as well provide them. Weren't there still some survivors from the last Fog Moon Rebellion? Now would be the perfect time to put them to use, send them over." Coming to a thought, the purple-haired girl took a pause. Her gaze narrowed slightly, and she said in a deeper tone, "That Oleg thinks he can be a lord, so let's help him be one." The old butler, catching on to the true cunning of the strategy, flickered a moment of astonishment, then nodded respectfully, "Yes." After a pause, he added, "Oh, miss. There's another piece of news." Before the purple-haired girl could inquire, he stated outright, "Duke Raphael's patrol fleet encountered Oleg's 9th fleet near the Burman archipelago 5 days ago. A large battle ensued, and the pirate fleet was annihilated. It's said that Duke Raphael has mastered a very advanced warship technology and now possesses an ironclad fleet whose strength is uncertain but might be stronger than the Imperial Navy." Hearing this, the purple-haired girl finally raised an eyebrow. She did not seem surprised, merely sighed and said, "Not just us, everyone in the Empire had underestimated that nouveau riche." Despite some officials being replaced year after year, the noble social stratum at the top of the lying empire had long become rigid. The wealth accumulated by the great nobles over hundreds of years was simply unimaginable for ordinary people. They controlled everything. Parliament seats, banks, social resources, wealth, population, were in fact all in the hands of those few top families. Whichever way they were shuffled, it was still their people. As long as lying did not collapse, there would be almost no major changes in the overall pattern. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even if a newly risen noble struggles, they could at most sip some soup but must not think about eating the meat. Should someone dare harbor thoughts of eating the meat, they would immediately be strangled in the cradle by those big shots. However, technology was an exception. Before this, no one knew that steam machinery technology would develop so rapidly, nor did they know its potential would be so immense. Duke Raphael operated quietly for 3 generations and overtook on the curve. An entirely isolated mine had also created such conditions for them. By the time the Empire's bigwigs truly reacted, everything was beyond retrieval. The old butler said thus far, then asked, "Miss, shall we try to make contact? We've just received news that all the major lords, a few from the Parliament, and even some from the royal family have extended olive branches to Duke Raphael." The purple-haired girl remained calm and spoke evenly, "It's too late to go now. Since Duke Raphael dares to show his hand now, he must already have something to rely on. Going now would not benefit us. The old butler wore a worried expression and said, if the rumors are true, wouldn't we be passive by not making contact? My overeager older and second brothers are probably already on their way. We don't need to join the excitement, she said, entirely indifferent. The purple-haired girl continued with a nonchalant look, besides, it's not a rumor. I've already obtained concrete intelligence that Duke Raphael has mastered many top-secret technologies, right there in Old Lington Underground. Upon hearing this, the butler's eyebrows relaxed, and he suddenly said, so the young lady had already made arrangements. I've spoken out of turn. The girl's tone shifted again, and she continued, instead of going directly to Raphael, that slippery old fox, it's better to start with the Rigatti family. It seems, now, that these two families have already become very close. The butler immediately understood, are you referring to the matter of a marriage alliance? A thought occurred to him, his eyebrows twisted, showing hesitation, and after a moment he said, previously, news came from the Rigatti side expressing a willingness to align through marriage but not with the legitimate eldest son. But it seems there's been some complication recently, and their attitude is ambiguous again. The purple-haired girl chuckled, clearly in the know, that's because they think that all offsprings from the concubines should be killed, and the clan elders are reluctant to let the eldest son marry. After all, my classmate William is very proud and wants to hold everything in his own hands. As she spoke, a flicker of realization crossed her eyes. But before that spark of light could arouse any emotional turbulence, it had completely dissipated. Her tone was distinctly indifferent as she said, sometimes, the eldest son may not necessarily be the best choice. The butler did not understand why his young mistress had suddenly changed her mind, but as if grasping something, he asked, Miss, how should we reply to the Rigatti side then? Should the marriage alliance be cancelled? No, of course, the marriage must proceed. It's an indispensable part of the family's grand plan. The purple-haired girl appeared to lose interest in listening further and waved her hand, you don't need to worry about this matter, I have my own arrangements. Yes. The butler assented and decisively withdrew. After the riot, nearly all regular shops in the city were closed. But taverns, pleasure houses, and gambling dens, these necessary venues for pirates' daily entertainment, were busier than ever. When Solon arrived at the Sailor Tavern, it was already packed to the brim. It used to be a secret meeting place for pirate captains in Blizzard City, now it was open to all, and its size had increased several times over. 9. Big. 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 Oh, give me a good hand, bust this damn dealer. Hearing the raucous noise, a sense of familiarity welled up within Solon. The sounds of slot machines, clamoring voices, and crude curses resonated together. Pirates were nearly all gamblers, drunkards, and the tavern was the liveliest place. After contacting him with the communicator, Chris had already arrived. Solon did not find anyone in the tavern's seating area on the first floor, and instinct told him that the gambling-addicted woman was probably sitting at a gambling table downstairs. As expected. Just as Solon descended the staircase, he caught sight of that energetically handsome face at a high roller table in a small hall. She was sitting with her legs wide apart at the gambling table, with a young girl wearing a long face and hugging a katana beside her. Looking at the katana, Solon recognized it as her own weapon. He was very curious when she started having a girl following her around, but before he could greet her, the girl holding the sword was earnestly advising, Captain, are you going to gamble again? If we lose more, we won't have enough money to buy supplies when we go ashore. Although spoken softly, Solon heard every word clearly, and a wry smile spread across his lips. The gambling-addicted woman hadn't changed one bit. Back when she was an officer at the Cross Society, she would often lose everything but her pockets, relying entirely on her gang members to get by. Now that she was a pirate captain, it seemed her old habits persisted. But, there was something fishy with this card game. Glancing at the croupier's dealing technique, Solon's pupils narrowed slightly. He didn't believe for a second that Sister Chien hadn't noticed the scam. This seemed to be the rhythm of someone stirring trouble. Solon couldn't help but smile slightly, and he walked over. Sister Chien had obviously noticed him, but she didn't greet him. The girl beside her took out the last stack of banknotes from her pocket, still anxiously advising, Captain, this is all the money we have left, please be more careful with your bets. Sister Chien just slightly lifted the corner of her mouth, took the money, and interrupted her, saying meaningfully, your captain is about to turn her luck around. The girl pursed her lips, muttering discontentedly, "You always say that, but you always lose." Solun almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. He also pretended not to know her and casually took a seat at the table. Only then did he clearly see that Sister Chien wasn't wearing her kimono anymore, but had switched to the iconic pirate captain's attire. A deer leather tricorn hat with a silver skull decoration on the brim, knee-high leather boots covering the calves, a Gothic-style leather skirt for easy fighting, a linen shirt revealing her cleavage, a brownish cape with gold fringe epaulets on her shoulders, a katana hanging at her waist, and inside the scabbard, there were 3 traditional pirate flintlocks. However, the clothes seemed to have not been washed for a long time, and her messy style was exactly like a pirate's. Solun laughed slightly in his heart, thinking, this gambling-addicted woman got into the role of a pirate captain very quickly after reaching land. Solun sat down, and the game continued. It was still Texas Hold'em poker. This kind of gambling could make one rich quickly but could also drain the last penny from a gambler's pocket. Because the game was rigged, Sister Chien lost her last stack of money too. Solun, with his variety of gambling techniques, saw through their cheating strategies at a glance. In this round, after 2 cards were dealt, Sister Chien ran out of money to raise the bet. As everyone waited for her to come up with more cash, she suddenly slammed the sword that the young lass was holding onto the gambling table, and shouted fiercely, "I bet this!" Instantly, the atmosphere at the gambling table turned cold. The pirate across from her, wearing an eye patch, also looked like a captain. This guy was also the biggest winner of this round. Hearing her words, a hint of unease clearly flashed in his eyes, and he said viciously, Hey, what do you mean by that? Lost your money and now looking for trouble? This is Chris's gambling den, think carefully." At this point, a bunch of other pirates also started to make a ruckus, ready to start a fight at the drop of a hat. Solun could tell that most of the men at this table were from Cyclops' crew. Sister Chien sneered, "I bet this sword on the croupier having another A up her sleeve." The female croupier's poker face wasn't that good. Getting caught cheating at a pirate's gambling table usually meant at the very least a broken hand or foot. Hearing that accusation, fear clearly flashed across her face. Cyclops' eye twitched as he heard this, not giving anyone a chance to make a scene. He was the first to slap the table fiercely. "What the hell are you talking about?" With a bang, coins and cards scattered on the table, and suddenly, the whole gambling den fell silent. The croupier saw her chance and instantly tried to shake off the hidden card in the commotion. But at that moment, the dark muzzle of a gun was suddenly pointed at the croupier's head. "Move an inch, and I'll blow your head off," someone declared. The crowd turned to see Solun holding the gun with a playful look on his face. "I'll also bet that there is a card in your right sleeve." Chapter 289. The Great Sun Bathhouse. This table was set up by the high rollers themselves. The stakes, the rules, and the croupier were all decided by the gamblers. The gambling house didn't interfere in any matter, only taking a commission. Solun looked at the stacks of cash on the table that resembled bricks, probably amounting to over 10 million. There were a total of 6 gamblers, besides Solun himself and one other. The other 4 were all together. Looking at their practiced techniques, some cheated while others covered or stirred up trouble. It was obviously not their first time doing this. They probably thought of the other as an addicted gambler, an easy mark. The big sister figure could afford to lose money, but she couldn't afford to be made a fool of. Solun pressed his handgun against the croupier's forehead and watched her with interest, and said, "I'll count to 3, show your sleeves, or I'll blow your head off." Solun wasn't just making an empty threat. He was truly daring enough to shoot and kill. 1. 2. The croupier, intimidated by his fierce killing aura, turned pale, her forehead already breaking out in cold sweat. Under such pressure, she inadvertently looked towards the mastermind behind her for help. Seeing things falling apart, Cyclops, beside her, suddenly flipped the table while shouting, "You motherfucker, looking for trouble because you lost money? Hey!" Clearly, he was playing dumb. With the table flipped, cards and bills flew everywhere. Now, catching the cheat was impossible. Taking advantage of the commotion from flipping the table, the croupier also disposed of the cards. Discarding the evidence, she felt relieved and suddenly became defiant, looking at Solun triumphantly and flashing a mocking smile as if to say, "What can you do to me now? Pirates don't reason much, whoever has the bigger fist is the law." This Cyclops was not someone to mess with. Seeing the boss flip the table, the group of pirates around Cyclops drew their weapons, ready to fight. Explore more at my virtual library empire. Boss, this woman is clearly picking a fight, let's get her. Yeah, if she can't handle losing, she shouldn't disgrace herself at the gambling table. Fucking bitch. Ha ha ha. Not only did the group flip the table, but they also cursed. In pirate speak, there's no such thing as verbal decency, they swear whatever ugly words come to mind. Solun watched, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Although he wasn't intimidated by these people, he hesitated on whether it was worth starting a fight. Killing these people wouldn't be difficult. But after all, this place was a pirate's den. Causing a big disturbance might be difficult to settle afterward. He, being alone, wasn't much troubled about it. But now that one other was a pirate captain, if things became uncontrollable, it might be difficult for her in the future. However, just as Solun had this hesitant thought, a gunshot suddenly exploded beside his ear. Bang! The croupier, who was flaunting just moments ago, had her head blown open like a smashed watermelon, with crimson tissue splattering everywhere before everyone's eyes. The entire room was stunned on the spot. Solun glanced sideways and saw it was the stoic one other who had fired the shot. Her fiery temper leading to violence wasn't surprising. What intrigued Solun was that one other, who never used guns, seemed rather proficient. However, watching her fire the gun, Solun's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous gleam appeared, his heart also stirring with anticipation. Tisk, this is getting exciting. In that instant of the gunshot, the young girl beside one other suddenly drew her sword. Clang! The sharp long sword was unsheathed, and a cold gleam flashed across the gambling hall. With the sword in hand, the girl, who just had a soft and tender face, suddenly became stern and fearless. Hey, is she an apprentice you've taken in? Solun looked at the girl whose demeanor had drastically changed, realizing why she was accompanying one other and holding her sword. Just by watching the situation, Solun knew she was a promising swordsman. Standing there, she herself seemed like an unsheathed sword, exuding sharpness. The moment one other fired the gun, it was as if a signal had been sent. Suddenly, intense footsteps clattered from the stairwell entrance. Groups of sumo wrestlers with flamboyant tattoos charged down. Solun found them very familiar. Weren't these the capable leaders brought out by the Cross Society? Afterward, about 20 to 30 fearsome people followed, each with furrowed brows and imposing demeanors. Among them were 3 seemingly naive yet unusually burly ice giants. Captain! Captain! The crowd reached the gambling hall and positioned themselves behind Thousand Blades Rakshasa. In an instant, her isolated situation was bolstered. What was once a one-against-many scenario suddenly showed signs of a group beating. Although these newcomers were not of very high rank, mostly second or third tier, their presence was intimidating. The severity in their expressions resembled that of gladiators indifferent to life or death. Solun had seen too many of such people at the gambling stalls of the Cross Society, and he was familiar with this temperament. Seeing this, a glint of curiosity passed through his eyes. It appeared that Thousand Blades Rakshasa's pirate gang had reached such a scale. Upon seeing these people, Solun felt his involvement was no longer needed, so he holstered his gun and stepped aside to enjoy the show. Though, from the beginning, this group had never troubled Thousand Blades Rakshasa anyway. Suddenly, someone died. If this had been any other gambling stall, the gamblers would probably have scattered in fright by now. But this place was a nest of pirates. Those coarse-souled men with yellow teeth and beauties tattooed with anchors on their arms were not frightened by the gunfire, instead, they gathered around to join in the excitement. As they watched Cyclops' group being overwhelmed by Thousand Blades Rakshasa and her crew, some began to jeer. Ha ha ha! Cyclops, you're scared by a woman. Don't be a wimp, fuck it up. Shush, don't fucking stir things up. Haven't you heard of that one's reputation? Cyclops soak? I know him. I'm talking about the other one. You mean that woman is someone significant? You haven't heard of Thousand Blades Rakshasa? I didn't recognize her at first, but now that I see the giant 3 brothers. Hiss. The female sword fighter from the New Dawn pirate gang? The one who supposedly overturned a whole ship of the great slaver Eugens by herself, killing everyone brutally. Yep. The crowd engaged in hushed whispers, revealing the background of both parties. Now, even those who didn't recognize Thousand Blades Rakshasa immediately knew her. Then a collective gasp was heard. Solun stood among the crowd listening to the fragmented conversations, and he realized that in a short time at sea, Sister Thousand Blade's notoriety had become quite prominent. A female sword fighter? Tisk tisk. Hearing the gossipy crowd's explanations, Solun also learned that the other party was from the Iron Crocodile pirate gang. Their captain, Cyclops Soak, was a 4th tier with a bounty of over 10 million. He wasn't very famous though, Solun had only vaguely heard the name before. Cyclops glimpsed the group behind Thousand Blades Rakshasa, now realizing they were not so easy to bully. After hearing the whispered hints, he understood he had messed with a fierce woman. But now in a difficult position, he could only stubbornly say, "Hey, what do you mean by this?" Thousand Blades Rakshasa coldly replied, "Did you really think I'm foolish? Can't you see that you're cheating?" Cyclops, looking at the croupier whose head had exploded on the floor, scoffed coldly, "You're fucking accusing me out of nowhere? What evidence do you have that I'm cheating? You've killed the croupier, I could say you're just picking a fight." Thousand Blades Rakshasa gave him no room for excuses or thoughts of reasoning. She cut to the chase, "You have two choices, follow the rules of the underworld and compensate, or deal with my sword. You're threatening me." Cyclops's eyelids twitched violently, and his gaze grew icier. Although he hadn't met them before, he had heard of several new notorious players from the North Sea, including one who played with crows, one who tinkered with machines, and this Thousand Blades Rakshasa. None were pushovers. The sword in her hand wasn't just for show, she was truly a killer. Cheating was cheating, but no evidence was found. After all, Cyclops was a somewhat famous pirate captain. If he were to back down now, he couldn't continue mixing it up at sea. His temper flared, and he suddenly burst out, "Fuck it!" With that command, the entire gambling hall instantly erupted into chaos. Muskets fired wildly, swords flashed erratically. This was just daily life for pirates. If you don't comply, you fight. Infighting among pirate crews for dominance and ruthlessness was all too common. Robbery and brawls were normal, all lived by the edge of the blade with no laws to abide by, relying solely on strength to make their point. Might makes right. This was also the only rule of survival for a pirate. Just like King Oleg of the North Sea, invincible and thus crowned, those who couldn't defeat him simply took a detour around him. Bang, bang, bang. Thud, thud, thud. Pirates fighting had no particular method, just chaotic melees. Solun too was in a corner, occasionally firing a sneaky shot. However, after seeing the methods of that Cyclops, he finally realized why that person wanted to meet in this tavern. It turned out it wasn't just her gambling addiction flaring up, but also because of this fellow. A rune magician? So I've encountered one already. Solun watched as the Cyclops bit his own finger and then drew a mysterious pattern on his face. Suddenly bright golden mysterious runes lit up all over his exposed skin. Together with his crocodile skin armor, this fellow became impervious to blades and guns. Bullets sparked off him without leaving a mark. He could even catch the long sword slashes of Thousand Blades Rakshasa with his bare hands. It wasn't just the defensive earth rune, the color of the runes on his skin changed, and there were variations of fire rune and wind rune. The biggest characteristic of the rune magician lineage was to treat the body as a cursed object under preparation, engraving runes into skin, bones, and flesh, achieving the effect of a human curse object. Two pirate captains, their combat equally matched. The crews too, fought life and death battles. Endlessly intense. But Solun, the third party, seemed rather inactive, just hiding among the crowd firing occasional shots, avoiding getting too involved. This also led to scornful looks from the spectators. However, what others didn't know, Solun knew very well. Thousand Blades Rakshasa was strong enough not to need his concern. She hadn't even used her second stage Rakshasa powers, so she clearly wasn't fighting seriously. The fight was so fierce because Solun knew, she probably wanted him to clearly understand the opponent's rune abilities. After watching for a while, Solun confirmed, this was what he was looking for. It's indeed a lineage of the rune magician. However, the level seems a bit lacking. Solun murmured in his mind. He was searching for the lineage that could craft the imitated original runes, a high-level skill. But from this guy's understanding of runes showcased, he was still far off. However, he did have a lead now. Since this guy was from the rune magician lineage, from him, he should be able to find out where this lineage originated. As Solun pondered, he occasionally fired a few shots. As the two pirate crews were fighting fervently, in another tavern not far from the Sailor's Tavern, a group of brawny men who still exposed their chests despite the cold weather were drinking. They were Vikings. The leader, named Whaler Chris, a captain of the 3rd Team in the 7th Fleet under King Oleg of the North Sea, was a great pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Stormwind City had already been breached by the pirates, and the spoils divided. Naturally King Oleg's men took the lion's share. They had also dispatched such a team captain to oversee this location. "Boss Chris, there's trouble brewing over at Sailor's Tavern. Iron Crocodile crew and Dawn crew have started fighting." "Never heard of them, a new crew that recently went to sea." "The captain of the Iron Crocodile crew is the son of Rune Old Man, Sock." "Ah, that guy, he seems a bit familiar. What happened?" "Apparently, Sock was caught cheating at cards. The other party is that notorious newcomer Thousand Blades Rakshasa." "Hat, let them fight if it's just over a game of cards. Just remember to have the losers reimburse the damages." As it turned out, Thousand Blades Rakshasa's side was indeed much more formidable. Solung guessed correctly, her crew, including those 3 giants, were indeed gladiatorial slaves rescued during a previous raid on a slave ship. Gladiators in Emperor Ling's empire were slaves, and even if they escaped, without a household registry, they couldn't settle anywhere in any Ling territory. Even if they hid and kept a low profile, returning to a normal life was difficult, and they were always at risk of being captured again. So, most of them followed Thousand Blades Rakshasa and became pirates. Their combat prowess was naturally exceptional. But what surprised Solung even more was that little girl. Previously appearing genteel, she chopped people up like a little thousand blades. A 10-year-old girl had managed to kill several in a group of grown men, her clothes splattered with fresh blood. The outcome was also very satisfactory. Thousand Blades Rakshasa had been hiding her true strength to control the scene, and with Solung sniping from the side, that Iron Crocodile pirate group was defeated step by step. In the end, the Cyclops was nearly chopped to death in the chaos before he finally surrendered and agreed to compensate. Before long, Thousand Blades Rakshasa and her group walked out of the now-ruined Sailor's Bar, heads held high. In the pirate world, winning a fight means you are right. Thousand Blades Rakshasa spotted Solung waiting in a nearby alley, exchanged glances, and smiled faintly. Turning to her crew members, she boisterously exclaimed, "Lalota, distribute the compensation money to the brothers. Everyone, have a great time and drink up. Keep an eye on the communicator, we sail in 5 days." The crowd cheered joyfully, "All right. Captain is mighty." The little girl with the ponytail, holding the handles of several knives, returned to her genteel demeanor, resembling the captain's personal steward. She took out the compensation money they had received and handed it to everyone. The crew members dispersed amid high spirits, heading off to spend their money on drinks. Thousand Blades Rakshasa led the small aide along the snow-covered streets. Along the way, the ponytailed girl counted on her fingers the remaining money, meticulously calculating. After careful accounting, she found a significant shortfall. She then cast a somber gaze at her captain and said, "Master, shouldn't we save some reserve money? Our ship needs maintenance, the sails need replacing, there are many places requiring money." Thousand Blades Rakshasa dismissed the concern, "We are pirates, you know money will come." "But..." The ponytailed girl wanted to say more, but the sword she carried slipped and fell, forcing her to quickly pick it up, looking somewhat flustered. At that moment, they happened to pass by the mouth of an alley. Leaning against the wall, Solung greeted with a smile, "Long time no see, Sister Thousand Blades." Seeing a familiar face brought joy to both of their faces. Thousand Blades Rakshasa casually hooked her arm around Solung's shoulders, "Come on, let's go somewhere else to catch up." Solung, his arm sinking into a soft embrace, couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The ponytailed girl behind them watched their intimately casual demeanor, her expression blank. Only then did she realize that the helpful gunman was actually an old acquaintance of her teacher. There weren't many places still open for chatting in Blizzard City. Apart from hotels, bars, and brothels. Not in the mood for drinking, and having gambled enough already, Thousand Blades Rakshasa directly led Solung to a building booming with the sound of steam chimneys. A sign hanging at the entrance read "Great Day Bathhouse." Thousand Blades Rakshasa's 3 great loves were practicing with blades, soaking in baths, and gambling. Having already bathed together many times in Old Lington, they were more than familiar with each other's company. Solung glanced at her chosen spot, showing no surprise, and naturally followed Thousand Blades alongside her into the bathhouse. However, Lalota, who followed them, looked extremely bemused, as if witnessing something inconceivable. As she stepped into the bathhouse, she hesitated, took a half step back to double-check the sign, and then confirmed something: her own captain was actually entering a bathhouse with a man? In Blizzard City, unlike the delicate bathhouses in Old Lington, especially in the pirate community, bathhouses were straightforward brothels. The pink-lit atmosphere alone was less than decorous. Lolota, who had never been to such a place, entered with a heart full of trepidation. Upon entering, several flamboyantly dressed ladies were greeting guests in the hall. 3 distinguished guests. Their voices, distant and echoing, traveled down the hall. With the steam boiler next door, the room was very warm, and the ladies were lightly dressed, revealing deep cleavages and thighs up to their hips, their faces carrying flirtatious, seductive smiles. Lolota, unable to fix her gaze, was extremely nervous. Solun and Thousand Blades Rakshasa, both products of the gangster world, were unfazed. Thousand Blades hurriedly waved her hand, demanding, "Get the best private room. The hottest water, the finest medicinal baths, only the best of everything." "Certainly, boss." Seeing the unusual trio of a man, a woman, and a little girl, the madam and proprietor initially paused but brightened up hearing Thousand Blades' domineering tone. A waitress led Solun and the others upstairs. Chapter 290. "I don't mind, but you can't." Solun and 2 others were led upstairs by the plump madam. The wooden staircase clattered as they stepped on it. As they walked, Qiantiao complained while hooking her arm around Solun's shoulder, "Being a pirate is great except for not being able to take baths. It's awful. We've been drifting at sea for nearly a month, and I feel like I'm marinated like a salted fish." Solun laughed upon hearing this. It reminded him of the times at the Cross Society when he and this gambling-addicted woman would spend 3 to 4 days a week in the bathhouse whenever they were in town. Now, as pirates on board, there was barely enough fresh water to drink, let alone spare any for baths, which truly made it hard for her. They reached the top of the stairs, where they could see the public bathhouse on the first floor through the gaps in the rusty louvered windows. It was spacious, and some bare-chested pirates were enjoying baths. Solun and Qiantiao were accustomed to such sights from their days in the gang and kept their eyes straight ahead. The young girl Lolita behind them blushed and kept her gaze on her toes, not daring to look around. She had been captured and taken to a gladiator arena at 6, and while she had seen many dead, she had never been to a bathhouse before. Once they reached the 3rd floor, it became much quieter. The deluxe bathhouse was expensive, but fortunately, each room was private and didn't have the constant foot traffic of strangers like downstairs. The madam opened a door and made a gesture for them to enter, then asked, "Would you like me to arrange a masseuse for the 3 of you?" Qiantiao asked, "Do you have any good ones?" The madam smirked ambiguously, "The girls in our establishment are carefully selected, I guarantee they do excellent work." Although the patrons were mostly men, there were also a few female pirates from time to time, satisfying everyone's needs. Qiantiao frowned upon hearing this, evidently the madam had misunderstood her. "What I meant was..." She paused, then pursed her lips and changed her response, "Never mind. We'll handle the bathing ourselves." She understood what kind of place this was, there wouldn't be any skilled bath attendants here. She felt the lack of a back scrub greatly diminished the enjoyment of the bath. As she spoke, Qiantiao flicked the gold coin she had been playing with in her hand and walked towards the room, adding, "Don't come to disturb us unless I call for you." She could hardly stand the smell of herself any longer and had no interest in chit-chat. The madam, quick-eyed and nimble, caught the gold coin and after hearing the chink, her expression turned all smiles. "All right, rest assured, boss." Saying this, she then shut the door. The bathhouse room on the 3rd floor was large and fairly lavishly decorated. Upon entering, one could see a 4x4 meter pool already filled with mist-laden clear water. Next to it, there was an aged brass pipe continuously gushing hot water. This wasn't the type of water from Old Lington's underground springs imbued with dark spiritual power, it was just ordinary boiler water. If one sniffed closely, they could even detect a faint metallic scent mixed with the smell of the chemicals. In such an establishment, everything was about fulfilling the guest's sensory experience. The layout of the room was straightforward. An entrance with a frosted glass-separated shower room, then the bath, and a large bed on the other side. There was hardly any concealment, almost everything in the room was visible. If one were to bathe, they could almost be seen from any place inside. Qiantiao looked at the pool in the room, smacked her lips, and muttered, this pool is too small. But in Ice and Snow City, having a bath to soak in was already quite nice. As she spoke, she had already removed her pirate hat, cloak, blunderbuss, and holster and handed them to Lalita behind her, casually instructing, "Find a place to hang these up." "Oh." The young girl obediently responded. Before she could react, she saw her captain already beginning to unbutton her shirt. Seeing the delicate whiteness at the neckline exposed, she suddenly panicked. "Ma'am, you..." Had she forgotten there was a man in the room? But before she could voice her warning, the linen shirt was thrown over her head, covering her view. With the shirt over her head, she murmured indistinctly, unable to hear clearly. When Lalita lifted the shirt off her head, she saw the bare, graceful figure walking into the bathroom. Immediately, the sounds of running water and Kyone Xiao's casual complaints could be heard. "Oh, this terrible smell of the sea, just unbearable. Solun, hold on, I'll rinse off first." "Why don't you come and rinse off too?" "It's all right, you go ahead." Solun had long been used to such situations, having shared a room at an inn in Dawn City's campgrounds before. This gambling-addicted woman had never regarded herself as an outsider, nor did she have any notion of modesty around him. The view from outside the bathroom was a vista of spring, revealing all of her beautiful curves and proud posture. Qiantiao was unconcerned, and Solun remained as impassive as ever, hardly glancing over. He walked straight to the bed, lied down leisurely, and waited. Just like old times. Seeing this, Lalita still standing by the door was utterly shocked. "This? What exactly is the relationship between my teacher and this man? She even doesn't avoid him when taking a bath?" The bed in the bathhouse was much more comfortable than the one Solun had slept in the night before. He lay back on the goose-down bed, sinking deep into it. The gas lamp's light passed through a warm-colored shade, casting a somewhat dim light in the room. It wasn't clear, but there was a kind of hazy, ambiguous atmosphere. With Qiantiao in the room, there was no need to worry too much about safety, and he seemed very relaxed. Soon, the rustling sound of flowing water by his ear ceased, then he heard Qiantiao call out again, "Bring me a towel." Solun glanced up, intending to help out. "Sure, teacher." But the girl named Luoluota was quicker, grabbing a towel from the cabinet and running over. In a moment, Qiantiao emerged from the shower, wrapped in a towel. Great Sun Bathhouse wasn't a formal bathhouse, and there weren't many fancy bathrobes. After all, the pirates who came to spend money weren't really there to take baths, and they would end up undressed under the service of the attendants anyway. So only a few towels were prepared. The towel only covered a part of Qiantiao's body, leaving large areas of skin exposed in the air. This gambling-addicted woman had a body to boast about. As a close combat knife fighter, her proportions were impeccable. The towel was not very large, the hem just reaching her hips. It was just the right coverage, showing off her shapely legs completely, slightly revealing the contour of her buttocks and the tantalizing curve that led the imagination astray. With a larger movement as she flipped her hair, it even seemed mysteriously captivating, tempting one to peek. Of course, there was also her imposing tattooed upper arm. Solun couldn't help but take another look. Qiantiao probably never thought she had any feminine charm. She walked up to the pool, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Not because of Solun's gaze, but because she disdained the towel she wore. It became heavy and clumsy when wet. However, once she lay down in the hot pool, her eyebrows immediately relaxed, and she let out a pleasurable sigh. "Ah, finally comfortable." Solun watched and chuckled softly. Qiantiao beckoned, saying, "Solun, boy, what are you standing there for? Come and soak for a while." "Sure." Solun didn't mind. He had picked up the habit of soaking from Qiantiao. Looking at the pool water in front of him, it felt rather uneasy not to soak it in for a long time. He also went to the bathroom, stripped off his clothes, quickly rinsed, and then wrapped in a towel, he stepped out. Getting into the water, the steamy hot water overflowed from the edge of the pool, splashing soundly. The pool wasn't large, Solun and Qiantiao lay facing each other. Both of their breaths were relaxed and comfortable. Directly opposite Solun was the room's window. Looking out, he could see the falling snowflakes. Being the bathhouse's best room, privacy was well handled, offering a beautiful snowy scene outside without any buildings in sight. The scene of soaking in the bath was all too familiar. As were the people. And neither felt any discomfort. But there was a third person in the room. Suddenly remembering, Qiantiao called out, Luoluo Ta, do you want to join us for a soak? Ah, teacher, I'd better not. In the corner, the girl named Luoluo Ta stuttered her response. Hearing her slightly nervous voice, Solun guessed she must have that flustered expression, and he smiled slightly. Thinking of something, he asked, is that girl your apprentice, Sister Qiantiao? Yes. Qiantiao, enjoying the feeling of her body being soaked and all her pores opened up in the warm water, said, she's also a hard luck girl. Originally from a minor noble family, she fell into hard times due to a disaster. Her family declined, and she ended up in the hands of a slave trader. She was initially meant to be sent to a brothel, but when the traders were selecting gladiators, they discovered her talent and trained her into a youth gladiator. I happened to raid a Yunus ship and rescued her. Solun listened and wasn't too surprised. Hearing about her ruthless and cruel sword technique, it made sense she was trained as a gladiator. He exclaimed, indeed a fine prospect for sword training. With the topic started, the two began to chat. Before, Solun knew that the Cyclops in the gambling stall was a rune magician, so he directly asked, Sister Qian, what was that Cyclops sock's story? Qian responded lazily, wasn't I inquiring about rune magicians for you? It just so happened that I heard about an inheritance in the North Sea. Unexpectedly, I ran into this Cyclops sock at the gambling stall. I was originally trying to probe his background by joining the card game. Haha, I didn't expect those guys to treat me like a fat lamb. Oh. Solun nodded thoughtfully. Yesterday, when he was returning to Blizzard City, he had inquired through information traders, and Emperor Lying indeed had a lineage of rune magicians. But the most important lineage was in the imperial capital, and it was quite renowned. There were also some in the southern Stormguard territory. But they were all too far away. It would be very troublesome to seek them out. Now that there was one in the North Sea, it couldn't be better. Qian and Solun were very familiar with each other, knowing at once what Solun intended to ask, she continued, Sok isn't that strong, but his father is very powerful. Could it be some big pirate? Solun asked, guessing, and then listened intently. He had seen many experts, so his judgment wasn't low. The knowledge of pirates could be discerned from their level of combat. Even without interacting with this Cyclops Sok, he guessed that he probably wouldn't be satisfactory. But having his father there meant there was a source of legacy. Rune magician wasn't like any other alchemy sequence, it was a profession that needed exclusive knowledge and legacy to advance. Sort of a pirate leader, Qian contemplated for a moment, then added, his dad's nickname is Rune Old Man, a native leader of the Talon archipelago in the 4 nations of the North Continent, controlling several islands and hundreds of thousands of people. A real lord. That old man doesn't show up often, not much information about him circulates outside, and he's quite mysterious. It's said he has the strength of the 6th Order, and in the North Sea, he's considered a prominent figure. 6th Order. Solun had memories related to the 4 nations of the North Continent from those he had stripped before. Those were some human territories on the vast North Sea, called nations, but actually just some remote, backward, isolated islands. Compared to the Emperor Lying Empire, they couldn't match in either population or land area, at most they were like a viscount's domain. Hearing Qian's words, thoughts rapidly passed through his mind. If he wanted to obtain the legacy of the rune magician, he could either buy it or seize it by force. Given the current situation, if the other party was 6th Order, he would need to put more thought into it. But because it was 6th Order, Solun was more likely to find what he wanted. He was not very familiar with the ways of pirates and asked, Sister Qian, if I wanted to reach that rune old man, are there any channels for that? Qian shook her head slightly and said, there isn't much information about rune old man, and that area of the Talon archipelago is very secluded. The only exchange is to go to Pirate City for trading. As she said this, she paused and shifted her tone, then said, however, there might still be a breakthrough now. Solun thought of something and took the chance to say, are you talking about Sok? Qian said, If nothing unexpected happens, that guy should end up in my hands. By then, getting more information from him should be possible. Solun, hearing this, spoke with a light chuckle, you're that sure? Qian lightly said, character shows at the card table. That Cyclops Sok is not honest at heart. Today, he suffered a loss and definitely won't let it go. If nothing unexpected, when we set sail, he will surely come looking for trouble with me. Hee hee. Solun chuckled, recalling some details and also feeling it very likely that Jian would be right. But that guy didn't know Jian's true strength. Coming over, he figured, would be like delivering himself. Thinking this, his eyes shifted, and he also said, "Then should I join you when you set sail?" Jian gave an hum. The ceaselessly flowing warm water from the brass pipes, added with a bit of medicinal bath, seemed to dissipate all fatigue after a dip, refreshing the spirit more and more. Jian lay back, half floating, with a hot, wet towel on her forehead, occasionally letting out a contented hum. No technicians were present, nor any distractions. Both enjoyed this timid time of relaxation. Solun also lay there languidly and asked, "Sister Qian, are you getting ready to advance to Fifth Order?" Qian curiously said, "Hey, you can tell." As soon as she asked, she answered herself, "Oh, almost forgot, Philo mentioned that you've significantly progressed in strength." Solun listened and chuckled noncommittally. Qian had no intention of hiding and continued, "Yeah, I'm indeed at the threshold of advancing to Fifth Order. Moreover, I had already found the career advancement materials previously in Old Lington. Now, I'm just lacking the Fifth Order necessary armor. I've been looking recently, but haven't found a suitable one yet. There's no rush since I've just advanced to Fourth Order not too long ago, stabilizing my realm more also has its benefits." Solun listened to this without surprise. Mr. Jing had previously mentioned that every member of the Jing organization had excellent talents, and advancing faster than others was normal. Moreover, Qian also had a portion of divine bodies around her and was not lacking in dark spiritual power. Advancing to Fifth Order was also within expectations. Solun asked, "Sister Qian, what kind of alchemic armor are you looking for at Fifth Order?" Given her profession as a dagger user, spatial ability would naturally have a high compatibility. He thought of something and said, "What I mean is, the people of King of the North Sea have discovered a channel to avoid plane. Those pirates hold a huge amount of spatial materials. If you need spatial materials, you could consider this direction." Spatial materials. Read exclusive content at my virtual library Empire. Hearing this, Qian Tiao clearly became interested and said, "If appropriate, spatial material growth gear is indeed one of the ideal choices. How did you know such a secret about the King of the North Sea? Gear containing the laws of the void is very rare, even Solun had never encountered it before." At the question, he recounted his previous encounters at sea. "I see." After listening, Qian Tiao also showed a sudden realization and added, "Tisk tisk, now the King of the North Sea is still hiding that void fleet. It seems that guy has quite big ambitions now." Solun picked up the conversation, "I'm very interested in the spatial channel to that void plane. So, if possible, I would like to find some intelligence on that void fleet. Qian Tiao, do you have any good suggestions?" Qian Tiao thought for a moment and replied, "That information can probably only be found in Pirate City. Why not try to infiltrate the fleet of the King of the North Sea?" Previously, their recruitment process was a bit problematic, but now that Oleg has claimed kingship, all the pirate groups are recruiting. Anyone in the North Sea with even slight ambition is becoming a pirate. The best time to mix in as a newcomer is now. Infiltrate as a pirate. At hearing this, Solun's thoughts suddenly became very active, and he muttered, "This method seems feasible." After they finished discussing business, the two of them started chatting leisurely. "Qian Tiao, what does it feel like being a pirate?" "It's quite nice. More freeing than the days with the Cross Association. My Rakshasa woman talent was born for slaughter. In this vast sea, there are too many evil people who deserve to be killed. There used to be gang constraints, but now, as a pirate, I roam the seas. This is the free life I've always wanted. By the way, how have you been these days?" "Not bad. Ran into some issues. Didn't we agree to be pirates together before? Did you go to Silent Forest to find demi-humans instead? Demi-human girls are exceptionally beautiful, tisk tisk, you lucky chapter." "That's not it. I also went partly because of Mr. Jing's matter. Besides, I was preparing to advance to the 4th rank. After this period, I will join you as a pirate." "Ha ha ha, good. Let's aim to become pirate kings then." The two chatted on and off. Outside the window, large snowflakes fell gently, and the sound of water crisply splashing could be heard by their ears. Soaking in the hot spring and catching up was blissfully soothing. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly pleasant. As they chatted, Qian Tiao suddenly stretched and sighed, "Ah, it's been a long time since I had a good soak, how relaxing. But with that movement, there suddenly was an unexpected exposure. Perhaps because of the soaking, the Tide bath towel had loosened. Qiantiao tried to wrap it around again but found the damp towel was not easy to tie, and it was also uncomfortable sticking to her skin. Instead, once loosened, the slightly chest-constraining heat of the soak was gone, leaving a refreshingly cool feeling. Perhaps because there were no outsiders, she simply pulled the towel away and tossed it aside the pool. She lay there completely bare, seeming relieved, as she let out a long, comfortable sigh. Wu Solun, hearing the splash, thought something had happened and inadvertently opened his eyes for a peek. With that look, the stunningly beautiful body was unabashedly revealed. The pool water was clear, with mist swirling around, creating a beautifully hazy and vaguely alluring scene. Though Qiantiao usually seemed carefree and lacked any feminine delicacy, her figure was impeccable. Her breasts, standing proud, were among the finest Solun had ever seen, surpassed only slightly by Sabrina's magnificent dimensions. Now, as she soaked in the water, she was partially floating. Warm water continuously flowed in from the copper pipes, causing ripples in the pool. Her majestic peaks rippled as well. Although the two had shared many hot spring baths before, they always wore bathing robes. Even when the robes became wet and semi-transparent, there was still a layer of covering. They had never been completely naked like this before. Solun couldn't help but take another look, feeling increasingly unable to avert his gaze. From the shoulders, the beautiful clavicle glided into view, partially obscured by the proud view. His gaze continued downward to the delicate and clearly defined lines of abdominal muscles resembling a swordsman's strong physique. He had seen, so he watched openly. There was no other emotion in his gaze, only appreciation and admiration. This subtle anomaly naturally did not escape Qiantiao's perception. Had it been any other woman, being stared at this straightforwardly would have probably made her shyly cover up. Qiantiao, however, was unfazed. She too could discern the purely appreciative emotion. But perhaps Solun had stared a bit too long. The eyes closed, bath-loving lady finally spoke up. Hey, hey, hey. Solun, though I don't mind, you shouldn't keep staring. Hee. Solun, not the least bit offended, chuckled lightly and openly praised, Qiantiao, you really have a great figure. Hearing this, Qiantiao casually rolled her eyes at him. But without any real objection, she sighed softly and said, what's there to look at? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Solun grinned brightly. Chapter 291. Can't say there's no threat at all. Although Thousand Blades Rakshasa didn't mind, Solun didn't look more than necessary. However, occasionally, his gaze would inadvertently catch sight of that enchanting figure in the water, which was quite a pleasing view. Outside the window, the falling snowflakes piled up a thick layer on the windowsill. The light inside the room was dim, and the moonlight gradually climbed up the window, casting a brilliant silver glow into the room and onto the misty steam above the pool. The warm medicinal bath moisturized the skin, and Solun truly enjoyed this leisurely time. There was beautiful scenery, and there was beauty. The two casually conversed now and then. Before long, Thousand Blades Rakshasas seemed to have washed away the sea smell that had accumulated during the month at sea, and let out a long, refreshing sigh of relief. After this soak, I finally feel so refreshed. Then the sound of splashing water was heard. Solun opened his eyes, only to see Thousand Blades Rakshasas standing up naked from the pool. At this moment, the night was deep, and the moonlight was bright. Strands of silvery moonbeams entered through the glass window, casting their light perfectly onto her graceful and exquisite figure. Perhaps feeling that they had already been in the hot spring together with nothing left to hide, Thousand Blades Rakshasas stood up in her bare skin and called out to Solun, young Solun, I've finished soaking, you take your time. Oh. Solun chuckled and raised his eyebrows slightly. He originally had no intention of taking advantage of this gambling-addicted lady, but his gaze involuntarily lingered on her body for a moment. Previously, with her submerged in the water, the light refracted and steam swirled around her, her stunning figure was somewhat hazy and not too clear. As she emerged from the water now, everything was plainly visible. Thousand Blades Rakshasa happened to be standing with her back to the window, and as she stood, the moonlight shined from behind her. The moonlight draped over her like a shawl, enveloping her in a faint luminescence. Moonlight spread out over the edges of her skin, casting a hazy silhouette, like the translucent and lustrous texture of Wenyu, every detail exquisitely soft and smooth. Because of the moonlight's shadows, the proudly standing curves of her snow-white body appeared even more majestic. The heavy visual impact was not at all cumbersome, everything seemed just right. Thousand Blades Rakshasa noticed the gaze wandering over her body, and her expression carried a bit of helplessness as she shot Solun a glance. Still looking? Without much concern, she then called toward the door, Philo, help me get a bath towel. From the corner of the room, an awkward response came promptly, oh. Yes, teacher. As she said this, Thousand Blades Rakshasa stepped out of the pool, and with that side turn, her smooth and elegant back was completely visible. Solun didn't hold back his gaze at all. Beautiful things were always pleasing to the soul, so his eyes naturally lingered a bit longer. As he watched, the splendid curves of her form were accentuated by glistening droplets of water cascading down her skin, swiftly sliding from her shoulders to her slender waist, only to slow suddenly due to the proud perkiness. Both his gaze and the droplets seemed unable to stay on that slippery skin, gliding down, following the beautiful contours. Thousand Blades Rakshasa flicked her damp green hair. It probably felt uncomfortable sticking to her skin and used a cord to tie it up. This simple action stirred up boundless allure, and the sight at her chest was revealed without reserve. Outside the window was the mournfully beautiful night snow scene, inside was a warmth like spring. Solun's eyes were slightly blurred. With her hair tied up high, the fierce full-back Rakshasa tattoo came into view. A vigorous figure of a gladiator emerged before his eyes. In this interplay of light and shadow, one's mind could lightly waver, as Solun seemed to see two different scenes. On one side was a Rakshasa of the night uninvolved with the world, and on the other, a carefree gambling-addicted lady. It was not only her figure that was enchanting. Solun recognized a sharp, biting aura from Thousand Blades Rakshasa, a martial prowess unparalleled. Solun couldn't help but praise, Sister Thousand Blades, your aura is really strong. Hearing this, Thousand Blades Rakshasa, who had just tied up her hair, turned her head to look at him with a lift of her mouth's corner, you're not too shabby either. You've improved a lot. Solun smiled and shrugged his shoulders, also reining in his wandering gaze. Listening to the two talk as if nothing was out of the ordinary, Philo, holding the bath towel on the side, had a strange look in her eyes. Teacher, you're still not dressed. Recalling the earlier awkward moment, her cheeks flushed slightly. She had thought that her teacher and this man might have some special relationship, fearing something unspeakable would happen in the pool. But since the teacher didn't speak, she didn't dare leave the room. But now that she looked again, it didn't seem to be the case. After the bath, Solun didn't leave. Instead, he stayed in the room with Thousand Blades Rakshasa and the girl named Philo. He was indifferent, as there was no difference to him between staying in a hotel or a sauna. Sharing accommodation with Thousand Blades Rakshasa was also nothing new to him. Besides, at night, he would be either meditating or working on his scrolls, so having one more person around didn't make things awkward. The sauna's room was much more expensive than the hotel's, but it was still small change. That stay lasted for several days. Every day, Thousand Blades Rakshasa would hang around the gambling houses, returning at night with a peculiar pirate stench, and soaked herself in a bath to rest. Ever since the big fight in the Sailor's Tavern, nobody dared to treat her like an easy mark. Even so, Thousand Blades Rakshasa's gambling luck was pretty bad, and in just a couple of days, she lost all the money in her purse. Then, penniless, the vaunted pirate captain spent her days holed up in the inn, relying on her old friend Solun to get by. Luckily, the girl named Lolota was a competent housekeeper. She had prudently turned some cash into supplies and had them loaded onto the ship well in advance, which prevented the original sail date from being pushed back. In Blizzard City, which had fallen under pirate control, the prices of living essentials skyrocketed, while alchemy materials remained surprisingly cheap. Solun too found himself engrossed in a busy yet fulfilling routine. He bought lots of materials, repaired the automatons damaged in the previous battles, and crafted some new puppets. The trio spent a full 5 days at the Great Sun Bathhouse. That day, finally, was the day of departure. Inside the room, Thousand Blades Rakshasa wrapped her chest with a bandage in front of the dressing mirror, binding her impressive figure. Only then did she put on her unwashed pirate captain's outfit. Find your next read at my virtual library empire. A shirt, coat, gun holster. As she dressed, she complained, being a pirate has its perks, but these clothes are just atrocious, and you can't even soak them whenever you like. As a pirate, you have to look the part, and pirates are not expected to be squeamish about cleanliness. She said this and then turned to Solun, who had already packed up and was browsing through scrolls, "I heard that there are superb volcanic baths in the North Continent's 4 countries, shall we give it a try once we get there?" Solun casually responded, "MHM." Loloda was tidying Thousand Blades Rakshasa's clothes on the side while somberly reminding, "Teacher, if we can't find good jobs next, we won't have money for supplies when we dock again. What's worse, if our ship doesn't get a new coating, it might not even reach the North Continent's 4 countries and could get capsized by the waves." Thousand Blades Rakshasa wasn't concerned at all. Someone's about to bring us money and supplies." Instead of being reassured by these words, Loloda grew more worried, "But, teacher, when I went to gather information, I heard that people are inquiring about our Dawn group. That Cyclops sock has a big background, he might rally a lot of people to cause us trouble." In the past few days, Loloda knew some things that ordinary crew members didn't because Solun and Thousand Blades Rakshasa spoke without avoiding her. Hearing this, Thousand Blades Rakshasa's gaze narrowed slightly, her attitude eager for a challenge, "The more, the better. If we pull off this job, won't we have everything?" But Loloda's eyes were filled with a deep sense of grievance as she stared at Thousand Blades Rakshasa in the mirror. Thinking that probably no amount of persuasion would work, she then turned to look at Solun. "Mr. Solun, won't you advise the teacher? I think waiting a few more days to set sail would be safer. Otherwise, if those guys..." After spending several days together, Loloda and Solun had become rather acquainted and could talk to each other. Solun, instead of siding with the girl, smiled indifferently, echoing Thousand Blades Rakshasa's sentiment, "I think your teacher is right. If enemies come, just kill them all." Loloda, pouting, wore a look of someone whose heart had been wrung with worry for the two of them. One could dismiss the occasional unreliability of the teacher. This Mr. Solun seemed quite sensible at first, but now he was just like her teacher. He was only a 3rd-tier stage, while the enemies were very, very strong notorious great pirates. Even if the teacher was very powerful, what if the enemies had many ships, many people? In the end, Loloda failed to persuade Thousand Blades Rakshasa to reconsider. The trio walked out of the Great Sun bathhouse. Solun and Thousand Blades Rakshasa were at the forefront, with Loloda walking behind, holding a knife, her little face filled with gloom and worry. They reached the docks, where the crew was already aboard the ship. "Captain! The captain's here, prepare to set sail." The once bustling Stormwind City dock had now become an exclusive harbor for pirates, with various skull and crossbones pirate flags waving in sight. Solun looked at the somewhat shabby 3-masted sailing ship before him and asked with a peculiar look in his eyes, "Thousand Blades Rakshasa, is this your ship?" Patches on the sails, ropes looking severely worn, haphazard repair marks from cannon fire on the deck and hull, a corroded coating layer, and the cheapest cannons available on the market. The entire ship radiated the antique feel of disrepair and bygone years. Thousand Blades Rakshasa raised an eyebrow and responded, "Yes, this is the Grey Dolphin. We snatched it half a month ago. The riding the wind we had when we left Black Fortress Reef wasn't bad, but it was too conspicuous, so we scuttled it into the sea." Solun instantly felt that Lolo's judgment was correct. If they relied on this ship, the chances were high that they wouldn't reach the complex marine environment of the 4 countries of the northern continent. However, he didn't say anything and just boarded the ship. "No ship, no guns, the enemy will make them." Solun had already clearly felt several probing eyes following them all the way, and he sneered in his heart. Most of the people on the ship Solun had seen before during the battle at the Sailor's Tavern, the female sumo gladiator and the 3 members of the giant tribe. After sensing around, including the chef and gunners in the cabin, Thousand Blades Rakshasa's Dawn pirate crew had only about 50 or 60 people. This was probably considered the smallest scale for a pirate crew. But Solun thought it was quite good. It's not about having the most people, but the best. Thousand Blades Rakshasa didn't just recruit anyone, she had no intention of keeping those ferociously evil pirates by her side. Since she still needed to maintain her current identity, Thousand Blades Rakshasa had no intention of introducing Solun, so he just quietly remained on deck, making himself transparent. The crew's loyalty to Thousand Blades Rakshasa, the captain, was also high. As soon as she boarded, the ship became lively. The giant 3 brothers swiftly raised the sails, and the anchor was drawn out of the water. The cold wind blew, and this ancient sailboat known as the Grey Dolphin slowly left the harbor of Blizzard City. But just as the Dawn pirate crew set sail, those pirates who had been tailing them contacted their backer with their own communication devices. On the docks, members of other pirate crews also noticed. Those pirate captains who knew some of the inside story gathered together with a look of eagerness to watch the excitement, discussing among themselves. "Captain Jack, the Dawn crew has set sail. Tisk tisk, this Thousand Blades Rakshasa really doesn't know what's good for her, thinking she can provoke just anyone. Now, after today, there probably won't be a Dawn crew anymore. I originally thought that woman was a tough character, one who would make a name for herself in the northern seas. Pity, with Sock mobilizing the forces of 3 crews to intercept them, no matter how strong that woman is, she's bound to die this time. The sea always has its share of headstrong newcomers. But recently, indeed, there have been some newcomers with real strength. Yet, I heard that recently, another guy who has awakened a gravity talent has popped up. Despite being only in the 4th tier, his strength is ridiculously strong. No idea where such an oddity came from. Compared to the Dawn pirate crew, which had been in the city for just a few months, the reputation and background of the Iron Crocodile pirate crew were much greater. No one believed the Dawn crew would survive. As the sailboat set out to sea, the cold-resistant seagulls that had been perching on the mast were startled and took flight, returning to the port. Solun found a corner on the ship and watched as the coastline grew more distant. The sea breeze brushed his face, and his thoughts became clearer. The crew was on deck playing cards, wrestling, drinking, making merry. This was a pirate crew that seemed quite lax. But the atmosphere was very harmonious. The naive giant 3 brothers lost at cards again and were punished to dance a comical jig. The female sumos wrestling tore open their clothes, prompting a round of laughter. Sailors were sharpening and maintaining their shields and spears, occasionally shouting. The little girl Lolo was standing on the mast, her little face all seriousness as she held up her knife for meditation. It was probably because most of the crew came from the gladiator arena and were used to taking life and death lightly. Compared to a gladiator's life where one never knew which fight might be their last, they found the life of a pirate much more free and easy. Birds of a feather flocked together. All of the people on the ship seemed to share some traits with Captain Thousand Blades Rakshasa. Solun was also infected by the laughter and chatter, feeling an inexplicable sense of belonging. Thousand Blades Rakshasa's crew felt like they were all kin. Before he knew it, Thousand Blades Rakshasa had come over. She copied Solun's movement, resting her upper body on the railing, and asked, "How does it feel?" "Not bad, right?" Solun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded, "Yet. Not bad." There was an unspoken understanding between the two who were familiar with each other, as if they could sense what the other was thinking. Without the need for many words, after exchanging greetings, there was silence for a while. Looking out at the vast expanse of blue sea, both of their gazes grew profound. Letting the sea breeze blow, they just quietly leaned there. Afternoon. The tranquil seafaring was shattered by an alarm that was anticipated. As their ship passed a deserted island, the lookout atop the mast spotted 3 ships that suddenly emerged from a blind spot in their vision. "Captain, ships spotted behind the deserted island at 10 o'clock. Not good, those are the flags of the Iron Crocodile pirate crew. There's also the Flamingo pirate crew and the Hammer pirate crew. There are a lot of people on the 3 ships' decks, at least 500 or 600. Upon hearing this, the deck of the Dawn became a hub of activity, with the constant sound of footsteps. When you exchanged glances with Solun, giving each other a slight smile. Neither saw any hint of surprise in the other's eyes. The crew, although somewhat nervous, showed no signs of cowardice. Whether they were from the former gang or the gladiators, they were all tough characters who had experienced life and death. They picked up their weapons smoothly, donned their armor without panic, and the gunners rushed into the cabin to aim the cannons. At that moment, Lolo, having observed the situation, also leaped down from the mast. On the ship, there was no teacher, only the captain. She looked worriedly at Wenyu and asked anxiously, "Captain, they're signaling us to furl the sails or they'll sink us. What do we do now?" Wenyu, not the least bit worried, took the long sword handed to him by Lolo, "Order the crew, furl the sails, and hold fire." "Are we surrendering?" Lolo didn't understand and was just about to argue. But before she could finish, Wenyu, eyeing the 3 approaching ships, let a cold light flash in his eyes and a smile curl his lips. "Don't damage our ship. Prepare for a boarding battle." "Our ship?" Lolo paused for a moment, then realized what her teacher was implying, and her eyes twitched fiercely. "You mean the enemy's 3 ships? Oh my!" Hearing these words filled with domineering spirit, although unbelievable, they instilled an inexplicable sense of security in Lolo. She spoke no more, gritted her teeth. Yes, Captain. With that, she turned and went to convey the orders. Everyone in the Dong crew was busy, except for Solun and Wenyu, who stood leisurely on deck. Whoa, they're really in a hurry, hey. Wenyu secured the knife at his waist, smacked his lips while his eyes brimmed with a cold gleam, but when it comes down to it, it looks like there's going to be quite the slaughter soon. Solun immediately understood and loosened up his joints. Yet, once we use our abilities, we have to kill decisively. Some of his and Wenyu's techniques had a high degree of recognizability, such as the Rakshasa woman or the puppet legion. Once these were deployed, leaving survivors would bring endless trouble. This was also the real reason why Wenyu had recently gained a notorious reputation in the pirate circles. Some enemies can't be killed without going all out. And when you really get serious, you have to eliminate them completely. The enemy ships drew closer, and Wenyu could even make out the arrogant expressions of the people on the opposing decks, and he said, 3 ships, at least 700 or 800 men. I'll take 2, you take 1, confident. Doesn't matter. Hearing the distribution plan, Solun spread his hands, seemingly indifferent. After a thought, he added, if among the enemies there are several rank 4 or even rank 5, when you distract them, and leave the rest to me. As long as you can hold them for a while, it's fine even if they outnumber us. At these words, Wenyu blinked, curiously asking, oh, that confident? Solun didn't elaborate, pretty much. Wenyu grew interested, curious. Philo mentioned you advanced, but I still don't know how strong you actually are. Now, are you saying you can cut through rank 3 professionals like slicing vegetables? Solun shrugged noncommittally, pulling out several scrolls, then finally said, I wouldn't go so far as to say cutting through rank 3 is like slicing vegetables, that would be too arrogant. But I guess ordinary rank 3 pirates really aren't much of a threat anymore. Hearing that, Wenyu's face broke into a smile, and she said meaningfully, tisk tisk. Solun, not bad at all. As she spoke, the aura around her grew increasingly intense. Chapter 292. The big surprise Solun prepared for the Dong group. The enemy's 3 ships billowed their sails, forming a shape as they surrounded the Dong group's vessel. Those guys must have calculated the sailing speed of the Grey Dolphin, an old ship, well in advance. Among the 3 ships that came, 2 were swift assault vessels. Even if they thought to escape, they'd inevitably be chased down. Moreover, they were ambushed behind the desolate island. By the time they were spotted, it was already too late to flee. Because Qiantiao had ordered not to open fire, the 3 enemy ships only fired a few warning shots. The cannonballs fell around the ship, splashing up more than 10 meters of white foam. Some spray landed on deck, soaking it. Solun, however, paid no mind and continued to set up energy crystals one by one in the corner of the cabin. Qiantiao leaned lazily against the mast, the occasional flash of sharpness in her eyes indicating that she was building up energy. She didn't pay much attention to the ferocious enemies approaching, instead showing great interest in Solun setting up the formation, saying, that alchemy formation of yours is quite interesting. Puppetry technique. At that, Solun gave a brief explanation, just a puppet controlling secret technique. The more energy prepared, the larger the control range. It won't let anyone escape later. Oh. Qiantia raised her eyebrows, feigning understanding. She naturally knew that Solun was a puppeteer. But that impression was from a long time ago. Now, seeing the scale of this alchemy formation, Qiantiao knew it was definitely not simple. What kind of puppet master would use such a massive energy-gathering formation? This surely wasn't the level of a third-rank technique. Qiantiao guessed something and a hint of anticipation crossed her face. She directly asked, tisk tisk. Solun, why do I feel like you're not planning to control just a few puppets, but a whole lot of them? Solun neither confirmed nor denied, simply shrugging his shoulders. There was nothing he needed to hide from Qiantiao. After advancing to the 3rd tier, I awakened some new abilities. Now, the number of puppets I control has increased a bit. He didn't speak too confidently, leaving some room for modesty. Yo! Listening to that, Qiantiao's eyebrows showed a smile, and she asked no further. She glanced at the enemies now close at hand and casually said, prepare for battle. MHM. Solun nodded. His eyes were good and he could clearly see the people aboard the 3 ships. After observing for a moment, he added, there should be no fifth rank among the enemies. The center position observation method was still very effective. Usually, the strongest person would be in the most prominent position. Aboard the 3 enemy ships, Solun noticed none of those in the center position posed any significant threat. On the deck of the ship that flew the crocodile iron hook pirate flag on its main mast, the leader was a one-eyed cyclops wearing a leather eye patch. Naturally, it was the previously seen cyclops Sock. The leaders of the other 2 ships, both dressed in pirate captain attire, were also 4th tier. Both had distinctive appearances, and Solun had some recollection of them from the bounty orders he'd seen. The guy with a golden iron hook for a right hand was Captain Gold Hook Charles of the Flamingo Pirates, with a bounty of 35 million risos. Also there was the leader of the Hammer Pirates, Iron Wall Explosive Bear Horn, with a full mechanical skeleton and a bounty of 55 million risos. The other few with impressive presences seemed to be the chief mates and second mates of the ships. None looked like they were 5th tier. However, this was expected. If there were any 5th rank big pirates among the enemies, they had no need for such encirclement tactics, they would just come at them directly. Qian Tiao's face showed no fear, and a cold smile curled at her lips. No 5th tier, then it will be easy to handle. Solun felt the energy accumulating within her becoming sharper and more chilling, like a dam about to burst. Standing beside her was like being near the edge of a sharp blade, as if a careless move could tear him apart with that aura. He had not understood her realm before, but now he truly appreciated it. This gambling-addicted madam was truly powerful. Seeing the enemy vastly outnumber them, it was impossible for the Dong group to be nonchalant. Each person held their weapons, focusing intently on the 3 enemy ships, their hands sweaty with tension. However, this was the advantage of having carefully chosen crew members. When it came down to a fight to the death, everyone would band together, uniting against the enemy. 3 giants clad in crude armor, holding large shields, stood in front. The wrestlers and sumo wrestlers behind them had also released their alchemy-enhanced rigs. No one backed down. Even the 10-year-old girl, Lolota, had drawn her longsword, her face grim with a fierce determination. Qian Tiao chatted idly with Solun for a moment before leaping onto the deck, standing in front of the tense crew, and called out, "Brothers, prepare for hand-to-hand combat." It was that steady command that seemed to instantly strengthen everyone's resolve, as their morale surged and they shouted in unison, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Solun also noticed this sudden burst in morale, and his eyebrows rose slightly. Qian Tiao indeed suited the role of a pirate captain. Beneath her forthright nature lay an inexplicable charisma that commanded respect. As the Dong group prepared tensely for the enemy, the pirates aboard the 3 approaching ships laughed wildly, relaxed and at ease. Seeing the grey dolphin had taken down its sails, showing no sign of fleeing or firing, they naturally assumed the other side had given in and surrendered. The 3 ships were less than 100 meters apart, and the pirates on deck could hear each other's shouts. "Ha ha ha, that woman didn't run? And she even looks like she wants a fight? Is she trying to scare us? If you can't fight, can't you still put on a show? Tisk tisk, probably want to negotiate. That's boring. I had heard that this Thousand Blades Rakshasa was a formidable newcomer on the seas recently, seems like that's all there is to it. That bitch is clever. If we really resisted, a few rounds of cannon fire would leave us nothing but ashes. By surrendering, we might still have a chance to live. She was all tough at the gambling stall earlier, I thought she would fight to the death, haha, didn't expect her to be such a coward. Once we catch that bitch alive, I'll make sure she knows what regret means. Hehe, that whore will probably be totally submissive to the boss. Ha ha ha. 700 or 800 pirates gathered on the decks of 3 ships, yet they were oblivious to what they were about to face. Looking at the few dozen members of the Dong group, these pirates felt not the slightest threat. Many of them hadn't even disengaged the safety on their guns. They believed that with such a disparity in numbers, it was a battle without suspense. If the other side fled immediately, maybe they'd live a little longer. Now, there was no chance to escape. Soon, the 3 pirate ships smoothly approached the Grey Dolphin. All 3 ships were larger and taller than Solun's. When they were still dozens of meters away, the Cyclops Sock stared down from his superior position at Qian Tiao and arrogantly said, "Hey hey hey, you fucking bitch, not feeling so high and mighty now, are you?" The humiliation at the gambling stall had spread all over Blizzard City, causing their Iron Crocodile group to lose face completely. The bottled-up anger from so many days demanded a vocal release, it just didn't feel right otherwise. "Qian Tiao, hearing these words, didn't rush to action but sneered back, not mincing words, "Cyclops, are you so eager to court death? Oh, still talking tough." Although somewhat puzzled as to why the opponent didn't beg for mercy and was still acting tough, Sok wasn't panicking anymore. The situation was under control, and there was no way for them to escape. A lecherous smile appeared on his face. "You fucking whore, I'll have you kneeling and begging for mercy soon." At these words, the pirates on the decks of the 3 ships burst into raucous laughter, hurling filthy language around. In the brief time it took for this cross-water banter, the 3 pirate ships had completely cut off the Grey Dolphin's retreat. One blocked the prow, while the other 2 besieged it from either side. When the ships were a little over 10 meters apart, grappling hooks, hook ropes, and chains clattered through the air, latching onto the Grey Dolphin's railings and hull. The ropes tensed, pulled taut, and the ships drew closer to each other. Even then, Qiantiao did not act, she simply stood firmly on the deck with one hand resting on her sword hilt. Members of the Dong group were nervous to their core, as several hundred muskets targeted them. They were fully prepared to die. Seeing the enemy about to board, they kept glancing at Qiantiao out of the corner of their eyes, puzzled as to why their captain had not yet given the order to strike, especially when the moment seemed ripe. But without an order, they didn't move either. Only Lolota sensed something and dimly guessed what her teacher might be waiting for, praying inwardly, "Is the teacher waiting for that Mr. Solun? I hope that gentleman is also very powerful." And at that moment of confusion, a man with a crow on his shoulder and a strange umbrella in hand walked out of the cabin, unhurriedly. It was Solun. With the distance so close, all the enemies had entered the range of soul perception. Solun finally confirmed there were no 5th Order professionals on the opposing 3 ships. Qiantiao watched him approach and asked, "Is it ready?" Solun nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Yet." Hearing this, a dangerous glint disappeared from Qianei Shao's eyes as she remarked, "Tisk tisk, Solun, I always feel like you're going to give me a big surprise." With the corner of his mouth slightly lifted, Solun replied lightly, "I probably won't disappoint Sister Qiantiao." Just then, with 2 clang sounds, the hulls of 2 pirate ships had already fully collided with the Grey Dolphin under the pull of countless ropes. Everyone on deck rocked simultaneously. The most brutal boarding battle was about to begin. The pirates from the 3 ships, numbering hundreds, laughed wildly and with great clamor, they leaped over from the opposing deck, full of aggressive momentum. "Brothers, for fuck's sake! Capture that bitch alive! Ha ha ha!" The oppressive mass of invaders barged in, the strings in the hearts of the Dong group members were stretched to their limit. Now was the moment. With a clang, swords were drawn from their scabbards. At last, Qiantiao gave a soft command, "Kill!" The Iron Crocodile Pirate Group, Fire Flamingo Pirate Group, and Iron Hammer Pirate Group. 3 pirate groups totaled 700 or 800 people. Counting the leaders and the first mates, there were 5 4th Order experts, with countless 3rd and 2nd Order elite fighters. The situation was supposed to be a complete rout. But just as the boarding battle erupted, something unexpected happened. They suddenly felt an ice-cold sword chi piercing through to the sky. That woman! Almost at the same time, the faces of several 4th Order professionals changed dramatically. Only experts of the same tier could clearly sense how strong and inconceivably powerful this outburst of sword chi was. Only then did they realize the aura exploding from the woman they thought had been trapped like a turtle in a jar was so exaggeratedly powerful that it was beyond belief. It was like encountering a 100-meter wave at sea, making them feel a trace of instinctive fear before the fight had even begun. How could this be? Just looking at the fierce sword chi felt like it could blind their eyes, and they found no breach to exploit. Several 4th Order pirates suddenly felt a sense of helplessness, amazed, "Sword Master? Is this not the realm of a Grand Sword Master?" Moreover, what shocked them even more was still to come. After 1,000 long swords were drawn, a flaming 6-armed deity suddenly appeared behind her. After she released her armor, 4 alchemic arms likewise emerged, each holding a sword. Her soaring sword chi, together with the phantom of the deity, merged into a 6-armed, 6-sword presence like a descended heavenly god, imposing and overwhelming. It was the instant that the 1,000 swords burst forth, as if time itself had frozen. The clamor ceased abruptly, and the pirates who were boarding the ship suddenly froze in place. The huge deck became silent as a tomb, the sound of swallowing clearly audible. Even without understanding the soaring sword chi, the sight of the phantom behind her made them grasp something. "Look, what is that? It seems like an innate phenomenon." This, what kind of innate talent is this? How come I've never seen it before? Damn it! This must be some advanced form of a very high-level talent. Everyone be careful, it's dangerous. After that comment, the atmosphere turned strange. Just when they thought it would be a thoroughly satisfying victory, something seemed off. The three pirate group leaders called Cyclops all turned ashen. They immediately realized why the woman had earned the nickname Thousand Blades Rakshasa. This woman's strength was even more formidable than the legends. But why hadn't she shown this level of ability before? The thought was terrifying. Even without confirmation that the six-armed apparition was the second stage of A022 Rakshasa woman, they knew well that anyone awaking such a talent would be beyond ordinary fighting capabilities. No wonder she had the confidence for a desperate fight. If it truly came to blows, it might not be the one-sided crush they anticipated, they might suffer heavy losses. But now, it was too late to back down, and with the situation as it was, there was no choice but to fight. Cyclops acted decisively, roaring, "Captain Charles, Captain Horn, we few will engage this woman. The rest of you, kill everyone on her ship." The several Fourth-Order pirates exchanged glances and unanimously agreed, good. No matter how good her talent was, she was still just one person. They had a numerical advantage of dozens of times over. If they could take out the rest of the Dong group, their 700 or 800 men could wear her down to death, even if just through sheer attrition. Brothers, kill. Leave no survivors, slay all those bastards. With order after order from the group leaders, the pirates, who were initially hesitant due to the intense aura of Thousand Blades, charged onto the deck of the Grey Dolphin once more. Thousand Blades leapt onto a mast, poised to charge into the crowd below. But the Fourth Order pirate chiefs certainly weren't going to give her the chance, following her up without hesitation. It was a fierce 6-on-1 battle. Being a melee, there weren't any magicians' widespread bombings. On the narrow deck, the Dong group stuck together, not scattered by the first wave of enemies. Yet even so, the enemy was just too numerous. Spears, poles, crossbow bolts, and hidden blades emerged without end. Just in the initial clash, several wounds were already sliced across the bodies of the three giant shield warriors at the forefront. Though not fatal, it was a disastrous start. The Dong group was being forced back, wave after wave of fresh enemies surging onto the deck. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sound of sword strikes was heart-wrenching, with sparks frequently flashing between the shields and blades. Loretta held her long sword, swinging it in an impenetrable flurry. But even the most exquisite swordplay seemed pale now, overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies, too many. In front of her, dense shadows of swords and blades block one, and there are 10, 100 more to follow. She knew the outcome of today was likely to be grim. In Loretta's eyes was the certain resolve of a fighter in the arena. The enemy was just too numerous. But she had no regrets. Meeting her teacher, these brief months were already 100 times happier than her time in the gladiatorial arena. At this critical moment, countless thoughts flashed through Loretta's mind. But just then, it was as if the favor of fate suddenly arrived. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the suited man who had been standing there the whole time. Hey! She immediately felt puzzled. Since the start, Loretta noticed that Mr. Solon had just been standing behind them. Occasionally firing his gun, he accurately hit a few pirates. His marksmanship seemed pretty good. But other than that, he did not seem to be ready to fight with all his might. If it were a sign of giving up, there was no look of despair or fear on his face. Instead, that composure was so unsettling it was baffling. It was as if the life and death struggle before him didn't even catch his eye. Not right. Hey! Mr. Solon's gaze seems to be observing the battle at the mast. There, the teacher had already engaged those few fourth-tier professionals, and although he wasn't losing, he couldn't spare a hand for now. Just when Loretta was full of surprise, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Mr. Solon inserting his fire gun into its holster like lightning, and then his hands swiftly began changing into the sorcerer's seals. Such fast seal-making speed! Loretta was stunned. Sorcerer's seals aren't just about the speed of one's hands, the more complex the seal, the more complex the energy needed to condense. To be that quick, one needs an extraordinary understanding of the spell. He's actually casting a spell that's not of the third tier. Loretta's rank was too low, she didn't yet understand the origins of Surin's sorcerer's seal. But she did understand the anomaly that descended suddenly with the completion of the seals. Release. It was when Solun's complex series of sorcerer's seals reached the final seal that a black seven-pointed star formation suddenly lit up beneath his feet. A tremendous surge of dark energy emanated from him. Explore more adventures at my virtual library empire. And this was just the beginning. The seven-pointed star alchemical formation was like the fuse to a barrel of gunpowder. The moment the formation's light flared, the entire grey dolphin lit up with a boiling glow. Once Solun's spell was cast, his hands changed seals with even greater speed. Armor release. As the spell was released, a ferocious 8-armed spider lance suddenly emerged behind him. With each dizzying change of the sorcerer's seals, suddenly, from deep in his throat, a low chant emerged like a demon's whisper, "Silk control secret art cocoon world." Finally, an impressively shocking visual burst into view. Just when everyone was yet to understand the exaggerated energy fluctuations of the spell, they suddenly saw countless dense silver threads spring from below the decrepit ship's hull. Damn it, watch out for those threads. The pirates also immediately realized something was terribly wrong and began hacking away with their swords. But the witch's hair was extremely tough, a few could be cut, but when clumped together, they became incredibly hard. Even if cut, the threads would reconnect on their own, spreading endlessly in all directions. No matter how they were slashed, it was all in vain. In an instant, to the pirates' surprise, the threads showed no intention of attacking them. Instead, they crazily spread, rapidly binding all 4 ships together. Then, before most could react, the threads had already formed a cocoon, enveloping everyone within the independent space made by the joined ships. This scene, amidst the heat of battle, was extraordinarily abrupt. It wasn't just the pirates who were dumbfounded, even the members of the Dong group were speechless. Doing this, weren't they sealing off their own escape route? Now they couldn't even jump into the sea if they wanted to. If not for knowing the man with the black umbrella was the captain's friend, the members of the Dong group might have thought him an enemy infiltrator. Only Loretta seemed to realize something. She looked at the walls of threads wrapping around them, her eyes revealing a mix of shock and disbelief. What kind of spell was this? And what on earth was Mr. Solun trying to do? She suddenly realized something. Mr. Solun hadn't taken action earlier because it seemed like he was waiting for the enemies to gather. This thought sparked, and recalling the seemingly senseless dialogue between him and her teacher earlier, Loretta suddenly grasped something. The threads had sealed off any retreat. Mr. Solun intended not only to counterattack but to kill all these enemies. My God, that's insane. Loretta was still struggling to believe the absurd thought that had suddenly sprung to her mind. But the reality was unfolding before her very eyes. In the moment of everyone's realization, Surin's sorcerer's seals changed again, and a gigantic cross began to coalesce slowly in the sky. As his dark spiritual power grew, so did the control area of the cross. It seemed as if time had stopped, but these series of actions happened in the blink of an eye. Right then, he clapped his hands together and uttered softly, "Release." Boom! Boom! Several space scrolls arranged around the hull suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, the small space was filled with hundreds of eerily grinning rune puppets. As the overwhelming army of puppets appeared, the situation finally became clear. Everyone understood what had happened. Both the 700 or 800 pirates and the members of the Dong group were shocked on the spot. Even Qiantiao, who was engaged in a heated battle above, flashed a look of surprise on her heroic face upon seeing this. Looking at the calm black-clothed Solun amidst the puppet horde, she murmured, "You really did give me a big surprise." Chapter 293. The State of Mountain Hermit. Welcome to my puppet slaughterhouse. A fierce smile crept into Solun's eyes. For some reason, whenever he executed 100 Guile Nightwalk, there was an excitement in him that made his body violently restless. The sensation of controlling countless puppets at his fingertips and also dictating the life and death of his enemies stirred an overwhelming urge to battle within him. It also brought a kind of morbid pleasure to his body. He had thought it was a disorder caused by a split in his emotions, and had tried to suppress that state continuously. But it had no effect. Instead, it produced more negative emotions. Later, when he visited the Dalo tribe and heard what the Deer tribe chief had to say, he realized it was part of human nature, a fundamental trait that even gods could not discard. Afterwards, he learned from Mr. Jing that the thrill of cleaving the injustices within the heart through killing was also a part of consolidating his qi. Solun finally understood a bit more. At this moment, as he looked at the enemies before him, an invisible aura that dominated the entire scene suddenly burst forth. Space sealed, the sudden arrival of hundreds of puppets on the battlefield gave the enemies of the Iron Crocodile pirate gang an immense sense of oppression. Behind Solun, the 8-armed spider spear vibrated at a high frequency, precisely controlling each puppet. He had also extracted some soul shards from the Knights of the Sacred Judgment Legion, acquiring quite a bit of knowledge about army charge formations. Applied to the Puppet Legion, it maximized the advantage of their numbers. Blast-resistant dolls acted like shield warriors at the forefront, withstanding concentrated firepower, grinning, spitting fire, cutting, leaden, voodoo, healing. There was offense, control, and healing. The variously functional dolls coordinated with each other, much like a well-trained army. The ability to multitask also allowed Solun to perfectly control the entire battle situation. Not giving the enemies any time to react, those variously functional automatons charged into the crowd, bringing a storm of bloodshed. Compared to the enemies he had encountered before, pirates were what Solun felt to be the weakest in group combat prowess. Even with puppets joining the fray, the enemies' numbers were still around 2 to 3 times that of the Dawn Squad. But the moment the fight began, the pirates, who had swarmed over just before, were scattered after one confrontation, with no formation to speak of. This small pirate gang epitomized the term rabble. Most pirates were low-level professionals greedy for pleasure, lacking systematic training, good equipment, or much accumulated alchemy knowledge. They feared death and acted slyly, ready to flee at a moment's notice, with many such people present. They were far inferior to the slave-hunting teams they had encountered before. Therefore, Solun's Puppet Legion dealt with them with ease, quickly dispersing their assault on the Grey Dolphin and turning the siege into a counter-slaughter. Actually, if the pirate group had resisted forcefully, it would not have been so easy for Solun's Puppet Legion to break the situation. After all, due to material and financial limitations, most of his puppets were only on the level of second-tier professionals. If those 700 or 800 people had fought fearlessly to the death, they would not have been without power. At least, they wouldn't have been scattered at the first contact. But now, their defeat was like a landslide, beyond redemption. Of course, from beginning to end, Solun had never felt that these pirates had a numerical advantage. After all, if puppets were destroyed, it was of no consequence. Solun could simply tear open a space scroll and summon another 100 new ones. Since leaving the Silent Forest, he had been busy using materials he had purchased to create a large number of automatons. He was not short of combat puppets at all. As time passed, the numerical advantage of the pirates would only decrease. After the first wave of pirates who rushed onto the Grey Dolphin were scattered, the remaining pirates began to flee and fight individually. Even with 4th-tier combatants being tied up, Solun felt no pressure in dealing with them. He stood on the deck, controlling his puppets to focus fire on those 3rd-tier squad leaders who still had fighting capability, as well as those attempting to break through the cocoon world. In this confined space, he controlled everything. Even if the pirates hid in the cabins, it was futile. In his soul perception, any cluster of soul fire in the ships was completely exposed. This dramatic turn of events stupefied the people of the Dawn Squad. They had all been prepared to fight to the death, but they didn't expect that the mysterious man the captain had brought would reverse the situation all by himself. Although puppet masters were rare, they had seen some before. But how could there be a puppet master who could control hundreds of puppets? Moreover, this man also took the time to send out a few puppets emitting a greenish healing aura, providing urgent treatment to the recently injured crew members of the Dawn Squad. Having the chance to catch their breath, the crew members also began to counterattack. Following the Puppet Legion, they leaped across the deck, dived into the cabins, and pursued the fleeing enemies. Solun's pressure was diminishing, as he managed to fight with puppets and silken threads while still finding time to pay attention to another battlefield. Thousand Blades Rakshasa fought 5 with 1, not falling behind in the slightest. Her 6 arms wielding 6 blades created a light so dense it appeared like 10,000 blades, and even from afar, the whirlwind of blade energy sent shivers down one's spine. Thousand Blades Rakshasa is so powerful. Watching, Solun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The strength of the few 4th-tier pirate captains was not bad, but they simply couldn't handle Thousand Blades Rakshasa at all. Cyclops Sock had been able to trade blows with Thousand Blades Rakshasa when she only had 2 arms back at the gambling stand, but now he was completely overwhelmed. If it weren't for their numerical advantage, he would have been slain by now. Your journey continues at my virtual library empire. Iron Wall Explosive Bearhorn was in the same boat. The veteran pirate with a bounty of over 50 million had a mechanical body that could withstand cannon fire, but now, before those sharp blade lights, he barely managed to protect himself. Gold-Hook Charles employed some impressive knightly swordsmanship, but he was far weaker than Thousand Blades Rakshasa and posed little threat. Together with 2 other first mates, the 5 of them barely managed to defend themselves. Thousand Blades Rakshasa was a pure swordsman, with no fancy spells or techniques, just slash after slash after slash. But once her physical strength and swordsmanship reached a certain level, she became utterly unreasonable. Note: single-edged sword can be called both a sword and a blade. Like her current state, the Swordmaster realm. The difference between a swordmaster and an ordinary swordsman was most apparent in their sword chi. At full status, her slashing sword chi could extend 3 to 40 feet outward. Her sword chi was highly effective at breaking through chi, armor, and elemental barriers, posing a lethal threat to anything short of a fully armored mecha. And the second stage Rakshasa woman also provided her with a massive increase in physical capabilities, nerve response, speed, agility, strength, all of it. It was a complete domination over almost any 4th-tier opponent. In this state, it was challenging for enemies to harm her, but one slash from her meant losing a limb. Normally, if you can't defeat your enemy in an instant, you have to progress through the battle step by step. Otherwise, if the enemy sees no hope of survival, they might resort to a mad act of mutual destruction. Seeing Thousand Blades Rakshasa with the upper hand, Solun had no intention of using his scythe to launch a sneak attack. He planned to wait until after disposing of the underlings and securing the overall situation before revealing other methods. But while he was enjoying the chaos, the pirate captains turned their gaze towards him. Those guys knew they couldn't deal with Thousand Blades Rakshasa in a short time, but if they continued like this, their crew would be wiped out by Solun. Anyone with half a brain knew that to deal with a puppet master, the puppeteer themselves had to be killed first. And those 3rd-tier squad leaders had no ability to kill him. So, it was up to them to make a move. It was during this fight that the 5 4th-tiers suddenly erupted, and for a moment, Thousand Blades Rakshasa couldn't break free to intervene. One of the 4th-tier assassins deftly left the battlefield and stealthily vanished into the air. Solun, upon seeing this, was not the least bit panicked. He merely raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Tisk tisk, only one came, how underwhelming." The assassin's stealth and movement were quite skillful, as he deftly blended into the shockwaves of the battle, making him hard to detect. But to Soul perception, that guy's movement trajectory was anything but hidden. Solun sensed that the fellow was already within 10 meters of him, apparently planning for a one-shot kill. Only then did he leisurely pick up the black umbrella beside him. The cursed human skin umbrella had previously been a worry due to the risk of backlash, but now with the sacred totem, Solun used it without any pressure. Whispered influences and such were negligible. With a thud, he opened the umbrella. He formed a seal with one hand. Nightfall Domain, open. Solun, as a puppet master, had guessed that they would send a master to kill him, hadn't he? The moment he engaged, he knew that the underlings could not deal with him, and those captains would definitely look for an opportunity to attack. He had prepared the cursed umbrella in advance, just waiting for this moment. Not everyone had the all-knowing eye to understand what the human skin umbrella did immediately. The 4th-tier assassin, seeing Solun take out the umbrella, didn't realize he'd been discovered and kept charging ahead. But as soon as the umbrella opened, he found his senses stripped away in an instant, unable to perceive his body or anything around him, and his stealth was immediately nullified. Before the resentful spirits within the umbrella even attacked, a sharp silken thread appeared on the assassin's neck. Having lost control of his body, his elemental barrier naturally dissipated as well. Solun's fingertips flexed slightly, easily severing the 4th-tier assassin's head. Gulp, the head hit the ground. The 4th-tier assassin hadn't reacted at all before he was decapitated. This scene added an even more eerie atmosphere to an already bizarre battle. Everyone was as if they had seen a ghost, looking at Solun holding the black umbrella. He had just opened an umbrella and hooked his finger, and then a 4th-tier expert was so easily killed? This method, unseen, was indescribably eerie. If just now the sight of the puppet legion had shocked everyone with their number, then at this moment, they realized that the strength of the Black Umbrella Man himself was also terrifyingly formidable. The members of the Dong group were naturally ecstatic as they discovered that their captain's friend was indeed outrageously strong. On the other hand, the sailors and leaders of the Iron Crocodile group, Fire Phoenix, and Hammer group pirate crews all had ashen faces, cursing inwardly. Where did this monster come from? Damn it, a Thousand Blades Rakshasa was already freakishly strong, and now there's this abnormal puppet master popping up? Even up until this 4th-tier assassin died, they felt they still had a fighting chance. Now, all hope was utterly extinguished. Even Jiandao, upon seeing Solun kill the enemy so effortlessly, revealed a momentary look of astonishment, unable to hide her shock. This kid, he's not just cutting down 3rd tiers like vegetables, he even surpasses the ordinary 4th tiers. With this thought, a deep sense of relief appeared on her face. She then looked at the remaining 4 pirate captains with an extremely sharp gaze, and the power of her slashes suddenly increased by 3-fold. The original plan to drag the battle out and slowly whittle them down was disrupted, making the fight suddenly much more intense. With no way out, the pirates could only fight desperately. Enough, we must make it a quick battle. Seeing this, Solun exhaled softly and once again spread out 2 scrolls. Bang bang 2 sounds. The scrolls exploded. An animated corpse holding a black scythe and a combat mecha appeared on the deck. With the arrival of these 2 major weapons, the balance of the battle once again heavily tipped in favor of the Dong group. The outcome of the fight was now completely without suspense. Soon after, 2 more 4th tiers fell to Jiandao's blade, and the battle was nearing its end. Seeing no hope of survival, the badly wounded Cyclops Sock finally panicked. In his repeated retreats, he begged pitifully. "Wait. We can talk about this. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. I can even surrender to your Dong group. You can't kill me, my dad is." The more arrogant this guy had been earlier, the more pathetic his pleas were now. Jiandao gave him no chance to live and with a slash ended his life. Solun walked over and they exchanged a brief glance. Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, a shadow of the Grim Reaper rose behind him. Although Jiandao was already aware of his awakened abilities, seeing this shadow emerge, with the oppressive might of the laws of death looming, she narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured, "The talent of death law is very impressive." Without lingering, she led the crew to clean up the enemies hiding in various parts of the ship. Solun looked at the corpse of Cyclops Sock on the ground, traces of solidified runes evident in its skeletal remains and flesh. It was because of these runes that even after Iron Wall Explosive Bear Horn, who had his body mechanized, was slain by Jiandao, this guy survived until the end. This alone showed that the secret techniques of this lineage had their unique aspects. Without delay, Solun harvested Cyclops Sock's soul shard. Unsurprisingly, he did not find the rune knowledge he needed. "You have stripped the soul of Sock Leonhardt, gaining some fragments of the laws of water, fire, and metal. You have obtained some information about Talon Archipelago Mountain Hidden Country. You have learned some secret information about the Leonhardt family. Our family comes from Emperor Ling's imperial capital. You have obtained some low-tier legacy knowledge about magicians. Spiritual power plus 5.7. This guy only knew a bit of the surface, and the amount of knowledge related to magicians stripped from him was still far from enough to craft an imitation of the original rune. Nevertheless, Solun gained some useful information from him. So, this lineage of magicians also comes from Emperor Ling's imperial capital. After digesting the information, Solun understood. This Sock's father, known as Rune Old Man, was actually a genius apprentice from the Imperial Rune Grandmaster's school 30 years ago. For reasons unknown, he fled with a very special cursed object. After years of being hunted, he hid in the northern continent and gradually became the lord of those natives. This plot is a bit outrageous. If Rune Old Man could advance to the 6th tier, calling him a genius is no overstatement. Why would he steal something and flee? Also, what cursed object was worth stealing? Solun looked at the corpse in front of him, and there were some things he couldn't figure out. He lacked some essential information and couldn't make sense of many things at the moment. But the good news was that he had confirmed that the Rune Old Man really did hold the inheritance of a rune magician. Looks like I really am going to make a trip. As Solun thought to that point, he murmured to himself, his voice fine as a thread. But he also felt indifferent about it. After all, the 4 countries of the northern continent weren't far from Pirate City, so it would be convenient to make a detour. Although the Rune Old Man was of the 6th order, which was a bit troublesome, he should be able to find a breakthrough when the time came. However, within Sock's memories, the Mountain Hidden Country, one of the 4 countries of the northern continent, held many pieces of information with a strong scent of mystery. The situation there was very complicated. 10,800 deities? Tisk, tisk. Another fragment of a brilliant ancient civilization. At first glance, it was an area full of intrigue. Solun was also very interested in taking a look for himself. As he pondered, he had already extracted the soul shards of the other fourth-order beings. Now he could use Reaper's Wraith freely, reaping a full harvest in a single sweep. Solun released the cocoon world, and the threads covering several ships receded like the tide. The enemy forces from 3 pirate groups were almost entirely wiped out aboard their ships. Even if a few managed to jump overboard and escape, the likelihood of surviving in these cold waters with heavy winds and waves was next to nothing. The Dong group had only minor casualties. So insignificant they were hardly worth considering. Now that the battle was over, they were cheerfully collecting the spoils on the ships. They collected the corpses, equipment, alchemy materials, and then transferred the supplies from the Grey Dolphin and the other 2 ships onto the light warship previously belonging to the Flamingo Pirates. This was a new ship. This model of warship was known to be one of the fastest among the smaller pirate ships. For the Dong group, it was like trading a musket for a cannonball. In future encounters with strong enemies, the chances of being able to escape were now much higher. Before long, Jiantiao came over, covered in blood. There were no wounds on her body, the blood belonged to the enemy. I tried to control my slashes, but I still ended up damaging the ship a bit. Repairing it is going to cost a lot of money. Though Jiantiao complained, she seemed to be in a good mood. Pirates didn't have much loot, but the spoils from the 3 ships were enough to cover their expenses for a good while. She looked at Solun and asked, "Did you find what you were looking for?" Solun shrugged and replied honestly, "No. But I got some information, and I need to make a trip to the 4 countries of the northern continent." Jiantiao added, "Oh. I was planning to check out Pirate City myself. Do you want to go together since it's on the way? I have a better idea. I might need to go back to Blizzard City." Solun revealed his plan. "I'm thinking of infiltrating the fleet of the King of the North Sea to find out more about the sources of those void armaments. If I go to Pirate City, it'll be harder without a legitimate identity, and I'd be more susceptible to suspicion." This was a plan he had already considered before. "Oh." Jiantiao listened, her lips curving into a slight frown of regret, but she didn't seem too surprised and didn't say much. She looked at Solun and smiled faintly, "Do you want me to give you a ride?" Solun shook his head, "No need. We're not far from the coast. Just give me a boat, and I can make it back on my own." It was as if Jiantiao only then realized something. "Oh, right, I almost forgot. With your abilities, you can handle a boat alone." Solun smiled. After a pause, Jiantiao spoke again, "Then take care. If anything happens, use the communicator to let me know. If I'm free, I'll come to help you." Solun grinned, revealing neat white teeth, "Sure." A tacit understanding was evident in their eyes. It had not been long since they met, and their parting was marked by just a few simple words. Before long, 2 ships full of corpses were consumed by fire. The members of the Dong group set off northward, while a battered, empty ship headed south towards Blizzard City. Solun stood on the deck. Just in time to watch the increasingly distant ship where Jiantiao lazily sat on the mast, letting the gentle breeze flutter her cloak and scatter her green hair. Watching the slanting sun. She was the epitome of solitary pride. Chapter 294. Prison Break. Solun had returned to Blizzard City once again. This time, he didn't dock his empty ship too close. A few kilometers from the shore, he scuttled it. Then, using a spider spear, he walked on water and quietly blended into the city, settling down in an inn. In the following days, his life was very regular. He rested at the inn during the day, tinkering with puppets and machinery. At night, he would frequent various taverns to gather information. Solun's purpose in returning was to find a way to connect with the Avoid expansion gear, not just to join any pirate crew. He needed to find a crew closely affiliated with the King of the North Sea. Now that Lord Oleg had declared himself king, the Great Pirate Era had arrived, and the Northern Sea Fleet was indeed recruiting. However, after several days of inquiries in Blizzard City, he found only Chris, the captain of the whaler from the 7th Fleet's 3rd Division. Ironically, that guy only recruited Vikings and trolls. Northern races. And wasn't too welcoming to humans. Just as Solun was racking his brains for another way to infiltrate, he heard another explosive piece of news. It was that Duke Raphael's secret maritime prison had been broken into. Previously near the Burman archipelago, Duke Raphael had annihilated the 9th Fleet of the King of the North Sea. But the fleet commander, gluttonous Grand General Euxierpian, and a few key members were not dead, but captured. They were likely to be sent for trial and execution. However, for some reason, this news leaked out. Then, the King of the North Sea sent people to attack the transport ship, rescuing them during the voyage. They also released a bunch of accompanying high-security prisoners. Solun wasn't particularly interested in the news about the great pirates escaping. Pirates commonly seeing jailbreaks as no big deal. But he was more interested in another piece of news: the group of great pirates from the King of the North Sea, who had been freed in the jailbreak, might arrive in Blizzard City for supplies in the next day or two. Solun felt this was a good opportunity. That day, at Walrus Tavern. The Seafarers' Tavern had been trashed by Thousand Blades Rakshas's group before. Now, this was the most bustling tavern in Blizzard City. It was also a favorite spot for various great pirates to meet. As the sun set, Solun, dressed in an inconspicuous pirate outfit, headed out to the tavern as usual. From this time until midnight, the tavern would gradually become lively. Upon entering the tavern, the crowd was not too large yet. 3 or 5 bald men were playing darts, a few with big beards were playing pirate cards, and scantily clad ladies danced around steel poles on stage. Familiar with the place, Solun made his way to the bar and settled on a triangular high stool made of jujube wood, snapping his fingers at the bartender, a glass of silver rum. Having been there for several days, the bartender recognized him and greeted with a smile, "Hey, brother Johnny, haven't you found a suitable crew to join yet?" As he spoke, he took out a jug, opened the cork of an oak barrel, and poured a full glass of wheat-colored rum. The 12-year silver rum was widely recognized for its taste and was even pricier than some gold rums on the alcohol market. Pirates were connoisseurs of liquor, they usually consumed what they plundered and rarely sold it. Hence, you might not find this stuff in big taverns across various territories of lying, but it was plentiful in pirate taverns. Solun flipped out a coin and took a sip from the cup, seeming to relish the rich flavor of alcohol swirling in his mouth. He exhaled and then said, "Oh, Mark old chap, you know I'm not just looking for any crew. I'm a decent marksman, looking to join a real money-making pirate crew." He was now Johnny, a somewhat famous marksman from a small city in the southern province of Anragoths in Lying. This was the persona he had been crafting for himself over the past few days. At least if someone came snooping around, they could gather some clues from various drunkards rather than having such a person suddenly appearing out of thin air. Moreover, the identity was entirely fabricated, cobbled together from many fragments of memory to create a person whose experience withstands scrutiny. The bartender, hearing this, chipped in with a laugh, "Hey, then I've got a piece of news you'll be interested in." Solun guessed what he was about to say but still feigned curiosity. "Oh." The bartender wore a smug expression and said, "Did you know, the fleet commanders under Lord Oleg might be in Blizzard City tonight? I think there's no better fit for you than those big shots fleets." Solun pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, that's really great." Actually, he had learned of this news from an information broker yesterday, but it was only a possibility. This bartender confirmed the news and even pinpointed it to tonight. It wasn't surprising that these taverns, backed by various pirate crews, knew some top-secret intelligence. Saying this, Solun, knowing the etiquette, threw a few more silver coins as a tip for the news. "Can you tell me more? I'm very interested in this news." The bartender happily pocketed the money and replied, "I don't know the specifics. But didn't the 9th Fleet run into some trouble? Lord Paiwen will likely be reassembling the fleet, so, brother Johnny, you'd better seize the opportunity." "I see." Solun listened while drinking gulps of liquor, chatting with the bartender intermittently. The night deepened, and the tavern filled with people. Solun, having several drinks at the bar, listened to the intelligence discussed by the pirates. "Hey, have you heard? There's been a big stir in the Silent Forest." "What happened?" "I'm not sure what's going on with the subhumans over there, but suddenly a mysterious master has appeared. Several large slave trading groups have been completely defeated, suffering heavy losses. It's also said that this mysterious master intends to ban the slave trade in the Silent Forest. Anyone who goes there will be killed. Now, the depths of the Silent Forest have become forbidden territory." "What kind of big stir is this? Wasn't this already announced?" "There's more to it. Those slave traders suffered heavy losses this time, and of course, they wouldn't let anyone sever their lifeline. So they hired the thief King Carlo Meldis to handle it. However, the news just received today is that the team sent to cause trouble was almost entirely wiped out by the subhumans, and thief King Carlo was severely injured and his life or death isn't known." "My God, Carlo is one of the top 10 legendary bounty hunters, once slaying a 7th tier, extremely powerful. And he got severely injured? Who in the world is that mysterious person in the silent forest? I don't know, seems to wear a gold-patterned cloak, and there's information that it's something called the Mirror Organization. Solun heard this news and showed no surprise, he expressionlessly took a swig of his drink. Now that Blizzard City had been invaded by pirates, the slave trading had stalled, yet the pirates also eyed this trade, leading to no decrease in the number of slave trading groups heading to the Silent Forest. But with Mr. Jing around, whatever top 10 bounty hunters, they naturally would be beaten up. After this time, things would probably quiet down a lot. After listening for a while, apart from some off-color jokes, Solun heard another piece of information that interested him. Did you hear about the mysterious disappearance of the Iron Crocodile group a few days ago? Today a group that docked brought news, someone saw the 1,000 Blades Rakshasa pirate group heading towards Pirate City. Are the people from the Dong group still alive? That's impossible. What about the people from the Iron Crocodile group, the Flamingo group, and the Hammer group? If the Dong group is still alive, it means that Cyclops and the others must have been killed. This news is too ridiculous. They're also an old pirate group, how could they all be killed without any news leaking out? I'd rather believe this was the work of a deep-sea leviathan. Yet, not a single survivor, it's too damned strange. Saying the Dong group did it, that's giving them too much credit. It's probably a shipwreck, or maybe a deep-sea leviathan. Cut it out, the new folks coming out on the sea these days, one more audacious and bizarre than the next, it's really not certain. Did you hear? Lord Oleg's 4th Fleet has a newcomer who's into mechanization. He just showed up and was promoted out of sequence to squad leader. I heard, during the recent prison break, that guy swallowed a battleship from lying directly. At the neighboring table, the pirates grew increasingly excited as they talked. Solun listened attentively. These past few days, he had been mixing in pirate taverns, gathering many tales of pirate newcomers. 1,000 Blades Rakshasa naturally referred to 1,000 Blades. That crow player is none other than the former leader of the Raven Gang, Crow Godfather Gwend Mary. The one awakened with the gravity talent, most likely the old leader of the Cross Society, Arbiter Chalk. Now, hearing about a newcomer involved with mechanization, he naturally thought of the former leader of the Steam Party, Butcher Banner. There weren't many tech talents among the pirates, not everyone was qualified to play with mechanisms. So, the chances of the newcomer being Banner were quite high. Banner, et. Solun thought of something and seemed slightly distracted. He had learned a lot from Sabina's words, naturally knowing that guy was not as simple as he appeared. As he drank, it was soon midnight, and the street outside the tavern suddenly came alive. Hearing the noise outside, Solun immediately knew that the admiral from the King of the North Sea had arrived in Blizzard City. Now there weren't many places left to stay in town, so those guys pompously made their way to the tavern street. The patrons also watched as these imposing great pirates arrived, their conversations filled with these legendary figures from the pirate circles. Here comes the opportunity. Solun wasn't in a hurry to join the crowd, just sitting inside the tavern. He didn't need to actively gather information, for with these significant people here, by tomorrow morning there would be plenty of intel at the information merchants. He sat at the bar, glancing at the passers-by with his peripheral vision. The 4th Fleet under the King of the North Sea's command that had arrived was the one that previously raided Old Lington. So he recognized many of those people. Admiral Frost Giant Gal Popov, Vice Admiral Solar Flame General Gladys Ormadou, Squadron Leader Flower Knife Chris, 3rd Squadron Leader Man Devil Mabu Wright, 5th Tier Professional Shadow Demon Tim Ashley. All were notorious big shots listed on the bounty board. These guys passing through the tavern district, seemingly intent on showing off their strength, unintentionally let their aura spill out. The oppressive might of a group of powerful figures? Terrifying. Combined, it was like a deluge sweeping through the entire district, drawing sideways glances from all the passers-by. They really are strong. Solun subdued his own aura, fearing he might be recognized. Seizing this opportunity, he also detailedly remembered the soul flame characteristics of each person. The pirates under the command of the King of the North Sea were the ceiling of the pirate world. These guys were the elite among pirates, and their combat abilities were not comparable to the Iron Crocodile group from before. It was just those 5th-tier squadron leaders who could pose a lethal threat to Solun. However, the Walrus Tavern was crowded, so the large group of pirates did not come inside but went elsewhere. But at the end of the group, more than a dozen people walked in. They were dressed in checkered suits and waistcoats, woolen coats, wearing leather gloves, clearly in the old Lincoln style. "Look, that's the newly famous rookie, the newly appointed captain of the 19th squad. Really it is." As soon as this group, dressed in black, walked in, someone immediately recognized their identity. The leader was a vulture-like middle-aged man smoking a cigar, one of his arms was a modified mechanical arm, and his expression exuded a fierce aura. Upon seeing the leader, Solun murmured to himself, "It really is Banner." The former gang boss naturally had an imposing aura. Solun's gaze then lingered on Banner's mechanical arm for an extra moment. This mechanical arm was much more sophisticated than the one he had seen before. Moreover, he saw many exclusive parts of Ma-Fa mechanical armor on those components. MF911 Magic Mech Arm Boiler, 20 High Frequency Tremor, Dragon Scale S Blast Panel, T Alloy Power Shaft. The parts appeared to be directly dismantled from a mechanical armor suit, all very intact. They were not just colonel-level armor parts, but even included brigadier-level high-tech components. Banner, with this mechanical body, is much more powerful than before. Not to mention the 4th tier, if the abilities don't counter, perhaps even the 5th tier could hardly touch him. Solun, who had deeply studied Ma-Fa's mechanical technologies, instantly recognized the technological content of Banner's mechanical arm. Moreover, this was just the visible mechanical arm. He knew that this guy was not just a semi-modified mech warrior, but fully modified. Seeing those mechanical parts even made Solun somewhat envious. The throne of the King of the North Sea was still conferred by the Emperor of the Ma-Fa Empire, and the relationship between the two powers was very ambiguous. It was said that the Ma-Fa side also supported with technology and equipment. It was unknown whether these mechanical parts were previously stolen by the King of the North Sea or funded by the Ma-Fa Empire. But coming back to that, if it is the latter, wouldn't it be possible to get some of Ma-Fa's mechanical armor through the channels of the King of the North Sea? Thinking here, Solun's thoughts became more active. His current mechanical puppet army, which could really stand up, only had one colonel-level battleship 9 form mechanical armor, and there was still a long road to technical decryption. If there really was a channel to obtain more armor parts, the formation time for his mechanical army would significantly reduce. Thinking of this, he found yet another excuse for himself to join the North Sea Fleet. And yet, Solun was more concerned about something else. He turned his gaze to the people accompanying Banner. Where exactly did Banner get this neuromechanical technology from? Solun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly sensed that among those people behind him, a few had unique soul flames. Once in Old Lincoln, Sabina stayed with a disguised identity in the Steam Party. Consequently, she was the only one who knew that Banner was fully mechanized. Because Sabina was not absolutely loyal to the Umbrella organization, this information had never been reported, maintaining a mutual understanding of each side extracting what they needed. But the question still remained. Who transformed Banner's mechanical body? Neural mechanics was a top-secret scientific project of Duke Raphael, and even in the laboratories of Old Lincoln, only a few top executives had mastered the complete technology. And Sabina was sure that Banner's transformation did not come from the lab. So, this had become a mystery. Previously, during the pirate raid on Black Reef, the tower storming was very rushed. After Solun came out, he felt there was no opportunity to investigate and stopped thinking about it. Now that he had seen Banner come out, a thought in his heart started to stir eagerly. Neural mechanical technology, if we can really find clues from him, it would be much easier than going through Duke Raphael. Solun looked at Banner, his eyes sparkling with thought. Banner and his group entered the pub. The bartender also cleared a booth for them. All eyes were on this group, but Solun's observant gaze went unnoticed. The former Steam Party had secured their position as one of the top 3 gangs in the Old Lincoln outer city through mechanical modifications, and Banner's knowledge of mechanics was not bad. However, even so, it was highly unlikely that he had mastered the top-secret neural mechanical technology. Therefore, there must be a technician behind him. Previously in Old Lincoln outer city, there were too many places to hide, and Sabina hadn't found any clues. But now, venturing out to see, if there is indeed such an important person, it's highly likely they always carry it with them. Solun's gaze quickly locked onto an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with a goatee. Although most of Banner's followers had mechanized limbs, that person's soul fire flickered notably, distinctly different from other professionals. Synthetic skin, hey. Solun found this goatee very unfamiliar. He thought of a possibility, that of a super mechanical soldier. Banner wouldn't bring along someone useless, and with that thought, the existence of the goatee man seemed very special. He really is into mechanics. PSH, mechanics, what skill is that? It's all about the equipment. Anyone with equipment could be a captain of the North Sea Fleet. Exactly. Without their equipment, mechanical soldiers are useless. The newcomers these days are really arrogant, acting as if they are incredibly powerful. As soon as Banner's group entered the pub, the other patrons began whispering among themselves. In Ru Ying, mechanical technology is backward, and those who tinker with mechanics are looked down upon. Even within the pirate circles, mechanical soldiers are at the bottom of the disdain chain. Traditional professionals look down on those whose combat power relies wholly on external mechanical enhancements, and indeed, these mechanical soldiers are usually significantly weaker than their peers. Clumsy, slow in reaction, with limited potential, this is the general public's notion of mechanics in Ru Ying. Super mechanical soldiers are only known by the upper echelon in Ru Ying, and the concept of neural mechanics is still a completely alien field for most people. In most pirates' eyes, as long as the machinery is advanced enough, even a pig can achieve the same effect. So Banner's group's entry inevitably faced contempt. Solun, listening to these sour comments, shook his head slightly and muttered in a voice only he could hear, "This one's called Butcher for a reason. His temper isn't so kind." He knew someone was about to be unlucky. In Old Lington, the title Butcher was not thrown around lightly. Sure enough. It was right after Solun's mutter that the few people at the next table, who continued whispering, suddenly stopped. Two people's heads clang smashed down onto the table. Upon closer inspection, a bloody hole had appeared on top of their heads. "Your adventure continues at my virtual library empire." Solun naturally noticed that, in that instant, the nails stuck in the wooden table had suddenly shot out, piercing through the men's jaws into their skulls. A043 Metal Devourer, his professional advancement has gained the ability to control metal elements, tisk tisk. Solun drank his drink expressionlessly, not the least bit surprised. He was well aware of Banner's information. According to Sabina, this guy's employment sequence was very special, retaining his innate abilities even after a complete mechanical transformation. Even without relying on mechanics, this guy's combat power was very strong. The King of the North Sea is the ceiling of the pirate circles, who can't be killed. Those killed by Banner's temperamental outburst were within expectations. Chapter 295. Going to Pirate City. Solun did not rush to make contact with Butcher Banner. Now that this fellow has also come ashore and even joined the fleet of the King of the North Sea, there would be plenty of opportunities to make contact later. He needed the right moment so as not to arouse suspicion. Two people died at the neighboring table, which did not cause much disturbance. However, it gave the patrons some understanding of the ruthlessness of this newly promoted captain of the Fourth Fleet. Solun quietly drank at the bar, occasionally chatting with the bartender. He drank a lot of alcohol and heard plenty of news. What the patrons discussed most was naturally the recent sea prison raid incident. How the Fourth Fleet had severely beaten the Royal Navy of the Lying Empire, rescued Ninth Fleet Captain gluttonous Grand General Euxierpian, and released some very famous big shots. In the pirate circles, pirates thrashing the Lying Navy naturally made for the most exhilarating topic. Solun listened and roughly formed some ideas, then returned to the hotel. The next day, all sorts of news about the fleet from the King of the North Sea filled the skies of Blizzard City. Solun went directly to the informant, where he bought a scroll containing the most detailed intelligence. Then, as expected, he heard the news about the reformation of the Ninth Fleet. The pirates of the entire Blizzard City became lively. Normally, large pirate groups seldom recruit massively unless they have suffered great reductions in numbers. After all, the spoils from robbery were limited. Too many people would mean not enough to go around. And joining the North Sea Fleet was many individual pirates' ultimate dream. To get aboard was akin to securing a job for life in pirating. Fame, a stable salary, access to the best resources, and opportunities for advancement. But joining a great pirate crew had its pros and cons. The advantage was, with this status, one basically didn't get messed with in the pirate circles. With the protection of King of the North Sea Oleg, a top-tier power, there was no need to fear enemies or bounties. Ordinary bounty hunters didn't dare provoke such top-level pirate crews. And even without robbery, there was a fixed salary. Not entirely dependent on luck. But the disadvantage was it attracted too much attention, making it easy to become a target. The Royal Navy of Lying Empire was very keen on pursuing large pirate crews, as it counted as military merit. The higher the bounty on the pirate, the greater the merit. So, large pirate crews had to be very cautious with their movements. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they very likely could be surrounded and trapped. Just like the previous annihilation of the Ninth Fleet by Duke Raphael's elite naval fleet. Once they received accurate information and mounted an attack, the chances of being severely damaged were enormous. Then there were the bounty hunters. Ordinary bounty hunters indeed didn't dare to provoke, but those who dared were not ordinary. It's like when the top 10 bounty hunters came, they would wreak havoc. Low-tier pirate fodder were easy to be harvested en masse. The risk of being cannon fodder was great. However, any pirate with a little fame was basically already a wanted criminal and a ruthless villain, so these risks did not matter much to them. After breakfast and reviewing the intelligence, Solon leisurely left the city. When he arrived at the docks of Blizzard City, it was already crowded with people. Oleg's Ninth Fleet now only had a few bear commanders left. They had to regroup, get a new ship, and recruit crew members. Those guys had set up a recruitment event at the dock that resembled a job fair, bustling with noise. The opportunity was rare, and some smaller pirate crews joined ship and crew alike, quickly assembling 20 or 30 ships. The docks were awash with the black skull flags of the North Sea Fleet. Being the creme de la creme of the pirate circles, the Ninth Fleet, though short-staffed, was not just recruiting anybody. To join, one needed to have a particular skill. Such as sailors who could handle sails, anchormen, navigators, artillerymen, or perhaps your name being on a bounty order. Solon, dressed in pirate attire, followed the long queue, preparing to try and register to join. He looked lethargic, but his gaze constantly surveyed the surroundings. Off in the distance, the most striking figure was a fat man, resembling a mountain of flesh. Even amidst the swirling snow on the docks, the man shamelessly displayed his layers of pale flesh on his belly. His eyes squinted, and his hair was plaited into long braids that coiled around his neck several times. He sat there beside a large iron pot that constantly simmered with meat soup, busy eating even while recruiting. His greasy hands showed no concern as they dived into the bubbling broth, continuously stuffing large chunks of meat into his mouth. Despite his unattractive appearance, he was none other than Euxierpion, the Ninth Fleet captain known as the Great Glutton. A 7th-tier professional, he was a top-tier great pirate with a bounty as high as 2.177 billion. Solon glanced at him briefly before swiftly averting his eyes. If stared down by such a powerful individual, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to flee. However, what slightly turned Solon's head was the fact that next to the mountain of flesh stood a middle-aged man in a black suit. The middle-aged man wore a round hat, had high cheekbones and a goatee, emanating a firm look in his eyes. He held an ordinary cane, his trousers were crisp, and his shoes were shiny. His appearance from head to toe was meticulous. The suit's cut seemed like it belonged to upper-class society in Lying, resembling a particular old gentleman. But on closer inspection, his clothes were starch-washed to the point of whiteness, and his shirt was slightly yellowing, indicating he likely lived frugally. Yet, even so, merely standing there, the man distinguished himself with a dignified air that made him stand out starkly from the scruffy pirates surrounding him. Could that be? Upon seeing him, Solon immediately thought of the intelligence he had received earlier. During the jailbreak led by the fleet of the King of the North Sea, many serious criminals were released. Among them was a high-profile figure who was sentenced to life imprisonment. As Solon noticed the middle-aged man in the suit, so did the queuing pirates nearby. The others were also curious about the man's identity, and someone voiced their question. "Hey, look, who is that guy with the hat? He looks like a noble lord, not like us pirates. What's he doing next to Lord Paiwen? He seems to be quite respected by the big man." "That's Zolas D. Andres, a real big shot from the capital of Lying." "Is he famous? Why haven't I heard of him?" "You might not have heard of his name, but you would have heard of his students. Especially one named Thomas Hobbes. Could it be the former Prime Minister of Lying, the leader during the Mist Moon Revolution?" "Exactly. That's why I said he's a top-tier big shot we could never meet in our lifetimes." Solon listened to the hushed conversations nearby, his face showing a shocked expression for the lively scene. But in fact, he had already known about the origins of Zolas. Although the guy was only a professor at the Royal Academy of Lying, he was one of Lying's most famous political scientists, economists, and revolutionary theorists. If it weren't for the Queen's restoration, his students might have overturned Liang's monarchic dictatorship, transitioning to a constitutional monarchy. Solun had previously taken the time to learn about the Mist Moon coup, which was a real turning point in social progress. Unfortunately, it never came to pass. After the Queen's restoration, most of Zola's students were executed or imprisoned. Because he hadn't directly participated in the coup, and many big shots pleaded on his behalf, he wasn't killed but was sentenced to several hundred years of imprisonment and exiled to a remote island overseas. Unexpectedly, he had now fallen into the hands of pirates. Solun watched as he gave the crowd of pirates stern looks, guessing what the King of the North Sea was probably thinking. Criminals from Liang were the best source of recruits for pirates. It was very likely he planned to retain such a political talent. Even though Solun felt this situation seemed slightly serendipitous, he wasn't particularly interested in the King of the North Sea's plans. He followed the queue and moved forward. The recruitment site consisted of a few simple wooden tables, with pirates staring sternly at those in line, and others jotting something down on parchment. Eerie, the great glutton, was nearby, alongside a few ranked 5th-tier captains, their oppressive presence enveloping the whole area, making it difficult for anyone with ulterior motives to not reveal their flaws. Solun, able to perfectly control his emotions, walked forward with an expression slightly tinged with nervousness, just like everyone else. Name, place of origin, any special skills? Johnny, from the West Wind City in the southern county of Fang-on Lugos. I'm an excellent musketeer. Oh. I've also studied cannon firing before. Because I offended a noble young master, I'm wanted. Do you know how to operate the T5 series anti-ship cannons? That's what I studied before. From today, you are part of our 9th fleet. Recruiting pirates was just like joining the gang in Old Lington back in the day, no fancy rituals involved. If a wanted criminal had skills, they were recruited on the spot. Moreover, Solun had been prepared. He had thoroughly studied the personnel structure of the pirate crew before. Musketeers were a dime a dozen, but good artillerymen were rare. Crucially, artillerymen didn't need to appear on deck often, had fewer tasks, yet were an essential role on the ship. It was the ideal disguise identity. Indeed, under the scrutiny of a pirate wrapped in a red headscarf, Solun operated the cannon briefly, showed off his gun skills, and smoothly boarded the ship. His peripheral vision also caught the registering clerk writing his alleged background as Johnny on parchment. They would probably confirm this with informants later. Solun and those pirates fortunate enough to be recruited boarded a medium-sized sailing ship called White Eagle. 3 days later, the fleet set sail from Blizzard City, heading to Pirate City in the north. No one troubled them as the ships set sail, and Solun knew his disguised identity must have passed inspection smoothly. In just a few short days, the 9th Fleet recruited thousands of pirates and sailed the seas in a formidable display. Solun became an apprentice pirate. The life of a pirate was monotonous, doing nothing all day. Aside from pillaging, they were free to do as they wished. Playing cards, boasting, and then sleeping. As an artilleryman, he didn't need to work on deck and was quite idle all day. Solun didn't display anything special, spending his days playing cards in the cabin with a group of pirates, winning some, losing some, and he became familiar with a few of the pirates. He also noticed that each ship actually had a few informants who were continuously observing and testing the backgrounds of these newcomers. Solun's fabricated background was almost flawless and no one detected any loopholes. Previous pirate frenzies had nearly halted the majority of commercial activities in the North Sea, and they hadn't encountered any merchant ships to rob. Therefore, the fleet headed straight for Pirate City. The sea voyage was entirely uneventful. The only slight mishap occurred on the third night when they encountered a deep-sea leviathan. It was a deep-sea purple glow eel over 100 meters long that could easily sink ships. To the fishermen and pirates who made a living on the sea year-round, it was one of the unstoppable natural disasters. If a small pirate crew had encountered it, they would likely have been annihilated. But in this 9th Fleet, there was a 7th-tier fleet captain called Greedy Grand General, Eerie. Solun watched as that man swallowed the 100-meter-long eel alive. B010 Glutton King's second awakening ability, capable of devouring targets to gain a substantial boost in attributes. His 7th-tier gold alchemy armor, Whale Mouth Swallow, devoured sea whirlpools in a single gulp, a terrifyingly non-human strength. Under the King of the North Sea, a host of powerhouses gathered. When Solun saw this top-tier pirate's strength, he hit even deeper. Pirate City was named Hasteling. In the pirate circles, it was also known as Golden City of Eternal Night. That was the largest gathering point for the pirates of the North Sea and also a haven of sin, a true melting pot of squandered gold. It was said in Pirate City, as long as you had money, you could enjoy the treatment of an emperor. It was the largest black market in the North Sea, possessing the most comprehensive and beautifully priced alchemy materials. All kinds of customs venues, gambling dens, arenas, major hallucinogenic potion trading markets, arms smuggling routes, and hired killings, everything legal underlying, and illegal. Whatever could satisfy human desires, was available here. Further north from Pirate City were the four nations of the northern continent, Mountain Hermit, Frost, Roman, and Morning Vale. Solun had previously inquired about the situation in this sea region through a communicator with Mr. Jing. Stay connected via my virtual library empire. These four countries of the northern continent had actually existed for 1,000 years. But back then, they weren't called by these names, they were known as Land of the Gods' Legacy. This plane was an alchemy plane, and although no divine tier beings existed anymore, the worship of deities had never ceased from ancient times until now. During the several thousand years that the Atlia Empire existed, magicians had always been mainstream. Thus, those devout followers were exiled and ostracized to distant overseas locations. Now, the region of these four northern countries was a land of exile for various deity worshippers over countless years. Apart from the deities lauded from mythological times to the present, like the stars in the sky, numbering countless, the phrase 180,000 deities came to be. However, not all devotees were like the Dala clan, who still received responses from the deities. Those exiled overseas lost almost all of their faith in the gods. Yet, for various reasons, many bizarre heritages of divine power, evil legends, darkness forces, evil weapons, foreign secret techniques, and classics, were left behind. The four countries of the northern continent, like an unseeable depth of water, were dangerous, mysterious, and filled with the unknown. Even after his travels, Sir Isaac reflected, this is a very complex and mysterious place. That day, a loud shout suddenly came from the deck. Brothers, we're about to reach Hastelen. Secure the cannons in the cabin. Hold tight, we're entering the vortex area. Hearing this, Solun and a few artillerymen in the cabin checked the cannon's chains, then also went up to the deck to watch the excitement. Looking out, they saw dense reefs and a vast area of whirlpools not far away. It was marked on the sea chart as one of the North Sea's most famous coordinates. The Devil's Sea. It also served as a natural barrier for Pirate City. Beyond the reef zone, was Pirate City. This region of sea vortices, due to its complex currents and special wind directions, could only be navigated by experienced navigators who maneuvered the wind sails on wooden ships through the whirlpools. Although wooden ships were agile, they had a significant disadvantage in large wars, and tactical battles and sieges almost had no advantages. Hence, the current Royal Navy of Lying and nobles who could afford it had all switched to steam-powered ironclad ships. However, ironically, ironclad ships couldn't navigate this area of reefs. The Royal Navy of Lying was unable to penetrate deep enough to eradicate them, and this was the most critical reason for the rapid prosperity of pirate ships over the decades. Rain and wind struck his face as Solun stood on the deck, gazing at the reef seas before him, his look growing more profound. It felt like riding a roller coaster, with his center of gravity starting to spin. The newcomers were visibly excited, and pirates who had been to Pirate City shared their experiences. I'll tell you, Hastelen has the top-notch pleasure quarters, any kind of girl you want is there. When we get off the ship, we can really have some fun. Hey, those of you who haven't been might not know, but the geishas of Hastelen are unmatched in the world, you can't see them anywhere else. The legendary first beauty of the world is in the country of Mountain Hermit. I've heard about it too. But these legends have been around for over 10 years, that first beauty must be faded now, right? Hey, I'm also curious. But someone went to see her this year and said she's truly matchless, a beauty of the human world. That figure, that face, that dance, it could haunt a person, making them never forget for a lifetime. They say it's because of those bizarre and ghostly gods, a bit sinister, but she's fucking beautiful. If I could have her just once, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 30 years. Going ashore to resupply was the event the crew most looked forward to. With less than half a day's voyage left, these men were already anticipating their debauched arrangements after disembarking. Solun listened to the stories from the mouths of others, his gaze distant, murmuring in his heart, finally getting there. Hey! Mountain Hermit Country, Rune Old Man's Place.